Hogwarts, Cruciatus Opening. Chapter 1 Cain Lestrange. Crucio. A pair of men and women groaned in agony, accompanied by a burst of crazy laughter. Hearing the noise, Cain Lestrange, who was still a baby, just turned over calmly and chose to continue drinking milk. There is no way, I am used to it. Who made him have a crazy mother, a well-developed father, and this crazy couple also madly pursued the noseless Dark Lord. Cain was destined to become a future subordinate of the noseless Dark Lord when he was born. In this regard, our little Cain said that this world is too dangerous and he doesn't want to love anymore. Yes, this world, he was not originally from this world. Cain's previous life was called Lin Ning. He had just graduated from college and was about to join the society as a cow and horse. As a result, on the first day of work, he encountered a series of car accidents. At that time, Lin Ning only had time to extend his right middle finger and make an international friendly gesture to the sky, and then the game was over and he became a new person. In this life, he became the only son of Bellatrix Lestrange and Rodolphus Lestrange in the book Harry Potter, a character that should not exist in the book. But what Cain didn't know was that as soon as he was born, he felt the long river of fate. Sybil Trelawney, a descendant of the famous fortune-teller Cassandra Trelawney, spied on the traces of fate and made a prophecy. An alien star descended, and the fire star soared in the sky. The established trajectory of fate has changed, and the turning point of the wizarding world has arrived. He is a variable, and the road ahead is foggy, and he will guide us. His journey is destined to be full of thorns and blood, whether it will continue or be destroyed. Sybil Trelawney raised her head tightly, opened her eyes wide, and made a prophecy in a low roar. But before the prophecy was finished, Sybil fainted because she couldn't bear the backlash of spying on fate. At that time, Sybil was discussing the brandy price increase with Dumbledore in the principal's office, suggesting that Dumbledore should improve employee benefits. The sudden prophecy startled Dumbledore, a centenarian who had experienced too many ups and downs. He stood up and stroked the phoenix fox, saying, "Fox, fate has made its choice. Where will the wizarding world go?" Dumbledore kept Sybil's prophecy in mind, mobilized the power of the Order of the Phoenix, and secretly investigated the Child of Destiny in the prophecy. Soon, Trelawney predicted that a boy born at the end of July would kill the Dark Lord. Unfortunately, the prophecy was leaked, and the Dark Lord chose Harry Potter as his nemesis. The Great Lord will go to Godric's Hollow tonight to kill Harry Potter, the brat. Ha ha ha, after tonight, the entire British wizarding world will surrender to the Lord, and all of you scum who resist the Lord will be crushed. Bella spoke in a fanatical tone, and while speaking, she gave the poor man and woman lying on the ground a few more heart-piercing blows. "What brand of magic potion did the noseless dark devil feed you to make you so devoted?" Cain was puzzled. "Your great lord will be killed by a baby in a cradle tonight, is it surprising or unexpected?" Cain secretly complained. Just when Cain was distracted, Bella, who had tortured the poor man and woman, opened Cain's bedroom and began her usual madness. "You are not like him. He is so handsome and noble. Why are you not like him? Why doesn't he come to look at you more?" Bella stared at Cain's cradle, pointed her wand at Cain, and her expression was distorted. An ominous green light emerged from the top of the wand, reflecting Cain's innocent face. "Bella, what are you doing? Don't forget, he is." Rodolphus hurried to stop Bella's crazy behavior. "The Lord has summoned us, leave this kid alone." At the same time, Rodolphus felt the heat of the Death Eater symbol and quickly pulled Bella to apparate. He survived, and Cain's tense body breathed a sigh of relief. This is not the first time that Bella has behaved like this. In the middle of the night, Cain often sees Bella standing by the cradle, mumbling to herself, sometimes gentle, sometimes crazy, as if she is looking through him to see the shadow of another person. Cain really doubts whether he is Bella's biological child. Even a tiger will not eat its own cubs. Is it because he doesn't look like Rodolphus that he has to be cruel and destroy the flower? Usually, I don't see how obsessed Bella is with Rodolphus. Besides, he is also very cute. Bella's aesthetic taste must have been distorted by the noseless Dark Lord. Don't ask him how he knows he is a handsome boy. The house elf Duo often exclaims at his handsomeness. Fortunately, after tonight, the Lestranges will be arrested and sent to Azkaban. I just hope that Harry Potter, the savior, will be more powerful and not change the ending of the Dark Lord because of the arrival of this little butterfly. Midnight, Lestrange Mansion. Be careful of the dark magic items of the Lestrange family. Oh my god, there is a man lying on the ground, a man and a woman. It's the Longbottom couple. There was a noisy sound in the house. Kane guessed that the police in this world, the so-called Aurors, came. From the Aurors' exclamation, Kane knew that the poor man and woman who were tortured before were the parents of the future Gryffindor Swordmaster, Frank Longbottom and Alice Longbottom. This time, he and Neville Longbottom's feud was forced to be bigger. What a sin! There's a child here. A ball of light lit up from the tip of the wand, and the young Auror in wizard robes walked in cautiously. Duo, you are not allowed to hurt the little master, you are bad people, bad people. Duo flashed out and faced the wizard. Although his body was trembling, he still chose to block the cradle where Kane was. Kane was secretly moved. He didn't expect that you, a little elf with a pointed face and monkey cheeks, were actually loyal. If your master can survive this disaster tonight, he will definitely reward you and let you be a butler. No, you have to find a way to save yourself. But due to physical limitations, he can only use the baby magic weapon and gamble on the bottom line of the Auror. Wow! Kane howled loudly. Get out of the way, elf! The young Auror pushed the elf away with many obstacles. Ox, don't be so rude, he's just a child. A female Auror with big brown waves pushed Oaks away, picked up Kane, and coaxed him softly. Guffy, I didn't. I just thought that this child must be the blood of Lestrange, and he must be handed over to the Ministry of Magic as soon as possible. Ox explained to himself. The big brown wave gave Ox a coquettish roll of the eyes. Of course I know that this little cutie has to be handed over to the Ministry of Magic, but he is still a child. Can't you be gentler? Oaks scratched his head and chuckled at the big waves. Well, Kane has seen that the man has feelings for the woman. So, I have become a part of your why. Anyway, judging from the attitude of the Aurors, the Ministry of Magic has no intention of killing them all. This wave is stable, and there is no need to worry about harming the baby. Without the danger of life, the baby's subjective consciousness occupies the high ground, commonly known as sleepy. Kane fell asleep in the soft embrace, confused about the future. Kane, my poor child, you will grow up with Draco in the future. Kane's sleeping consciousness was slightly awake, and he heard the sad voice of his Aunt Narcissa. Since Kane was born, he has only seen Aunt Narcissa a few times. But every time he saw her, Aunt Narcissa hugged him gently and made him happy. Kane was willing to be adopted by Narcissa. I just don't know how many gold galleons my aunt paid to satisfy those greedy Ministry of Magic officials and get the custody from them. Chapter 2, Malfoy Manor. In Wiltshire, England, there is a magnificent mansion. Surrounded by carefully designed gardens, fountains are scattered, white peacocks walk freely, and exquisite wrought iron gates make visitors feel like they are walking through smoke when they pass through. The entrance hall is large, with portraits hanging on the walls, and the stone floor tiles are almost all covered with gorgeous carpets. The interior of the manor is full of luxurious decorations, and even the mirrors are gold-plated. This is the residence of the Malfoy family, one of the 28 pure-bloods in Britain. Kane, Draco. Narcissa waved softly to the two children. Two boys of similar age chased each other from the neatly trimmed lawn. One was gloomy and handsome, with black hair like the night and equally rare black eyes. He looked even more dignified as he walked. The other was relatively childish, with platinum hair and delicate features, following the taller boy in front. Aunt. Mom!" The two children called the blonde in front of them in unison. Narcissa saw the two children in front of her, and a surge of pride surged in her heart. They were worthy of being the children I raised. "Cain, Draco, you will be 11 years old in a few months next year. You will be big kids soon. You need to build your own social circle. Lucius and I plan to invite officials from the Ministry of Magic, pure-blood families and celebrities from the British magic world to Malfoy Manor to attend the Christmas party in advance. By then, as the heirs of Lestrange and the Malfoy family, you and Draco must take on the responsibility of entertaining young gentlemen and ladies. The most important thing is not to forget to become friends with them." Narcissa gently stroked the foreheads of the two handsome boys and gave them earnest advice. "Don't worry, Aunt. Draco and I will take good care of the friends present." Cain raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth and said politely, "Mom, Blaise, Pansy, Theodore and others are all little fans of my cousin. Don't worry." Draco proudly raised his chest, like a little peacock with a tail spread out. "Oh, so they are the only little fans of your cousin. Has someone forgotten about himself?" Narcissa took a cup of black tea and sipped it lightly, laughing and teasing. Draco's pale face was flushed. A blush appeared on his face. And he was too ashamed to admit that he secretly admired Cain. He said stubbornly, "Cain is my brother, how can he be the same as them? Undoubtedly, our master Cain, with his life experience of 20 years longer than them in his previous life, gradually conquered these noble children with his huge knowledge reserves and became the veritable big brother in their hearts." Cain and Narcissa smiled at each other, and did not expose Draco's little thoughts, leaving some face for the arrogant child who was not easily teased. Christmas Eve, Malfoy Mansion. Cain wore a private custom-made black uniform with Raven family emblem embroidered on it, which made him look more handsome under the candlelight. Next to him, Draco, with his platinum blonde hair combed into an adult look, stood next to Cain in a decent white dress. The two walked calmly with Lucius to meet celebrities from all walks of life in the British magic world. "Oh, Lucius, these two are Draco and Cain. In a blink of an eye, they have become excellent young men." Cornelius Fudge, with a beer belly and a politician's signature smile, pretended to be friendly and greeted. "Minister, you are too kind." "Draco and Cain, why don't you meet the minister quickly?" Lucius responded casually. Cain and Draco looked at each other, walked up to greet each other, and mainly praised each other for business. After a circle, Cain's smile on his face was stiff, and he had to maintain the proper aristocratic etiquette, secretly sighing that this was really not a human thing to do. But there was no way, if you want to get along in the aristocratic circle, you can't do without nonsense social literature. Cain adhered to the principle of joining if you can't beat him, and pulled Draco along, happily becoming a shining socialite on the spot. "Cain, Draco, we have been waiting for a long time, you are finally over." Miss Pansy Parkinson, who had bangs, said coquettishly, walked over quickly and took the arms of the two. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Cain nodded to his younger brothers, picked up a cup of hot drink from the table, and slightly suppressed the hunger protest in his abdomen. During the chat, the young masters and young ladies inevitably mentioned the enrollment next year with excitement and worry. "Next year, we will be enrolled, and we will definitely be Slytherins. I feel suffocated when I think about sharing a room with the rude Gryffindor." Pansy Parkinson frowned and said. Theodore not glanced at Pansy, and he was used to the big lady's outrageous words. Blaise Zabinai and Draco nodded frequently to show their agreement. Gregory Goyle and Vincent Crabbe need not be mentioned, eating is the only ultimate pursuit of their lives. Taking in the reactions of the crowd, Cain shook the cup in his hand, thinking that these little brats in the aristocratic circle were influenced by their surroundings and formed small groups and personal attacks at a young age. No wonder they have been isolated by the other three houses in the academy. Gryffindor, needless to say, is Slytherin's mortal enemy. Hufflepuff has the largest base, but is bullied the most by Slytherin, who often thinks of them as good-for-nothings and trash in private, Ravenclaw is the one with a relatively relaxed relationship with Slytherin among the three houses. After all, some of Ravenclaw's students are also born in pure-blood families. Coupled with the historical legacy caused by the Dark Lord without a nose, Slytherin isolated everyone by himself. For Cain, who is familiar with the ending of the book Harry Potter, Slytherin is on the edge of a cliff and in danger. Cain looked at the group of friends who grew up together in front of him, and dared not imagine their ending after the final battle. With his emotions surging, Cain was determined to lead everyone to live together. He knew that the essence of Slytherin was to put interests first and to submit to the strong. Then he had to be the strongest in Slytherin, defeat the noseless Dark Lord, and lead them on. Pansy, Dumbledore is also a Gryffindor, but he is the number one in the current magic world. When you don't have strong strength, put away your dissatisfaction and protect yourself. Your only choice is to keep a low profile. Cain put down the cup in his hand and said in a deep voice. Theodore's expression became serious, and he looked at Cain with a different look in his eyes. Blaise and Draco looked at each other and lowered their heads. Gregory and Vincent paused for a moment and continued their foodie business. I know I was wrong. Pansy also knew that she had spoken out of turn, and she murmured, not daring to look at Cain's face. Well, the savior Harry Potter will also enter the same year as us, so why not think about which college he will enter? Cain wanted to ease the atmosphere and changed the topic that everyone was widely curious about. Of course, Harry Potter will definitely enter Slytherin. The precious friendship of Slytherin will help him achieve great things. Draco seemed to have that Potter radar, and he was very excited when Harry Potter was mentioned. Cain watched their heated discussion but smiled and said nothing, but Theodore, who had been paying attention to him, caught his expression. Theodore not quietly walked to Cain's side and whispered, You don't think Harry Potter will enter Slytherin, right? Cain has always known that Theodore is a very perceptive person. He was not surprised to hear that. He just said briefly, let's wait and see, and then walked to the round table to pick up some food to fill his stomach, leaving Theodore to ponder. Chapter 3 Diagon Alley. One morning, Cain was sleeping soundly on the soft big bed. A brown owl hovered over Malfoy Manor for a moment, accurately found Cain's location, and glided down. The sound of knocking on the window disturbed Cain's sleep. Bad Dora, let the owl disturb the young master. A house elf wrapped in an old tea set flashed, saying while hitting his head against the wall. Stop, Dora! Cain stopped the house elf from self-harming. Sure enough, no matter how many times he saw it, he still couldn't understand the behavior pattern of the house elf. Turning his head to look at the owl outside the window, Cain's remaining sleepiness suddenly woke up. It was the admission letter from Hogwarts. Cain jumped up from the bed, opened the window quickly, grabbed a handful of nuts as the owl's hard work fee, and couldn't wait to take the envelope. Wiltshire. Malfoy Manor. Second floor left room. Mr. Cain Lestrange received. Cain's excited heart trembled with his hands, and quickly turned the envelope over. There was a wax seal and a shield emblem on it, and the capital H was surrounded by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake. Open the envelope, take out the letter paper, and read the contents on it. Cain needs to prepare clothes, textbooks, first-grade books, crucibles, telescopes, etc. Of course, for Cain, the most important thing is a wand that suits him. Cain, Cain! Draco's excited voice came, his little face flushed, and he ran with an envelope with a happy face. Sure enough, Draco also received a notice from Hogwarts. Cain, Mom knows that we have received the admission notice from Hogwarts. She will take us to Diagon Alley with Dad in a few days. As expected, Draco, a mama's boy, must tell his mother first if there is anything, Cain thought mischievously. At the same time, he was looking forward to the trip to Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley was as crowded as ever. Wizards wearing various styles of wizard robes filled the shops in Diagon Alley, and there were a few wearing Muggle clothes. It was the beginning of the school year, and Madame Malkin's robe store, Ollivander's wand shop, Flourish and Blot's bookstore, etc. became the most popular areas. Draco, Kane, in order to save time, Lucius and I will buy textbooks, cauldrons, etc. for you. You two will go to Madame Malkin's robe store first, and then go to Ollivander's wand shop together. Looking at the crowds, Narcissa had to make arrangements. Welcome, welcome. As soon as they entered the robe shop, a plump lady with a friendly smile came up to them. Oh children, you are new students, please come this way, let the tape measure lady measure your size first. Madame Malkin took out the tape measure without waiting for them to speak. Poor Kane was measured by the tape measure lady in all directions, and he had no desire to live. Glancing at Draco, who was trying not to laugh, he gave him an expression that it was your turn soon, and quickly escaped from the clutches of the tape measure lady. At this time, a thin child wearing a baggy plaid shirt appeared at the door of the store, and his green eyes looked timidly into the store. It was Harry Potter. Ding! The famous scene check-in system has been activated. This system is committed to checking in the famous scenes in the Harry Potter world. For each famous scene checked in, the host can randomly obtain talent points or skill points. Come on, young man, the world needs you. Fly bravely, your beloved will always be with you. The sudden voice in his mind sounded the system's mean voice, and Kane couldn't help but shut down for a while. The golden finger that time travelers must have is late, but it's here. Famous scene punch-in system, you can just say you are called the melon-eating system, you just want to be the first to eat melons, I see through you, Kane thought to himself. How can you think so of your dear tongue, this system? Stop, you are not allowed to read my thoughts privately, you first tell me what you do. Kane interrupted the system coldly. It's like this, the host, the talent value obtained by punching in the famous scene can be allocated independently to increase the host's own talent limit, the skill value obtained can randomly drop the exclusive skills of the magic master. Tong was secretly proud, and was shocked by me, stupid host. Ignoring the unreliable system, Kane was secretly shocked, this system was so terrifying. In this way, as long as you take the system to eat melons on the spot, no, check in at famous scenes, you will have more confidence in killing the noseless Dark Lord in the future. The first famous scene in the original work is in Madame Malkin's robe shop, where Draco and Harry Potter meet for the first time, which is also the starting point of the Gear of Fate. Many people in the original world have been wondering, if Draco and Harry established friendship the first time they met, will the subsequent ending be different? Thinking of this, Kane decided to take the initiative. Hello, I'm Kane Lestrange, you are also a freshman at Hogwarts. Kane took the initiative to walk towards Harry and greeted him. Yes, I'm Harry Potter, nice to meet you. Harry was obviously relieved, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Draco's scream like a little girl. Harry Potter, are you really Harry Potter? I've been wondering when I can meet you. Draco's face was flushed with excitement. This is my cousin Draco, you know, you are quite famous. Draco has read books about you countless times since he was a child. Kane mercilessly exposed Draco's past. Hi, hello. Harry said shyly. Kane gentlemanly extended his hand, can we make friends? Of course, nice to meet you. Harry shook Kane's hand without hesitation. Draco next to him followed suit and held Harry's hand. But Kane felt that Draco was so happy that he was about to smoke. Those who didn't know thought that Draco fell in love with Harry at first sight, haha. Wait, this is Britain, everything is possible, so you should be more careful in the future. The Malfoy family has only one son for 3 generations, but Draco is the only one. Kane doesn't want to make Aunt Narcissa sad. Harry, Draco and I will go to choose a wand first. See you at the beginning of the school. Kane said to Harry, and then took Draco to meet the Malfoys and went to the wand shop. Just like the original, Draco's wand is hawthorn wood and the core is unicorn feathers. It was Kane's turn, and he kept trying one after another. Ollivander saw the wand boxes piled up to the ceiling, and felt that the 1,000-year-old signboard of the Ollivander family was about to be smashed. "Well, there is a wand made by my grandfather's grandfather, made of oriental hibiscus wood, which must be suitable for you. Let me think about where it is placed." Ollivander saw Kane's black pupils, and a light flashed in his mind. He walked into the depths of the wand shop to search. Found it. Ollivander took out a dusty box, stroked it, and carefully opened it, revealing a red wand. Kane's eyes were instantly attracted, and a voice in his heart told Kane that it was it. Taking the wand from Ollivander, his fingertips felt hot, and a red phoenix phantom rushed out of the tip of the wand, spreading its wings and singing. 13.5 inches long, hibiscus wood, phoenix feather wand core, a wonderful combination. Only wizards with the heart of the king can gain its favor. Remember, sir, it is the wand that chooses the wizard, and you will have a great achievement. Ollivander said to Kane with pale and colorless eyes. Chapter 4 Start a magical journey. System, call up my personal panel. Kane returned to the bedroom and called in his mind. Ding. Host identity, Kane Lestrange. Level, primary school student. Life goal, number 1 in the wizarding world, Kane, listen to me, thank you. Talent, dark magic 9, full value 10. You will have a place in Azkaban in the future. Charms 8, you will learn it once you learn it. Alchemy 8, you will be the next Nicholas Flamel. Transfiguration 6, hard work is the only way to surpass genius. Potions 5, it is better to go to New Oriental for further study. Herbology 3, I can't tell the difference between leeks and garlic sprouts. Magical Zoology 1, it is recommended to give up directly. Warm reminder, the system updates and settles at dawn every day, and the host can also settle in advance. Settlement. Kane said without hesitation. Ding. You have promoted the friendship between Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy, and randomly obtained 1 free talent point which the host can use at his own discretion. Kane pondered for a moment, thinking that transfiguration can be flexibly applied in combat, which can be used to output damage and avoid damage. He made up his mind, added to transfiguration. Ding. Transfiguration 7, excellent. The next day. Aunt Narcissa, I want to stay at Lestrange Mansion during this period before school starts. Kane planned to practice spells during this period before school starts, and it would be more convenient to have an independent space. Kane, I know you are a child with ideas. Since you have made up your mind, let Dora go back with you. Don't refuse. I am worried without Dora to take care of you. Narcissa gave Kane a hug, her eyes slightly red. Brother, I will come to see you often. You will allow it, right? Draco looked at Kane expectantly with a sad face. After Draco felt that he was a big child, he never called him brother again except when he begged Kane to cover him when he made a mistake. This time it can be seen that it was true. You are welcome anytime. Kane ruffled Draco's hair, and a warm current rose in his heart. The two grew up together, and this was the first time they were separated. During this period before the start of school, Kane learned all the spells for the first and second grades, and had a deeper understanding of his own talents. Lestrange has a family background in dark magic, and the relevant books filled a room. Although Kane has a high talent for dark magic, it is unwise to learn on his own without guidance. He has been thinking about the possibility of getting the Quirrell version of the Dark Lord after school starts. After all, when it comes to dark magic alone, no one in the magic world can surpass Gellert Grindelwald. Holding the ticket for platform 9 and 3/4, Kane walked alone in the surging crowd of muggles. This time, he chose the most traditional way to start his magic journey in this life. After wandering between platform 9 and platform 10 for a while, Kane determined the location of platform 9 and 3/4 and prepared to enter. An excited voice sounded behind him. Kane turned around and saw Harry pushing a pile of luggage, with a snowy owl in a cage on the top, running towards him quickly. I was wondering where platform 9 and 3/4 was, and I saw you. Harry was obviously relieved. Do you see the wall in front of us? I'll show you later. Just follow me and rush forward with your eyes closed. Believe me. Kane encouraged Harry when he saw the hesitation in his eyes. Kane took a breath, took a few steps, and rushed in with his eyes closed. The buzzing of the crowd and the noise of dragging heavy luggage suddenly rushed towards Kane. As soon as he opened his eyes, a crimson steam locomotive came into view. With the sign on it saying Hogwarts Express 5972. Kane dodged and avoided Harry, who came in later. Hedwig became the only victim, flapping her wings due to the bumps. Let's go, Harry. Kane called Harry, cast a floating spell on their luggage, and calmly stepped onto the Hogwarts Express. The two found an empty compartment near the rear of the train, put their luggage, breathed a sigh of relief, and sat opposite each other. Kane, can you tell me about the magic world? I have been living with muggles. Will I be unable to keep up with the progress after entering school? Will I be expelled? Harry's tone was full of worry. Kane glanced at little Harry, who was obviously the savior, but was abused since childhood and kept losing when he grew up, and comforted him softly. Most children from magical families will not formally learn magic because their magic power is unstable before the age of 11. Harry glanced at Kane quickly and half believed Kane's words. After all, he still remembered how his luggage floated not long ago. Kane pretended not to see Harry's little eyes and continued to talk about the current situation facing the magic world. In order to give Harry a shot in advance, of course, he also talked about Slytherin's reputation and its relationship with the other three colleges. Kane hopes that Harry can look at the problem from an objective perspective and have his own subjective consciousness, rather than being dragged forward by the so-called hero development game, and finally paying a huge price for growth. Kane, you are destined to go to Slytherin, right? Harry realized it keenly after listening to Kane's story. Kane looked at Harry's sincere green eyes and nodded, just like you who have a pure heart are destined not to belong to Slytherin. Harry opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Kane. I believe that no matter which college you go to, we will be friends. Secularity and prejudice are worthless in front of a sincere heart. Harry nodded heavily, and secretly vowed to cherish his first friend in the magic world. He was abused by his aunt and uncle since he was a child, and was very sensitive to the kindness of others. He could see that Kane really regarded him as a friend, regardless of his identity as a savior. Can I sit here? I mean the front carriage is full. A red-haired girl with freckles on her face asked. Kane and Harry shook their heads and invited the red-haired man in. The red-haired man looked at the two of them and chose to sit next to Harry out of his animal-like instinct. I'm Ron Weasley. The red-haired man spoke a little awkwardly. Harry Potter, the person opposite is Kane Lestrange. Harry introduced immediately. What? Are you really Harry Potter? How come you are with a little Death Eater? Ron raised his voice suddenly. Before Kane could say anything, Harry, who had just been popularized the concept of Death Eaters, took the lead and said with a gloomy face, Weasley, please apologize to my friend. He is the same age as us. How could he be a Death Eater? Yes. I'm sorry. Ron's face flushed suddenly. It's okay, I don't blame you. After all, my parents. Kane pretended to be sad, which easily made the two people think that they had touched Kane's sad things, and they hurriedly comforted him. Chapter 5 Hogwarts Express continued. 3 After the conversation started, the atmosphere became lively. And Ron revealed his chatterbox nature, chattering non-stop. Soon, a loud clacking sound came from the aisle, and Kane immediately guessed that it was the seller of melon seeds, drinks, and mineral water. As expected, a smiling woman pushed open the door of the box and asked the three if they wanted to buy any food. Master Harry rushed up to sweep the truck, showing his arrogance, and it seemed that his small treasury was very abundant. Ron's ears turned red, and he muttered as he took out a paper box with a few sandwiches in it, "She always forgets that I don't like corned beef." Kane saw Ron's embarrassment and pretended to be envious. "Is this prepared by your mother? I envy you, it looks delicious." Harry, a child without a mother, nodded beside him, empathizing with them. The actions of the two successfully eased Ron's embarrassment, and he generously took out the beef sandwich to share. Master Harry returned the favor by inviting Ron to share snacks. Kane naturally followed Master Harry, eating and drinking well. The three of them were full and happy. Ron took out a worn-out wand with a missing core from his suitcase, cleared his throat, and wanted to show how to turn the mouse scabbers yellow. "Oh, are you casting a spell? Then let us see it." The door of the box was suddenly opened, and a girl with thick brown hair and a pair of big buck teeth said arrogantly. Behind her was a slightly timid round-faced black-haired boy. Without waiting for the three to reply, she walked in on her own and looked at Ron with a look of invitation. Ron was obviously a little overwhelmed, and looked around at Kane and Harry, as if he had regained his courage. However, if nothing unexpected happened, it would happen. Ron chanted the spell passed down by his brother and waved his wand. Scabbers fell asleep and nothing happened. Obviously, Ron was fooled by George Weasley. "Are you sure this is really a spell?" The girl with big front teeth said her experience of contacting and learning magic in a rapid-fire manner. After she finished speaking, she remembered to introduce herself. "My name is Hermione Granger, who are you?" Hermione controlled the four men present for 3 minutes by herself. The round-faced boy looked at Hermione with an incredible look on his face. After a round of etiquette and social interaction, everyone present had a preliminary understanding. Kane secretly looked at the shrinking Neville and sighed. As the only son of the main branch of the Longbottom family, he should have had a happy childhood, but because of the Lestranges, he became not much better than an orphan. In the final analysis, Harry, Neville, and their own misfortunes were all caused by the Dark Lord, which further strengthened Kane's idea of killing the Dark Lord. "Are you really Harry Potter? I've read a lot of books that mention you." Hermione interrupted Kane's meditation and fired at Harry again. Our Harry obviously couldn't hold on, and he felt dizzy and had to stammer back to defend. After talking for a while, Hermione finally realized that she brought Neville to find a toad. "By the way, did you see a toad?" After getting a negative answer, Neville behind her was obviously a little frustrated. "Don't worry, after we get off the bus, the house elves will put the luggage and pets in our respective dormitories, so don't worry about losing them," Kane comforted. Hermione glanced at Kane and left with the satisfied Neville. "She's really rude, isn't she?" Ron muttered in frustration. Kane glanced at Ron and thought, "Hold on, kid. Don't be so sweet in the future. It is expected to arrive at Hogwarts soon." The three of them were just about to change into school uniforms when the door of the compartment opened again. "Kane, Harry, I looked for you in many compartments before I found you. You should go to Malfoy's exclusive compartment with me." Draco walked in with 2 thugs, Crabbe and Goyle, behind him. The last name Malfoy touched Ron's funny spot. The boy coughed and couldn't help laughing. "You think it's funny, right? No need to ask who you are. My father told me that the Weasley family all have red hair and freckles on their faces. They can't afford to raise too many children." Draco stared at Ron arrogantly and said bluntly. Ron's face flushed with anger and stood up. Harry hurriedly glanced at Kane, with a dilemma on his face. "Ron, you shouldn't laugh at Draco's last name, you have to apologize first." Faced with the dispute between the two, Kane stood on the side of his little cousin without hesitation. "I'm sorry." Ron blushed and apologized under the gaze of Kane and Harry. "Draco, you shouldn't insult a wizard's family." "Kane, for Harry's sake, intended to facilitate reconciliation between the two. Draco didn't want to bow to Weasley, but seeing that Weasley admitted his mistake first, his anger was not as strong as before. The two finally reached a settlement somewhat reluctantly. Kane asked Draco and the others to go back and change into school uniforms, and said he would come to him later. Draco, you are still feeling wronged. Kane walked into the exclusive box of the Malfoy family and looked at Draco, who was still angry. Draco, do you want to be friends with Harry Potter, real friends? Kane continued to speak, guiding him step by step. Before, you were protected too well by Lucius, and you lacked a clear understanding of Slytherin's situation. The British wizarding world hates you-know-who to the core. As a mainstream follower of you-know-who, Slytherin is inevitably affected, not to mention that he has been defeated by Harry Potter. As the savior, Dumbledore would never allow Harry Potter to choose Slytherin. Weasley, as a member of Dumbledore's faction, is the only choice for Dumbledore to befriend Harry Potter. If you want to gain Harry Potter's friendship, appropriate tolerance is essential, even if it is just a pretense. Given the degree of protection Draco was given, Kane had to break down the truth and tell Draco. Slytherin, interests come first. Kane took out his trump card without changing his expression. After Kane finished speaking, Draco was thoughtful. Too much information was injected into Draco's little head, and the child's CPU was about to burn up. Forget it, give Draco some buffer time. He signaled Theodore, who was watching the whole thing, to the side, and went to change his clothes. First-year students, here, no more than 4 people on each boat. Hagrid pointed to a small boat on a black lake and shouted. Kane took Draco to a nearby boat, followed by Harry and Ron. After paddling across a calm lake, the towering Hogwarts castle came into view. Kane was speechless all the way, his heart full of excitement. Hogwarts, here I come. Chapter 6 Sorting Ceremony. Stars flickered on the velvet black ceiling, and thousands of candles floated in the air, illuminating the hall. Kane looked around, and students from other grades were sitting around 4 long tables with goblets and glittering golden plates in front of them. They were whispering cautiously, discussing the first-year students who were about to be sorted. Quiet. Professor McGonagall, dressed in a green robe, endured the old words and new songs of the tattered ancestral sorting hat, coughed lightly, and began to sort the houses by looking at the list on the parchment. Hannah Abbott. The Iron Hat King was the best choice. Hufflepuff, the hat shouted. Draco Malfoy. The platinum-haired boy walked forward in small steps, and the sorting hat just touched his hair and shouted Slytherin. You are worthy of it, Draco. Draco put down the sorting hat with disdain, gave Kane a look of waiting for you, and walked towards the Slytherin table. Kane Lestrange. Finally it was Kane's turn. He took a deep breath, hid the memory of his previous life deep in his consciousness, and walked up and put on the sorting hat. Well, it's very difficult. I can see that you are very smart. You are also courageous. You are eager to achieve something. Child, you have the qualities that all 4 colleges need. The sorting hat was confused about which college to assign Kane to. After not hearing the result of the sorting hat for a long time, the students of all grades at the 4 long tables began to discuss Kane in a low voice, and the eyes of the teachers were inevitably attracted. Slytherin, I'm going to Slytherin. Kane said firmly. Child, have you decided? The sorting hat asked again. Slytherin is my only choice. Well, child, as you wish. Slytherin. The applause at the green long table was particularly enthusiastic, and Kane walked calmly to the seat next to Draco and sat down. When Harry Potter was assigned to Gryffindor, the hall was boiling except for Slytherin. Gryffindor twins George Weasley and Fred Weasley even stood up and shouted, "We have Potter, we have Potter." Harry sat at the Gryffindor table and turned his head to look in the direction of Kane, with regret in his green eyes. Kane felt Harry's emotions and gave him a comforting smile. When he looked up, he bumped into a pair of thoughtful blue eyes. It was Dumbledore. Kane was slightly stunned, then nodded to Dumbledore. Draco next to him had a sad face. He was still upset about Harry Potter not being assigned to Slytherin, and kept muttering to Pansy. Only Theodore Nott, who had been focusing on Kane, noticed the confrontation between Kane and Dumbledore. After everyone had filled their stomachs and the gaps were filled with pudding, Dumbledore stood up again and the hall returned to silence. Dumbledore announced a few points of attention, and finally emphasized, "Those who do not want to encounter accidents and painful deaths, please do not enter the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor." Good guy, isn't this the wizarding version of fishing enforcement? As we all know, Gryffindor lions always like to go against the rules. As a Gryffindor himself, Dumbledore is not unaware of this. Kane knew that the large-scale savior training game had begun. After the banquet, Slytherin's female head Gemma Farley led a group of little snakes to the lounge, emphasizing as she walked, "Please abide by the rules here. I don't want anyone to be deducted points. Especially those new little snakes. Please put away your curious and ignorant eyes and always remember that you are a Slytherin. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a Slytherin, and honor is always engraved in the bones." Slytherin's lounge retains the mysterious Gothic style, with green as the main color. The huge arched French windows reveal a chilly air, and you can occasionally see giant octopuses and ugly mermaids through the windows. There are carved chairs and coffee tables in the lounge, and a few books are spread out on the sofa next to it. The fire in the fireplace is burning, adding a little warmth to the lounge. Come on, little snakes. Next is our unique tradition of Slytherin, electing your head. 7th-year Chairman Ike Bulstrode clapped his hands, awakening the first-year students who were already sleepy. Remember, Slytherin is strength first. Those who are interested in running for the head of the first grade can come up. As soon as Bulstrode finished speaking, the senior students around him retreated one after another, leaving space for the first-year students. Draco, Theodore, and others all turned their eyes to Kane and chose to abstain one after another. The other first-year snakes observed the situation and stood still to watch the changes. Seeing that the first-year head teacher could be determined so quickly, the senior Slytherins who were watching were slightly moved, and looked at Kane inconspicuously, with occasional scrutiny in their eyes. "I want to challenge you." A girl with long black hair and cold eyebrows pointed her wand at Kane and said. Hearing this, Kane separated the crowd without hesitation and walked forward slowly. "Kane Lestrange." Kane spoke first, put his wand on his chest, and performed a dual salute. "Audrey Rosier." The girl also saluted, looking at Kane with a defiant look. "Quickly imprison." Rosier raised her hand to release the spell. "Expelliarmus." Kane dodged sideways, shook his wrist, and a red light shot out of his wand, knocking Rosier's wand away. Rosier staggered, and her beautiful face was full of shock. She didn't expect to be easily defeated by Kane after just one encounter. You know, her spell skills were carefully cultivated by her family, far from being comparable to those of first-year students. Kane picked up Rosier's wand, gave it back to Rosier with a gentleman's salute. "Is there anyone else challenging? If not, Lestrange will be the first-year head." Bulstrode looked around at the first-year students, and seeing that no one challenged, he directly announced Kane as the first-year head. The head was settled, and the sleepy first-year students walked into the dormitory under the guidance of the class leader. Kane and Draco were assigned to the same dormitory as expected. Don't ask, the answer is that they have a relative who is a school director. After a simple wash, Draco couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell asleep hugging the pillow of the Australian egg white dragon. System, settlement. Kane lay on the bed and summoned the system. Ding! You checked in on the Hogwarts Express for the historic meeting of the 3 little Gryffindors, and randomly received Nick Flamel's elementary alchemy notes. Please check it yourself. Kane's sleepiness was awakened by the reward he received. That was Nick Flamel, the #1 alchemist in the wizarding world today. His notes were extremely valuable. Chapter 7 Transfiguration. The next day, Kane and Draco just walked out of the dormitory and saw Audrey Rosier. "Are you waiting for us?" Draco asked with doubt in his tone. "No, I'm just waiting for Kane." Although Audrey was answering Draco's question, her eyes were always on Kane. This made Draco's face swollen. "Then you can join us." Kane used his eyes to stop Draco's childish behavior of continuing to reason, and motioned Rosier to follow. Audrey turned around and stood a little behind Kane's right hand, staring at Draco on the left without showing any weakness. "I think you need a map. You may not know that there are 142 staircases in Hogwarts. Because of Ravenclaw's design, the steps may change or disappear at any time. You don't want to miss the first step. You will be deducted points for the class, little snake." Gemma Farley quietly watched the whole process of the three people just now, put down the book in her hand, looked at Kane with a faint smile and said. Kane heard the song and understood the meaning, and accepted Gemma Farley's kindness. "Thank you, senior sister, Slytherin's scorer will definitely be full of emeralds." Gemma Farley was very satisfied with Kane's attitude, nodded and left. Kane looked around and saw that the first-year snakes were all there. Ignoring the vague gazes in the lounge, he led a group of snakes to the Transfiguration classroom. "Gemma, have you confirmed that Kane Lestrange is worth investing in?" A Slytherin boy with short brown hair and a muscular body asked directly. There were several witches and wizards sitting next to this boy. If you look closely, you will find that they are all prefects of the senior grades of Slytherin. At this time, they were all waiting for Gemma Farley's reply. "I believe that as long as your eyes are fine, just a roll, you can easily see that Kane Lestrange, who has the support of Malfoy, Nott, and other family heirs, is a force that we cannot underestimate," Gemma Farley said lightly, ignoring Jester Roll's livid face. "Perhaps we can invite Kane Lestrange to join the Slytherin Brotherhood." Cassandra Shafik, a 6th grade prefect with long golden hair and a plump figure, played with the red nails on her slender fingers and casually proposed. "He needs to be tested, Shafik. If he is good enough, I will personally invite him to become a member of the Slytherin Brotherhood." Ike Bulstrode made the final decision. Kane had no idea what was happening in secret for the time being, and he was in trouble now. Peeves, a scourge of Hogwarts, threw chalk heads at the little snakes as they passed by. The dense chalk heads spread out in an arc, hitting the first-year students and making them scream. Kane launched a physical attack with many obstacles to isolate the chalk heads. "Peeves, go away." "Why did Peeves want to go away? I haven't seen enough, ha ha ha." Peeves laughed arrogantly. "We saw the Bloody Baron when we just came here, he was nearby. We are students of Slytherin, if you don't leave, I will call the Bloody Baron over immediately." Kane couldn't do anything with Peeves. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, and now he can only threaten the Bloody Baron. "Master Baron!" Peeves screamed and disappeared in a flash. They arrived at the Transfiguration classroom without any danger. Kane chose to sit near the podium, and Draco and O'Dwyer sat on each side of Kane. Looking at the tiger-skinned cat with glasses on the podium, Kane couldn't help but stretch out his evil hand. I touch, Kane wanted to touch the cat boldly. The cat glared at Kane humanely and avoided Kane's dirty hands cleverly. Can you imagine how ugly old McGonagall's face would be if she knew we were late? Ron and Harry, two unlucky children, appeared at the door of the classroom. At this time, the cat on the podium jumped down, and Professor McGonagall in a green wizard robe appeared, shocking the two Gryffindors. "Maybe if you and Mr. Potter were turned into pocket watches, you two would know to be on time." Professor McGonagall glanced at Kane and said to the two late Gryffindors. Professor McGonagall first demonstrated the classic song of turning the podium into a pig. After being amazed by the freshmen, she once again emphasized classroom discipline. Transfiguration is the most complicated and dangerous spell in your Hogwarts course. Anyone who is naughty and not concentrating, I will ask him to leave my class and never let him come in again. The classroom was silent, everyone was shocked and began to concentrate on listening. After memorizing a lot of boring theories, Professor McGonagall gave each student some matches. Akus. Kane waved his wand. The matches that were cast slowly transformed under the effect of magic. One end became more and more pointed and began to show a silver metallic luster. When it was about to succeed, it puffed and emitted black smoke, silently laughing at Kane. Focus, Mr. Lestrange, and have confidence in your magic. Professor McGonagall looked at Kane and gave him instructions. Kane thought carefully and found that his mind was imprisoned by his past life experience, because physically, it was impossible for a match to turn into a needle. But this is in the magic world, which is unscientific. As long as I want, I can do it. It's just a change from one substance to another. Kane imagined the shape, characteristics, and material of the needle in his mind and chanted the spell again. Akus. A silver-white needle appeared in front of him, with a hissing snake carved on it. Excellent transfiguration, Mr. Lestrange, 5 points for Slytherin. Professor McGonagall showed appreciation on her face as she picked up Kane's needle and showed it to everyone. The little snakes in Slytherin were amazed at Kane's talent in transfiguration and looked at him proudly. The little lions in Gryffindor didn't want to fall behind and started practicing one after another. Miss Granger was the most enthusiastic. How did you do it? Hermione asked Kane directly. Miss Granger, I think when asking others questions, you should at least be polite. Before Kane could speak, Odell looked at Granger in a bad tone. Hermione's face suddenly turned red, but her desire for knowledge made her endure the shame and speak again. I'm sorry, Kane, please tell me how you did it. Kane looked at the confrontation between the two women and sighed that there was really one thing that could defeat another. Thinking of Granger's future role as a think tank, Kane didn't mind building a good relationship with her. Ms. Granger, I think you are like me at the beginning, imprisoned by conventional thinking. Noticing that Odway and the others were also listening, Kane simply analyzed it in depth and asked them to try it separately. Until the end of the get out of class, Granger, Odway, and Theodore successfully turned the matches into needles. And the matches of others also changed more or less. Professor McGonagall saw Kane's behavior and admired his selfless behavior. If Kane's system can show favorability, it must be +1+1+1 at this time. Students who have not successfully transformed need to complete a paper of no less than 5 pages of parchment after class and hand it in next week's class. Kane, come to my office in the evening. Professor McGonagall said to Kane before leaving. Chapter 8 A Letter. On the second floor of the castle, on the way to Professor McGonagall's office. Kane just walked around the corner and saw Professor Quirrell, who was wearing a large purple scarf and exuding a strong smell of garlic. Kane had to pretend to greet Quirrell calmly. Mr. Lestrange, oh, you are such a polite child, aren't you? I will be your defense against the dark arts professor. If you have any questions about this course, you can come to my office on the second floor. Quirrell stammered and gave Kane a slightly flattering smile. Kane's heart was alarmed, and there must be something wrong with the abnormal situation. It was just a simple meeting. Quirrell had not even taught Kane a class, but he recognized him in the corridor at a glance. Kane reasonably suspected that this was the instruction of the Dark Lord. He and Harry Potter were in the same grade, and there were some things that were more suitable for Quirrell to come forward, such as surveillance. The Dark Lord needed a helper. But what about it? He was looking for a reason to contact the Dark Lord and learn dark magic, and now he had a ready-made reason. Kane pretended to be touched. Professor Quirrell, you are really a conscientious professor. I will definitely study the defense against the dark arts course well. Master, he is just a first-year student and is of no help to the master's cause. Why should you show your favor to him? Quirrell returned to the office, untied his scarf, and revealed his bald head. Fool, are you questioning my decision? A hoarse voice came from the back of Quirrell's head, and it was a face with blurred features. Don't dare, master. Quirrell knelt on the ground trembling. Do as I say. The hoarse voice stopped. He was still very weak and needed to conserve his strength. Professor McGonagall. Kane knocked on Professor McGonagall's office. Mr. Lestrange, please sit down. Professor McGonagall was correcting homework. Seeing Kane come in, he waved his hand, and a tray with patterns appeared, on which exquisite refreshments were placed. Let's fill our stomachs first. The tray flew straight towards Kane, and he reached out to grab some snacks to fill his stomach. After a while, Professor McGonagall stopped grading homework, picked up a notebook from the table, and handed it to Kane. This is my own Transfiguration class notebook during school. I think you will need it. I lend it to you as a reward for your selfless sharing in class. Hey, look who this is! It turns out to be Professor McGonagall's beloved student. It's our honor to meet him, isn't it, Fred? George Weasley saw Kane, saluted Kane exaggeratedly, and put his arm on Kane's shoulder without any hesitation. Look at what he has in his hand. Did Professor McGonagall assign homework to his beloved student alone? Fred Weasley was not to be outdone, and hugged Kane's other shoulder. Kane looked helplessly at the Weasley twins who were constantly making fun of each other, and explained, "This is the Transfiguration notes that Professor McGonagall lent me. Oh, the little snake of Slytherin has inherited the Gryffindor lion, and the sky of Hogwarts is about to fall," the Weasley twins said in unison. Kane had a headache, but he was helpless. Who could resist the Weasley twins are making fun of him? Looking at the Weasley twins and thinking of the alchemy notes he had obtained, Kane had an idea. I have a suggestion. Are you interested in discussing alchemy? He asked us if we are interested in discussing alchemy, George. Of course we are interested, Fred. The Weasley twins looked at each other and sang a duet. Then wait for my notice. I think we need a place where we won't be disturbed. Kane already had an excellent choice for alchemy experiments in his mind. Your will is our mission, Your Highness the Prince of Slytherin. The Weasley twins bowed exaggeratedly again. The next day, Kane was enjoying breakfast quietly, and hundreds of owls rushed in, flying around the dining table. Kane quickly covered the milk he was drinking to avoid UFOs in the cup. A black-brown long-tailed forest owl grabbed a letter and flew towards Kane. A letter with the Lestrange family crest. A letter from Lestrange? Mom said you're the only Lestrange left. Draco looked at the envelope in Kane's hand and sounded very puzzled. Kane pursed his lips, also a little confused. Maybe it's not the British Lestrange. Odell looked at Kane and spoke tentatively. Odell's reminder reminded Kane of the history of the Lestrange family. Lestrange is an ancient pure-blood wizard surname. The family originated in France, and their family mausoleum is located in Père Lachaise Cemetery in Paris. As time passed, a branch of Lestrange migrated to the UK to multiply and thrive, and it was the Lestrange family where Kane was now. Kane opened the envelope, and what came into view was beautiful aristocratic cursive. Kane Lestrange. Please meet with the Lestrange family in Paris during the summer vacation of the first grade. Auguste Lestrange. There was only one simple sentence in the letter, without any extra explanation. Kane was full of doubts and turned his eyes to Audrey. I think we need a separate space. Audrey stood up gracefully and walked out of the hall. What exactly is going on? Kane looked at Audrey, staying in a place where no one would disturb him. Lyle Lestrange, the direct heir of the French Lestrange, died on the eve of school enrollment, and the cause of death is still unknown. His mother could not accept the death of her son and suspected that everyone in the family was suspected. She refused to let anyone replace her son's position. You may not know that she is from the famous Castel family in France. Her sister is the wife of the current Minister of Magic, so she has a lot of say in the family. The Lestrange family finally reached a compromise with her and agreed to invite all the underage males of the Lestrange family to participate in the competition for heirs, including this branch in the UK. Audrey looked at Kane with a complicated look. Then the question is, how do you know so clearly? Kane was keenly aware of something wrong. Odell lowered her head and pondered for a moment. Lyle Lestrange is the fiancé chosen by the family for me. Kane was slightly stunned, thinking that this was the reason why Odell Rosier came to the UK. In the eyes of Mrs. Lestrange, he was the least suspected of harming her son in the UK. In disguise, Mrs. Lestrange was most likely to support Kane. What do you want from me? A dark light flashed in Kane's deep eyes. Mrs. Lestrange and I will support you in obtaining the status of family heir. The only requirement is to find out the cause of death of Lyle Lestrange. Odell's cold eyebrows were full of murderous intent. How many underage males are there in the Lestrange family? Kane thought for a moment and continued to ask. Besides you, there are 2 more. They are in the 3rd and 4th grades, so. Kane felt her uncertainty from Audrey's unfinished words. The huge grade difference is not so easy to make up, and the family's strength test is indispensable. It seems that his study plan needs to be accelerated. Lestrange will not only support it verbally. Those who have resources but don't use them are fools, and when will they speak up? Before leaving, Madam told you that she will provide you with any resources you need. Then, happy cooperation. Kane stretched out his right hand and made a deal with Audrey. Although Kane's family did not lack this thing, this was an opportunity to deepen the relationship between the 2 sides. He understood that this matter would not be as simple as it seemed. But so what? The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Chapter 9: The Room of Requests. In the morning light, Kane lay on the soft bed and didn't want to move Bullet. The Slytherin lounge is located underground, and the environment is even quieter, which greatly improves the quality of sleep. The warm quilt makes people wonder if it has some powerful magic that can make people intoxicated. After rubbing the quilt with his face for a few times, Kane got up and washed with difficulty under the dual blessing of his biological clock and his strong willpower. While the whole Hogwarts was still asleep, Kane planned to find the room of requirement in the original book as a secret base for learning alchemy. He changed his clothes quietly without disturbing Draco, who was still dreaming. Relying on his original memory, Kane went straight to the 8th floor and carefully looked for a tapestry depicting the idiot Barnabas training dwarfs to dance ballet. A skinny cat with grey fur blocked Kane's way forward. It was Mrs. Norris. He was the cat that managed Filch and often patrolled the corridor alone. Once a student is found to have violated the rules, you will see Filch arrive at the battlefield within 3 minutes. Kane leaned down and tried to use dried fish to make Mrs. Norris go away. But he forgot the fact that his affinity for magical animals was almost 0. Mrs. Norris didn't buy it at all, and still stared at Kane closely, with the hair on her back standing up. Go away, it's not class time now. Kane was a little impatient. Mrs. Norris whimpered and turned away. Hard work pays off. After searching for a while, Kane saw the tapestry of Barnabas the Fool. Take a deep breath and empty your mind. According to the method in memory, he walked back and forth 3 times in the corridor between the tapestry depicting Barnabas the Fool training dwarfs to dance ballet and the human-sized vase, silently saying, I need a place to practice alchemy, I need a place to practice alchemy. A door suddenly appeared in front of Kane. Success! Kane was overjoyed, and quickly pushed the door open and walked in. The entry level is some sophisticated instruments and basic materials for practicing alchemy, which is just right for Kane, a beginner. Considering that there will be more and more things to learn, and the time arrangement will become more and more intensive, Kane decided to make an alchemical item based on the knowledge recorded in the alchemy notebook for easy communication. After 2 hours of preliminary conception and experimentation, Kane went to the hall to eat breakfast with satisfaction. Kane, this way. Draco glanced at Kane. I didn't see you early in the morning, what have you been doing? Something. Kane replied vaguely. Draco knows how to maintain social distance very well, and without asking any more questions, he took out a package from the side. This is the small cake that Mom made for you, all of which you like to eat. Also, Mom said in the letter she wrote to me that she missed you. I think you should write a letter to Mom. Draco's megaphone must accomplish its mission. I miss Aunt Narcissa too, and it's time to write her a letter to tell her about my recent school life. The feeling of being missed made Kane feel warm in his heart, and he smiled unconsciously. The gloomy and handsome boy rarely showed a brilliant smile, which immediately reduced Kane's inherent coldness. The morning light hit Kane's delicate features, and the little snakes opposite were stunned. Even Pansy Parkinson's silver spoon fell on the table because of the owner's absent-mindedness. Audrey's eyes turned dark. Wipe your saliva, Parkinson. Pansy sucked her mouth subconsciously, and then became angry and her face flushed. What does it have to do with you? Kane and I are childhood sweethearts. Of course there is Draco. Pansy raised her head to refute, but suddenly realized something and emphasized Draco as if to make up for it. Kane raised his eyebrows, ignored the episode between the little girls, and lowered his head to eat breakfast. What is this smell? My God, I want to vomit. Pansy frowned and covered her mouth and nose and said in a muffled voice. They have a defense against the dark arts class in the morning. As soon as they stepped into the classroom, a strong smell of garlic hit them in the face, making them feel sick. It could be called a biological weapon. Kane had been prepared for this and had learned the bubblehead curse in advance. The little snakes looked at Kane in silence, their eyes full of desire. What could Kane do? Of course, he would be a merciful chief and cast the bubblehead curse on everyone. The little snakes breathed in fresh air, especially compared to the miserable situation of Gryffindor, and felt that the air was a little sweeter than usual. Harry took Ron to Kane and said with starry eyes, Kane, save the children. Harry and Ron each had a big bubble on their heads and walked away satisfied. Seeing this, Hermione blushed slightly. Kane, can I call you that? Maybe, after class, we can go to the library to do homework together. Of course, Hermione. Kane knew what she meant and also gave Hermione a big bubble. Hermione also left with satisfaction. The other Gryffindors were extremely envious, but considering that they had no friendship with Kane, they could only continue to endure the poison of the garlic smell. As soon as Quirrell entered the classroom, he seemed to have entered the underwater world of SpongeBob SquarePants. There was a row of Sandy sitting in front of him, staring at him with big eyes. The remaining Gryffindors without bubbles on their heads were turning blue and could show Quirrell vomiting every minute. Quirrell asked the students to take out their textbooks and began to lecture stammeringly. A complete sentence would take a lot of time. The first-year students were greatly disappointed with Quirrell's teaching level, and the Gryffindor Lions couldn't sit still at first. Professor Quirrell, why do you keep wearing a scarf? Seamus Finnegan eagerly interrupted Quirrell's speech. Oh, this is a gift given to me by an African prince, in order to thank me for helping him get rid of the entanglement of the resurrected zombies. Quirrell's face changed slightly, but he still answered the curious little lion. Professor, can you tell us how you defeated the resurrected zombies? The students below were booing. Kids, I think it's class time now and you should pay attention. Quirrell tried to change the subject. Professor Quirrell, this is defense against the dark arts class. Why don't you show us the spell to defeat the resurrected zombie? Seamus Finnegan suddenly became excited and did not feel that the smell of garlic was choking his nose. The little snakes didn't want to listen to Professor Quirrell's meaningless script. They looked at Kane's expression and agreed. Well, kids, I need an assistant. Seeing the situation like this, Quirrell compromised. Kane. Quirrell fixed his gaze on Kane. The classroom was extremely quiet for a moment, and everyone looked at Kane. Professor Quirrell, I think we should give Mr. Finnegan of Gryffindor a chance. After all, he is full of yearning for your deeds. Kane declined politely. The little lions didn't expect Kane to be so generous, because this was obviously an opportunity to add points to the academy. Kane found that the eyes of the Gryffindor little lions looked at him with a little more warmth. He did not expect that there was an unexpected surprise. He recommended Seamus Finnegan simply because he wanted to stay out of it and watch the show. But he knew that Seamus had explosive attributes, so what happened next would definitely be exciting. Sure enough, Seamus dutifully acted as a resurrected zombie and cooperated with Quirrell's performance. But during the demonstration of confrontation, Seamus' sudden nervousness prompted him to tighten his grip on the wand, close his eyes and recite a strange spell at Quirrell. Ah! Quirrell screamed. As expected, his purple scarf exploded, and sparks suddenly shot up. Quirrell ignored the students who were still in class, covered his head and ran out of the classroom shouting, leaving behind a group of students looking at each other. After a few seconds of silence, the classroom suddenly burst into violent laughter. Poor Quirrell's first defense against the dark arts class ended in such a ridiculous way. Chapter 10 Snape breaks the defense. Slytherin took potions class with Gryffindor. Classes were held in an underground classroom, which was obviously colder than the main castle building above. Along the walls are many glass jars with various animal specimens soaked in them. A large part of it is bloody and soaked in an amber translucent solution, which makes people feel uncomfortable just looking at it. When it comes to challenging students' sensitive nerves, Snape is really good at it. Harry greeted Kane under the surprised eyes of Slytherin and Gryffindor. Kane quietly reminded him as a friend, "Harry, you'd better preview the potions textbook now, and focus on things like what will happen if you add narcissus root powder to mugwort fluid. The professor may ask questions." Harry agreed vaguely, but didn't take it to heart and chose to continue chatting quietly with Ron. Seeing this scene, Kane shook his head in pity. "If you don't live up to the opportunity given to you, you will know later what you missed." Slytherin and Gryffindor were still clearly separated on both sides, and eyes kept looking between Kane and Harry. The classroom door was pushed open, and a gust of cold wind blew in. Snape strode forward, his black cloak like a black bat, waving his wand and closing the curtains as he walked. Snape shook his greasy hair and stood on the podium with a straight face, staring at the people in the audience. Kane secretly complained that Snape was indeed a master of field control and he understood the atmosphere. "So confident, I must give him a bottle of Rejoice in Harry's name if I have the chance, make a fist. In my class, you are not allowed to wave your wand or recite spells. Personally, I don't expect most of you to understand the techniques and mysteries of potions. But for the very few who have the qualifications, people, I can teach you how to confuse people's minds, teach you how to brew honor and even immortality." Snape emphasized slowly with a bubbling sound. During this time, Kane noticed that when Snape said most people, he was looking at Harry. When he said a few qualified people, he paid attention to Draco. It can be said that he played double standards clearly. I would like to reiterate that perhaps some people feel that at Hogwarts, they are full of confidence because of their fame and feel that they cannot concentrate on listening to the lectures. Snape stared at Harry and said. Hermione, who was sitting next to Harry, gave him an elbow, indicating that he should listen to the professor. However, it was too late. Harry, in danger. Snape opened his hands covered with robes and opened his mouth to Harry's face. Mr. Potter, a celebrity of the new generation. What will you get if you add narcissus root powder to wormwood fluid? Hermione's raised hand was ignored by Snape. Harry looked at Kane in shock at first, then shook his head blankly. Then let's change the question. If I want to find a piece of fecal stone, where can I find it? Snape asked immediately, and once again ignored Hermione's raised hand. I don't know, sir. What is the difference between Aconitum naviculatum and Aconitum camajasm? Snape's classic 3 questions. At this time, Hermione, who had been ignored, stood up directly and stretched her arms straight to the ceiling of the underground classroom. I don't know, Harry whispered, but I think Hermione should know the answer. Why don't you ask her? Several students laughed out loud, most of whom were Slytherins. When Kane glanced at them, they all became as quiet as chickens. It seems that fame doesn't represent everything. Potter had to deduct 5 points from Gryffindor for standing up to the professor. Snape said without any regret. Harry was almost blushing. From the first time he saw him at the banquet at the beginning of the school term, Harry felt that Snape didn't like him. This was even more evidence that Snape simply hated him. Lestrange, you answer these questions. Snape suddenly turned his eyes and aimed at Cain. Cain, who was silently eating melons, punching in the famous scene, was stunned for a moment, and touched Snape looking at him with complicated eyes. This is not right, this shouldn't be a look that belongs to Harry, how can it be projected on him? Cain had a storm in his head, but his face was calm. He also gave Harry, who was looking at him with a worried look, a comforting look, and stood up leisurely. Narcissus root powder added to wormwood fluid will get a water of life and death. Fecal stone can be found in the stomach of cows. Aconitum navacei and Aconitum wolfsbane are the same plant. Why don't you write all this down? Snape's eyes swept across the class, and there was a rustling sound of fumbling with quills and parchment. Are you waiting for me to ask you to sit down, Mr. Lestrange? Cain got himself into trouble and sat down in a bad mood. No, Snape was supposed to be partial to Slytherin and not give him a single point. Cain was wondering where he had offended Snape. This was clearly a target. This class was about learning to mix and brew a simple potion to treat boils. Considering his own level of potion skills, Cain decisively chose to team up with Draco to give Draco a stage to show himself. Yes, that's right, everyone doesn't need to be moved by their brotherhood. Snape dragged his black cloak around the classroom, and almost all students were criticized, with Gryffindor being the focus, and Harry was the top priority. Cain was not immune, and Snape laughed at him for cutting dried nettles like a third-rate chef cooking. Draco, this kid, buried his head and shook his shoulders beside him, and his snickering was too obvious. Just as Snape was showing everyone how perfect Draco was at steaming a slug with tentacles, a loud hissing sound came from Neville and Seamus's cauldrons, a thick acidic green smoke filled the classroom, and potion burst out. Cain turned around quickly and avoided being splashed by the potion. Poor Snape, it turned out that he was standing behind Cain. Cain dodged, and Snape was the first to be splashed by the potion on his face, which was covered with boils. Idiot! Snape roared, waving his wand and cleaning the potion in Neville's cauldron. Potter, why didn't you tell him that he had to take the cauldron away from the fire before putting in the porcupine quills? Do you think you can show your goodness when he makes a mistake? Gryffindor lost another point because of you. Snape's face was covered with boils as he roared. Harry's original anger was extinguished by this funny scene, and he laughed instead. For disrespecting the professor, Gryffindor will deduct another 5 points. If looks could kill, Harry would have been torn into pieces by 5 horses. Snape turned around viciously. After staring at Cain. Cain quickly acted innocent and avoided the overly hot gaze. The injured follow me to the infirmary, and the others study on their own. Snape gave instructions and led a large number of innocent passers-by who were accidentally injured by Neville's potion to the infirmary, which greatly increased Ms. Pomfrey's workload. Mrs. Pomfrey had something to say about this. Once again, she called on Vice Principal McGonagall to cancel courses that are harmful to students' physical and mental health, and change them all to medical courses, so that Hogwarts would have a clear sky. Don't ask why you don't find Dumbledore. As we all know, the General Director of Hogwarts is named McGonagall. Chapter 11 Night Tour. Ding! The famous scene check-in system is being settled. You checked in the first love-hate relationship between Snape, a man with a tragic life, and his love-hate little boy, and randomly obtained the Dark Lord Magic Talent Skill Experience card for 1 hour. Wow, Cain was shocked. Isn't this equivalent to Cain's body and the Dark Lord's talent? The combination of the two is probably 1 + 1 2. The system really won't stop until I become the 2nd generation, right? Cain, here. Hermione lowered her voice and waved to Cain. Kane sat next to Hermione with his little tail Draco. "Have you finished your homework for History of Magic and Transfiguration? I revised several versions, but I still don't feel satisfied with them." Hermione raised her cute little face and spoke in a Versailles way. Draco's face turned green. "You have finished it? And you revised several versions?" Seeing Draco's look of seeing a ghost, Hermione decisively took out her homework. "You can use it for reference." Draco was taught by Lucius and still looked down on Muggle-borns in his bones. Seeing that he was about to lose to Hermione in academics, how could he bear it? He got serious at the moment. Kane saw the interaction between the two little ones and thought it was an opportunity to promote their relationship. "I have finished my homework and am going to find some information for the spell class. Why don't you discuss it and see who has completed the homework better?" Although provoking is old-fashioned, it is useful. Didn't you see that the two little ones were angry, and the 3 words unyielding seemed to be written on their foreheads? Kane has been learning the armor protection spell recently and encountered some problems. It makes sense. Even a Hogwarts graduate may not be able to cast this spell, so you can imagine how difficult it is. Just take this opportunity to explore related books about this spell. Finding a corner in the back, the quiet environment is just right for reading. Kane leaned against the bookshelf and began to read immersively. Time passed quietly while reading. Suddenly, a dreamy blue light passed quickly in front of Kane's eyes. Kane subconsciously chased after it. Passing through rows of bookshelves, Kane quickly followed the blue light. The students around were inevitably disturbed by Kane's movements. Mrs. Pants, the librarian, angrily intercepted Kane with a feather duster and drove him out of the library without giving Kane a chance to speak. Kane could only watch the blue light run into the restricted book area. He could only do it again at night. "Kane, this way!" Harry called Kane in the corridor. "Kane, Hagrid sent me a letter, inviting me and my friends to have tea in the cabin on Friday afternoon. Do you want to join us?" Harry looked at Kane expectantly. "Of course, I'd love to." Kane thought about it and didn't refuse. At night, the whole Slytherin was sleeping quietly. Kane glanced at the sleeping Draco and quietly walked out of the dormitory. "I knew you had something to do." As soon as she walked into the lounge, Audrey found Kane. "You were not in the lounge at night, and went back to rest early. This is not your usual style." Audrey's cold eyebrows were replaced by cunning at this moment. This was overlooked by Kane. He did not expect that someone would keep staring at him. He should pay attention to this aspect in the future. "What do you want?" Kane raised his eyebrows and looked down at Audrey. "Take me with you, I can help you," Audrey said without hesitation. Kane was silent for a moment, thinking of the possible existence of the blue light, and acquiesced to Audrey's following. Avoiding the ghosts wandering at night and the armor in the corridor, the two sneaked towards the library. "I must report to Professor McGonagall and let her allow me to use torture instruments on you, you two bad boys from Gryffindor." Filch's roar came from the corridor on the 3rd floor. "Fred, someone said that we would be tortured." "Oh George, I'm so scared." As expected, the Weasley twins must be the ones who could make Filch so angry. Silently thanking the Weasley twins for their selfless dedication, Kane turned around and walked towards another route without hesitation. "Meow!" Mrs. Loris the person rushed out like a ghost. "Oops!" Kane pulled Odell and prepared to run to the 4th floor. "Loris, don't let the students who are out at night run away." Filch's voice gradually approached. "Follow me, I know a secret passage." Odell pulled Kane and ran in one direction. Pulling Kane to the 2nd floor, Odell walked to a painting of a little girl holding a sunflower. "For the greater good." Glancing at Kane with an ambiguous look, Odell said to the little girl in the painting, "The password is correct." A hoarse voice came out of the little girl's mouth, and the painting in the painting suddenly turned into a setting sun, and a door appeared in front of the two. Inside the door was a long and narrow passage. Going down the stairs, the blue flames on the wall flickered, casting a cold light. Meow. Good girl, you said you can't smell them? They must have run downstairs. When I catch them, they will be in trouble. The footsteps gradually faded away. I think you should give me an explanation. Kane casually brushed the dust on his sleeves, his eyes slightly cold. Well, in view of our cooperation, I think I should be honest. Audrey paused and spoke slowly. I think you should have guessed a little from my last name. Kane did not deny it. Yes, my great-aunt is Wenda Rozier. She also told me about this secret passage. Audrey straightened her back, and there was obvious pride in her tone. Do you have anything else to ask? There was temptation in Audrey's tone. No, no, your affairs have nothing to do with me. The Dark Lord's big mess has not been resolved yet, and Kane does not want to rashly get involved in the affairs of the saints. Unfortunately, Kane didn't know that some things are not subject to human subjective will. Filch has gone far, let's go out. Kane successfully arrived at the library this time. What are we looking for? Odell leaned over to Kane's ear. As he spoke, the hot and humid breath reached Kane's ears, and he pulled away a little without leaving a trace. If I'm not mistaken, there is a phantom butterfly hidden in the library. Phantom butterfly. This is a legendary magical animal. Even Newt's commander has only heard of it, and it has always been his regret that he has never seen a real phantom butterfly. Odell's fox eyes suddenly widened and became cute. It is recorded in an ancient book of the family that phantom butterflies like to eat bookworms. Hogwarts has a history of 1,000 years, and the collection of books is so rich that it must have produced many bookworms. It is not impossible to feed a phantom butterfly. Kane recalled. Chapter 12 Kane's Wonderful Journey. The phantom butterfly is usually in a virtual state. It will only manifest itself when it feeds on a bookworm. That's when we have the chance to catch the phantom butterfly. In addition, the phantom butterfly will create illusions and confuse people's senses. Rumor has it that it can even take people through time. So, I need you to keep your mind clear at all times. Kane took off the crow-shaped pendant from his neck and handed it to Audrey. This is an alchemical item passed down from the Lestrange family, which can be immune to mental attacks to a large extent. What are you going to do? Audrey's heart trembled slightly, somewhat unbelievable. Don't worry about me, I need you to help me catch the phantom butterfly, this is the exchange condition. The phantom butterfly, as a magical animal, also has the bad habit of choosing people by affinity. What Audrey didn't know was that Kane, as a time traveler, had a soul from 2 lives, and his spiritual body was very powerful. In other words, he was born with a closed brain. If Kane didn't volunteer, others would not be able to read his mind. Of course, Dumbledore's level can't guarantee it. Accordingly, Kane is immune to mental attacks. But Kane doesn't intend to reveal his trump card to others, especially to a person full of secrets. Audrey looked at Kane with complicated eyes, calmed down, and began to look for the figure of the phantom butterfly. Investigate from the places with many ancient books, and act separately. Kane took the lead to the area of ancient books that were well preserved. Kane, here. After a moment, Audrey first discovered the blue light emitted by the phantom butterfly, walked to Kane's side with light steps, and said in a low voice. The two tiptoed to the area pointed by Audrey, and as expected, they saw the looming blue light. At this moment, all they can do is wait for the phantom butterfly to eat. The chance to catch it is only a moment, and they must concentrate. Time came to the early morning, and the blue light became more and more intense. A pair of tentacles quietly probed into the air. It was the phantom butterfly testing whether it was safe to eat at this moment. Good Kane and his team were well prepared, hiding in a blind spot of the phantom butterfly, holding their breath. A pair of gorgeous wings spread out in the darkness, and the phantom butterfly spread its wings and danced lightly, with blue spots shining on its wings, which was really beautiful. It stretched its muscles and bones, fluttered, turned the plate of a thick yellowed ancient book, and enjoyed the bookworm beautifully. Cain knew that the opportunity had come, and this was the moment when the phantom butterfly was most relaxed and unguarded. Silently casting a swift spell on himself, Cain appeared in front of the phantom butterfly in an instant and grabbed its wings. But something changed suddenly, and a vortex appeared with the phantom butterfly as the center, which swept Cain in at once. Cain's last impression was Audrey's astonished face, and then he lost consciousness. Cain, whose consciousness was chaotic, felt that he was constantly rising and falling, as if he was on a ship. He used his strong willpower to force himself to wake up, and after several efforts, he finally propped up his heavy eyelids. "You finally woke up, latecomer." A woman with waist-length black hair and wise eyes came into view. Cain looked around, and the surrounding environment was somewhat familiar and somewhat strange. "Who are you? Where is this place?" Cain asked vigilantly. Cain did not miss the word latecomer from the lady in front of him. "Well, a vigilant little snake. It is worthy of your descendant, Salazar." Before the lady in front of him spoke, the young man with red hair stuck to Cain's face. "Stay away from him, Godric." A sharp-edged face appeared in Cain's vision. The black-haired young man pushed the red-haired young man away with an elbow, and there was a hint of disgust in the magnetic base. "I will be sad if you do this, Salazar." Godric's sunny and handsome face showed an exaggerated expression, and he covered his chest with his hands, as if he would fall down in the next second because of too much sadness. "Godric? Salazar?" Cain felt even more dizzy for a moment. Could it be that he was brought to the era of the Big Four by the phantom butterfly? "Okay, stop making trouble. Get out of the way. This child needs nutrition." A slightly fat lady with a kind face gently pushed away the person who was playing tricks. "Child, this is the herbal soup I made specially for you. It can help you recover your strength as soon as possible." She gently lifted Cain's head and comforted him like a mother. Cain obediently sipped a few mouthfuls of the soup, and his body gradually warmed up and his strength gradually recovered. He looked around at the 4 wizards and witches with different characteristics around him again, and asked cautiously, "Are you the 4 giants of Hogwarts?" "Hogwarts? What a good name, isn't it?" The lady with waist-length hair looked at Cain with deep blue eyes. "This is exactly the name of the shelter I imagined in my mind. The 4 giants, this is what the future generations call us. It's quite impressive, haha." Godric laughed, regardless of Salazar's face, and hugged his shoulders. "The perception from my blood tells me that you will be my descendant in the future. What exactly happened to you?" Salazar's handsome face was solemn, but his tone was full of concern. "So, I am really a Slytherin." Cain had some doubts from Bella's previous crazy words and deeds. In addition, as he grew up, his appearance could not be found to be similar to Rodolphus. Rodolphus had a rough face, while Cain was as gloomy and handsome as the top vampires. Now that Salazar himself has personally confirmed it, Cain is really a descendant of Slytherin. What are you doubting? As a descendant of Slytherin, you should feel honored. Salazar didn't understand Cain's reaction. "No, ancestor, it's like this." Cain started to talk about the reason for coming here and the current situation of the wizarding world after the 2 wars in the modern wizarding world. The 4 giants did not interrupt Cain's story, and sat quietly around to listen to what would happen in the future. So, he called himself the Dark Lord, engaged in extreme pure blood, and made the wizarding world restless. Salazar was full of anger. "I didn't expect that later generations would distort him to this extent." He advocated protecting pure blood and teaching them magic. "That's because it is now in the chaotic and dark Middle Ages, and witch hunting is rampant. Children from mixed-race families are caught between wizards and the secular world, and it is very easy for them to waver. Once they betray wizards, it will be an unbearable disaster for those pure-blood children. Salazar, we have become a distant legend to the future generations, and we should not be responsible for their actions." Godric felt Salazar's low pressure and comforted him. What's wrong with you? Child, why were you so surprised when Salazar said you were a Slytherin? Helga, who was wearing a khaki coat, carefully noticed Kane's micro-expression just now, and gently rubbed Kane's hair and asked. Kane looked embarrassed and hesitated. Actually, my last name is not Slytherin now, but Lestrange. What? Two exclamations sounded. What made you abandon the last name Slytherin? If Kane's answer did not satisfy Salazar, it felt like he would teach Kane a lesson in the next second. Godric next to him tightly held Salazar to prevent him from making any rash moves. Calm down, Salazar, maybe we should listen to the child's explanation. Rowena spoke lightly, easily calming the two wizards. It's like this. Kane spoke slowly. Chapter 13 Kane's Wonderful Journey 2. I'd rather die than die with you, Kane told what he knew without any psychological burden. Anyway, Kane was just a baby at that time and had no power to choose at all, so the Dark Lord would definitely take the blame. Salazar's handsome face was visibly darker, and it felt like he wanted to go back to the future to clean up the mess. Godric grinned and was about to gloat over someone else's misfortune, but when he saw Salazar's cold eyes, he had to hold it back, his face flushed and his neck thick. Helga hugged Kane tightly in her arms, stroking Kane's back and comforting him softly. Rowena looked at Kane with a little more pity. She didn't expect that Salazar's descendants were so unreliable. Of course, Kane had no way of knowing what Ravenclaw was thinking. If he knew, he would have to talk to Ravenclaw about Helena's story. He has taken the wrong path and is hopeless. However, I want you to restore the Slytherin family name at the right time, and also restore the honor of Slytherin. This is your unquestionable responsibility as a Slytherin. Salazar asked Kane in an unquestionable tone. I promise you, ancestor, Slytherin will always be honored first. Kane nodded without hesitation. Salazar stared at Kane with a look of satisfaction, and nodded reservedly. Okay, Salazar, let the child rest. You don't want him to be listless when he witnesses the historic moment tomorrow. Helga spoke gently and unyieldingly, leading the other three to the lake. The leap in the long river of time consumed Kane himself greatly. He was confusedly thinking about his sudden disappearance, how Audrey would deal with it. Then he thought about what the historic moment tomorrow would be. In this way, he gradually fell asleep. The four people by the Black Lake noticed that Kane had fallen asleep, lowered their voices, and started a new round of discussion. Salazar, from the description of Kane, don't you think your pure-blood theory is wrong? Godric's red hair shone brightly against the firelight. Godric, I don't think I'm wrong. The era we live in is destined to make purebloods our loyal kind. Salazar did not show any weakness. Seeing the two greatest wizards in history start arguing again. Ravenclaw frowned, Hufflepuff smiled and shook her head, the two witches were already used to it. The differences in ideas between Slytherin and Gryffindor did not exist on the first day, and no one could convince the other, so they could only try to mediate. Do you think we should ask Kane about the fate of the four of us? Ravenclaw has been thinking about this question since she met Kane. Her desire to explore prompted her to be a little restless, but her strong rationality stopped her thoughts, causing her to hesitate until now. The two wizards fell silent after hearing this and did not express their opinions immediately. On the contrary, Hufflepuff took a sip of the wine in the golden cup and said with a smile, "Life is like an adventure. The most dangerous and fascinating thing is the unknown, isn't it?" Ravenclaw smiled charmingly, "This is more like what Godric said. But you are right, the unknown is more interesting to explore." Rowena raised the wine in her hand and toasted Helga. Salazar and Godric saw the two ladies so free and easy, and put down their thoughts. Because of the dispute of ideas, the two of them inevitably thought more. The two looked at each other and saw the relief in each other's eyes. Godric smiled heartily and pulled Salazar to join the drinking team. Although Salazar seemed to dislike Godric's touching, if you look closely, there is a slight smile on his mouth. The quiet night seemed to be infected by the four people. The reeds by the lake swayed gently, and the air was filled with a happy atmosphere. The next day, the sun jumped up from the east, the clouds were light and the wind was gentle. It was a rare good weather. Kane slept well all night, and his body and mind were greatly relaxed and satisfied. "Child, come and wash up," Helga arranged carefully as always. After a while, the four took Kane, who had just washed up, on a windlass and automatic boat. Kane was very familiar with this form. After all, he had taken a boat not long ago. Take a boat to Hogwarts. Wait! Kane suddenly realized, are we going to Hogwarts? Of course, kid. You are honored to witness the first opening ceremony of Hogwarts. Godric ruffled Kane's hair and looked at Kane with sparkling eyes. Kane then noticed that the four giants were dressed very grandly today. Even Godric's frizzy red hair was neatly groomed. Witnessing the first graduation ceremony of Hogwarts with the four giants was something Kane had never dreamed of, and he didn't expect it to happen in front of Kane today. Kane was very excited and stared quietly ahead. The light turned from dim to bright, and the majestic Hogwarts came into everyone's eyes. Students from all directions will come to Hogwarts by boat from the Black Lake. Kane, you are responsible for guiding them to the Hogwarts Great Hall. As soon as he got off the boat, Salazar assigned Kane a task. Godric next to him curled his lips and secretly complained about Salazar's behavior of trying to make his younger generation feel important. Salazar seemed to have eyes on his back. He turned his head sharply, which scared Godric so much that he immediately straightened his back and became serious. Kane was amused by the childish behavior of the two people. Just as he was about to open his mouth wide, he was hit on the head with two violent slaps and became honest. The smile disappeared from Kane's face and moved to Salazar and Godric's faces. The two ladies next to him shook their heads and ignored the childish behavior of the three men. The interior of the castle has been decorated by hundreds of house elves, and the layout is full of the unique wizard culture characteristics of the Middle Ages, which makes Kane feel refreshed. Okay, you should go and fulfill your duties. Salazar waved to Kane. Kane nodded quickly, and without caring to continue the visit, he went straight to the Black Lake and waited. I wonder if there are big octopuses in the Black Lake at this time? Are mermaids as ugly as in later generations? During the waiting period, Kane's brain could not help but diverge. Several small boats slid over one after another, basically parents with children. Come to think of it, in this era that is extremely unfriendly to wizards, it is safer for parents to bring students to Hogwarts. Here. Kane waved at them. Just walk along the road ahead and you will reach the auditorium. Kane still had to wait for the students behind him, and pointed the way to the wizard family. Chapter 14 Kane's Wonderful Journey 3. After waiting for a long time, until the golden crow sank in the west, Kane finally waited for the last wizard family to arrive and led them directly to the auditorium. Child, are you also a new student? The tall, red-haired middle-aged man looked at Kane kindly. Well, you can say that. Kane pondered for a while, but he is not in the same class as them. This is my son, L. Weasley. He is a lively young man. The middle-aged man was very talkative and chatted with Kane along the way. Kane took the opportunity to glance at the child sandwiched in the middle, and the child also looked at Kane. Seeing Kane peeking at him, he subconsciously made a face to scare Kane. It is worthy of the Weasley family's genes. This L. Weasley is probably a medieval version of George Weasley or Fred Weasley. Do you have twin brothers? Kane couldn't help but be curious. Mr. Weasley, who had just talked a lot, suddenly became silent, with red eyes. The woman's reaction was even worse, and tears fell. Even L, who was making faces just now, quieted down. Kane's heart skipped a beat, and he felt that he shouldn't ask this question. Something bad must have happened to them. I'm sorry. Kane apologized quickly. No, kid, it's not your fault. Mr. Weasley patted Kane on the shoulder and told him about the past. We originally lived in a small mountain village in Wiltshire. Although we were not rich, our family of 4 lived happily and the neighbours were very harmonious. Until one day, a group of religious people surrounded the mountain village. Mr. Weasley's eyes were filled with tears. Our family of 4 was tied to a rack full of firewood, and the villagers wanted to burn us to death. My other son Etta was too frightened, and his magic rioted. And he was killed on the spot by the missionary. I thought our family of 4 could only be reunited in the arms of the god of death, but Gryffindor came and saved us. When Mr. Weasley mentioned Gryffindor, his eyes were bright and full of admiration. In just a few words, Kane truly saw the darkness of this era. The wizards had to face severe challenges just to survive, no wonder the 4 giants established Hogwarts. The hall was brightly lit, and the 4 giants and several male and female wizards sat in the teacher's seat, smiling and looking at the wizarding families gathered from all directions. As a witness, Kane experienced the first opening ceremony of Hogwarts. He deeply felt the sense of inheritance of time and space, and a sense of mission arose spontaneously. Salazar, who had been watching Kane, saw Kane's firm expression, and a gratified smile appeared on his handsome face. Slytherin finally had a successor. Kane, come with me. After the banquet, Ravenclaw called Kane alone. Look at what this is. Ravenclaw took out a dark brown exquisite box and opened it in front of Kane. Phantom Butterfly. Kane didn't expect the Phantom Butterfly to appear in Ravenclaw's hands. After it brought you here, its magic power was exhausted and it is now in a dormant state. How long will it take for it to sleep before waking up? Kane's heart was lifted, which involved whether he could go back smoothly. Ravenclaw shook his head slowly. I can't estimate the exact date. But what? Kane asked hurriedly. But now that the students have come to Hogwarts, it is estimated that it will be able to wake up again in a month through the magic of Hogwarts Castle itself and the magic that the students usually emit. Ravenclaw bluffed the junior and smiled. Kane breathed a sigh of relief. Although he could live with the Big Four here, this was not his time after all. Besides that, do you have anything to tell me? Ravenclaw raised his eyebrows, and his deep eyes seemed to look into Kane's heart. Is it related to my descendants? Ravenclaw seemed like a master of soul recitation, and he saw through Kane's hesitation. Don't doubt it, I am indeed a natural soul recitation. Ravenclaw said jokingly. Kane was startled. This was the first time he encountered someone who could peek into his thoughts. He subconsciously moved his feet away from Ravenclaw. You are interesting. Don't worry, I only read a few words when you are in a state of emotional ups and downs. Ravenclaw looked at the frightened junior and smiled with ill intentions. Generally, only those with extremely high magical power or those who are born with closed brains can resist my legilimency. Ravenclaw added again, looking at Kane's reaction expectantly. Kane could see that although Ravenclaw was extremely intelligent, he also had some bad taste in playing tricks on people. Kane didn't want to let the Ravenclaw who was watching the fun succeed, so he stood quietly in place and did not deny Ravenclaw's speculation. It's not shameful to bow your head in front of the 4 giants. Boring Junior, you can talk now. Ravenclaw stopped teasing and asked seriously. Kane thought for a moment and briefly told Ravenclaw what he knew about Helena. Poor child. Ravenclaw's eyes were full of sadness when he heard that Helena turned into a ghost because of guilt. Kane, can you do me a favor? Ravenclaw pleaded. I'll do my best. Kane agreed without thinking, because this was a mother's request. Please tell Helena that I will never blame her. Ravenclaw took a blue gem brooch from his wizard robe and handed it to Kane solemnly. I will seal up the memory you told me about Helena. Kane, you must know that fate is cunning. The more you want to change, the tighter the shackles of fate will be. Even if a small butterfly flaps its wings, it will turn into a storm under a chain reaction. Ravenclaw looked at Kane seriously and warned him earnestly. Kane knew Ravenclaw's concerns and nodded carefully. Okay, Kane. You should study hard with us for the next month. Ravenclaw saw Slytherin appearing at the corner and arranged everything for Cain. In the days that followed, Cain could be said to be in pain and happiness. The vision of the Big Four was so high that Cain had to rack his brains to keep up with their ideas. He would fall asleep immediately after studying every day. Cain was like a sponge, greedily absorbing the ancient magic of Slytherin, the melee swordsmanship of Gryffindor, and the alchemy of Ravenclaw, greatly improving his overall strength. Except for Hufflepuff. Yes, Hufflepuff's knowledge of herbology could not be passed on. Cain felt that most of these plants looked similar, and they often made many mistakes. Helga finally chose to give up, leisurely drinking wine and watching the three teach Cain, and deeply explained what it meant to be free from trouble. Chapter 15 Return. A month later, on a bright moonlit night, the phantom butterfly slowly woke up, and the blue light shone on its wings again. Cain realized, it's time to leave. Looking back on the days and nights spent with the Big Four over the past month, Cain felt reluctant. It's time. Maybe we'll meet again in the future. Ravenclaw's wise blue eyes were covered with a layer of mystery. Helga gave Cain a big hug. Goodbye, kid. I'll tell you a secret before we leave. The four of us left behind a secret room, which contains our respective inheritances, but you have to find it yourself. Every student at Hogwarts has the opportunity to inherit my inheritance. If you find it in advance, give the knowledge of herbology to those you think are talented, and you can deal with the rest. As expected of Helga, who treats every student equally, she truly abandoned prejudice. Hey Helga! How did you leak what I was going to say? Godric complained in a fake manner. If my secret room is found in advance by the future Gryffindors, the gift left for you will be gone. Godric patted Cain on the shoulder. Slytherin, honor comes first. Salazar showed his rare warmth, patted Cain's head and handed Cain a simple key. This key will take you to a place at the right time. In addition, if you can't find Slytherin's secret room, then I really have to doubt what's in your head. Salazar was venomous again. Cain took a deep look at the four giants at last, and imprinted their figures deeply in his mind. The phantom butterfly spread its wings and flew, enveloping Cain into the vortex of time. Cain! Before he could stand firm, Cain heard Audrey's exclamation. Looking closely, Dumbledore, who was unclear about the meaning, and Snape, who had a bad face, were standing beside her. I'm sorry, Cain. I was worried that you were in danger, so I reported it to Dean Snape. Audrey was a little flustered and took a quick look at Dumbledore. I am very worried about the safety of my students, so I came here uninvited. Dumbledore's blue eyes were full of inquiry under the half-moon glasses. Headmaster, I think this is an internal matter of Slytherin. Please allow me to take the person back to deal with it internally. Snape emphasized the word internal and hoped that Dumbledore would mind his business. Oh, Snape, please forgive the curiosity of an old man. I think Mr. Lestrange will satisfy an old man's small wish, right? Dumbledore chose to divert his attention. Cain was about to open his mouth when he suddenly felt a swell of pain in his body, and his magic power became uncontrollable and violent. The magic riot scraped the books in the library to the ceiling, and the bookshelves began to collapse one after another. Fox, take him to a safe and open place. Dumbledore called out, and a fiery red phoenix instantly took Cain out. The pain became more and more severe, and Cain couldn't bear it and fainted. After an unknown amount of time, Cain opened his eyes with difficulty. There was a snow-white ceiling above his head, and the surroundings were separated by green curtains. You're awake, Mr. Lestrange. Cain turned his head with difficulty and saw Dumbledore at the end of the bed. Headmaster. Cain wanted to get up. Mr. Lestrange, I think you should lie down and rest. This is Madame Pomfrey's doctor's order. If I affect your recovery, she will kick me out without mercy. Dumbledore blinked, aware of his humor. Cain no longer forced himself. Headmaster, what's wrong with me? Although it is extremely rare, Mr. Lestrange, you should have a second magic riot. Dumbledore looked at Kane and said. Second magic riot. Kane was also surprised. He felt the magic power in his body now, which was several times higher than before. Roughly estimated, at least it has reached a magic level that is not weaker than that of an adult. Dumbledore saw Kane's reaction and took a box of strange-tasting beans from the bedside table. These are all sent by your friends during your coma. I suggest you try this, you never know what flavor you will get. It tastes like booger. Oh, I can never get a delicious flavor. Dumbledore pouted twice and shook his head with regret. Kane followed suit and took a red candy and put it in his mouth to taste. It tastes like chili. You are luckier than me, Kane. Maybe you would like to tell the old man about your adventure. Why not start with the phantom butterfly? Dumbledore's blue eyes suddenly became a little serious. Principal, you know. Kane was surprised. I also encountered it by chance, and later I learned from an old friend that it was a rare phantom butterfly. Unfortunately, this phantom butterfly has fallen into a deep sleep again, and my old friend has no chance to see it. He will definitely write to complain. Dumbledore picked up a piece of toffee. Kane pondered for a moment and decided to selectively confess some of the content. However, there is one thing that Kane needs to confirm. Principal, how long have I disappeared? About 2 hours. Hearing this, Kane breathed a sigh of relief. If he disappeared for too long, he dared not think about how sad Aunt Narcissa would be. Kane simply processed what he had experienced and told Dumbledore. So, you mean? You met the 4 giants of Hogwarts and stayed in that era for 3 days. Dumbledore paused again with the candy. Time. The magic of magic is indeed everywhere, even a centenarian like me can only see the tip of the iceberg. Dumbledore was full of emotion. Perhaps this is the reason for your magic riot. The phantom butterfly took you through time and space, and in the process of crossing the long river of time, it increased the speed of your magic accumulation in disguise. Kane thought about it and felt that what Dumbledore said was very likely. Did the 4 giants leave any instructions? Dumbledore asked. Kane thought that he would go to Helena later, and he would definitely not be able to hide the movement from Dumbledore, so he simply revealed this to Dumbledore. For the rest, Kane chose to keep his mouth shut. Helena, that's also a poor child, I also hope that she can be free. Dumbledore was silent for a moment, and nodded in agreement. Okay, Dumbledore, you have stayed long enough, the child needs to rest. Madame Pomfrey walked in with a potion in her hand. Okay, child. I won't disturb you, old man, you have a good rest. Also, you will be punished for your behavior of wandering in the library at night. Of course, everything will be said after you recover your health. Dumbledore playfully blinked his eyes and left with a smile. Why is the centenarian like this? Kane just felt a little hot in his eyes. Child, you should take the medicine. Madame Pomfrey handed the potion to Kane. This potion is pitch black, and there is turbid sediment inside. Can it really be drunk? Madame Pomfrey, this potion. Kane hesitated to speak for the sake of his life. Don't worry, kid, you will be cured after drinking it. This is the potion that your Dean Snape volunteered to prepare for you. The efficacy must be fine. Madame Pomfrey obviously has no doubt about Snape's potion level. Snape's special potion, it's over, I dare not drink it now. But the arm can't twist the thigh, under the repeated urging of Madame Pomfrey, Kane can only die heroically. Tun tun tun. Kane was about to vomit as soon as the potion entered his mouth. The taste was like Hagrid's stinky socks that had been stored for 3 months, mixed with the smell of rotten eggs. Even though Kane was determined, he couldn't help but redden his eyes. It was too hard to swallow. Kane secretly swore, Snape, you wait for me. I must give you a bottle of Rejoice in Harry's name, clenched fist again, smelling like rotten eggs. Chapter 16 Quirrell's Test. Cain. After drinking the potion, Cain fell asleep in a daze. But in a trance, he seemed to hear someone calling him. Cain. Hearing the call again, Cain felt that it was not his illusion. He opened his eyes and took a breath of cold air. Please bring up the scene of you opening your eyes from your sleep and being surrounded by Tang Seng and his disciples. What Cain encountered was a bit more exaggerated than the above. On the left stood the 5-member group of Snake Yard headed by Draco, and on the right stood the 3-member group of Gryffindor. A small compartment has suffered a lot to accommodate you. It feels like the air is not smooth, Cain secretly complained in his heart. Why did you come at the same time? Although, Cain was still very happy to see them. For them, it might be just a few hours since they last saw Cain, but for Cain, it has been a month since they last saw his friends. I heard from Odell that you were chased by Filch because you wandered around the library at night. And you were accidentally injured. Draco looked at Cain worriedly. Madame Pomfrey didn't let us disturb your rest during the day, so we can only come to see you secretly at night. Cain couldn't help but glance at Odell, who was lowering her head and dared not look directly at him. Although some things are indeed inconvenient to say in front of everyone, Cain would really thank them for finding such a perfect excuse for him. What can Cain do? He can only admit it with embarrassment. Cain, you are really too reckless. You shouldn't violate school rules. Hermione said with a look of disapproval. Harry and Ron next to her thought that night tours were cool, but they looked at Hermione with full aura and wisely chose to keep their mouths shut. With the momentum of the revolution has not yet succeeded, and our generation still needs to work hard, he secretly clenched his fist towards Cain, suggesting that Cain must bring them with him next time. Ms. Granger, I think this is an internal matter between our Slytherins. It is not your place as a Gryffindor to butt in. Odwy raised her head and looked down at Granger. That's right, what's it to you? Pansy followed closely behind, cooperating well, and there was no sign of the two quarreling and mocking each other a few days ago, choosing to face the outside world together. We are also friends of Cain, of course we can care about him. Ron had a problem with Slytherin, and his opinion changed slightly after he met Cain. How could he tolerate the Slytherin on the opposite side starting a group? Harry didn't rush to start, so he could only nod vigorously to express his attitude. Hermione glanced at the two of them with a little surprise, her eyes softened a little, and she straightened her chest and looked at the enemy on the opposite side. Okay, you are all my friends. Cain saw that the two groups were about to start a group, and hurriedly stopped them, and at the same time pretended to cough weakly a few times. The effect was visible to the naked eye, and both groups looked at Cain nervously. I'm fine, I can go to class with you after a few days of rest. Cain hurriedly comforted his friends, feeling warm in his heart. I'll be responsible for bringing the homework that the teacher left in class. Hermione volunteered and took the responsibility. I will record the class notes in detail, don't worry. Audrey was one step ahead and looked at Hermione with wide eyes. Some poor students next to them watched the confrontation between the two ladies. Nono didn't dare to speak, and could only look at Cain with sympathy. It's miserable to have to do homework while recuperating. There is no doubt that this is the common voice of Harry, Ron, and Blaise. Cain received the signal sent by the poor students without any obstacles and shrugged his shoulders. In fact, he really didn't want to do homework. Isn't the short vacation good? Cain, Professor Quirrell is calling you. Walter White looked at Cain timidly. Cain remembered him, he was also a freshman. It's just that he is a mixed blood, and his presence is usually a little low. Thank you. Cain nodded slightly. Ignoring Walter's flattered expression, Cain said something to Draco and the others who looked puzzled, and walked to the second floor of the castle. Mr. Lestrange, come in. Quirrell opened the door and stammered to invite Cain in. Professor Quirrell, you're looking for me. Cain got straight to the point. It's like this, I heard that you were chased from the first floor to the 5th floor by Filch and his cat while wandering around the library at night, and you jumped from the 5th floor and got hurt. Quirrell snapped his fingers, and a glass of pumpkin juice and coconut cake appeared in front of Kane. Kane couldn't help but twitch his eyes. There are no secrets in Hogwarts, right? And the rumors are getting more and more outrageous. Kane could only bite the bullet and say, well, I did wander around the library at night and got hurt accidentally. Oh, kid. Did you go to the restricted area? Children of this age are always curious. Quirrell tested bluntly. Why are you pretending to be Dumbledore? Kane was speechless. Knowing what Quirrell really cared about, he pretended to act, yes, I am a little curious about the dark arts. Sorry, Professor, I won't do it anymore. Oh, no, Mr. Lestrange. It's normal for you to be interested in the dark arts at your age. The key is that you need a teacher to guide you to avoid going astray. Quirrell persuaded. Kane understood immediately, and looked at Quirrell with a cautious expression and expectation. Professor, can you teach me the dark arts? Although Kane learned a lot of magic from Slytherin in the process of traveling through time. But after all, the times are long, and the current form of spell casting has undergone a great change. Kane decided to do both. Mr. Lestrange, you make me a little embarrassed. The school strictly prohibits teaching students the dark arts. Quirrell shirked. Professor Quirrell, please, I will keep the secret strictly. The movie star Kane pleaded again. Okay, Mr. Lestrange, I really can't refuse a student's request. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Quirrell stopped pretending. Kane, what do you think is black magic? Quirrell started the class on the spot. Even when Sun Wukong wanted to learn from his master, Bodhi Patriarch had to pat him on the shoulder 3 times, implying that he would teach at noon. You are not reserved at all, and you are showing your true colors directly. I have to cooperate with your performance, I really appreciate it. Kane was speechless. The magic used by wizards under some evil emotions or for evil purposes is black magic, and the stronger the emotions, the greater the power of black magic. Kane read out the definition of black magic in the world. These are just the views of mediocre people on black magic. There is no black or white in magic, the key is to look at the person who uses magic. What you have to learn is to control it and be its master. A green light appeared at the tip of the wand in Quirrell's hand, and silently solved the mouse in the cage next to it. Kane noticed that Quirrell no longer stuttered, which meant that the Dark Lord himself had come. Kane was in a state of confusion. The time was a bit complicated. After all, he just confirmed that the Dark Lord was his biological father, and he didn't know how to face it. After a moment of calm, Kane decided to focus on the present. It can only be said that the Dark Lord is worthy of being the Dark Lord. Avada played the big melon in his hand as casually as the floating spell. Seeing that Kane was easily suppressed by his trick, Quirrell nodded with satisfaction. He agreed with Kane to have a private lesson and waved to Kane to go back first. Chapter 17 Xiang Mimi. Kane. Don't forget what you promised me. In the astronomy class, Harry came to Kane and reminded him quietly. Kane thought about it. He had promised Harry to go to Hagrid's hut together before, but he missed it because of his injury. This time he couldn't break the appointment again. Considering that there was another class in the afternoon, Slytherin and Gryffindor were separated, so he agreed with Harry to meet at Hagrid's hut after class. As soon as he turned around, he saw Draco looking at them with resentment. It was clearly written in his eyes, there are obviously 3 people, why don't you 2 take me? Harry touched his nose, a little embarrassed, he did ignore Draco. Fortunately, it is not too late to make up for the loss, so he invited Draco, do you want to come together? Draco. Well, since you sincerely invite me, then I will give you face. Draco instantly revived and agreed with a proud face. After class, Kane took Draco to Hagrid's hut. Draco, if you can't stay in Hagrid's hut, you can find a reason to go back first. Kane considered that Draco would most likely dislike the environment of Hagrid's hut and lose his temper. It would be bad if a good party ended up making everyone unhappy. "Don't worry, I will give Harry Potter face," Draco assured confidently. "No matter what you say, you can always turn it on Harry, right? You are very dangerous, young man." Kane's mouth twitched slightly. Hagrid's cabin was at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. When Kane and the other arrived, Harry and Ron had already arrived. "Surprisingly, I saw Hermione's shadow here. These are my friends Kane and Draco. This is Hagrid." Harry introduced the two parties. Hagrid was surprised to see the Slytherin emblem on Kane and Draco, and his big hands rubbed his moleskin coat awkwardly. But seeing Harry's face, he pinched his nose and invited the two to enter the cabin. The furnishings in the cabin are relatively simple. Various kinds of bacon, smoked chicken, etc. are hung on the beams, and water is boiling on the stove. But if you look closely, you will find a new world. The blanket on the sofa is simply woven with unicorn hair, the base of the potted plant is a bird snake egg, pure silver, and even the feather duster is the fluff shed by the ptarmigan in its infancy. Hagrid vividly interprets what is called a low profile. Hagrid brought a large plate of rock cakes to treat them. Harry and Ron, who had been cheated once, declined the offer. "I just had a lot of snacks and I'm not hungry now. Let them eat." Harry rolled his eyes and made up a lame excuse. Hagrid, me too. I ate with Harry." Ron followed closely. Kane knew the power of Hagrid's rock cakes, so he smiled and drank his tea without saying anything. Draco followed suit, and he didn't want to force himself to eat something that didn't look good. Hermione glanced at them and was a little angry. She felt that they didn't respect Hagrid, and she said angrily, "Hagrid, I'd love to try it." Harry and Ron looked at Hermione with sympathy. As expected, Hermione took a bite and felt as if she was biting on real stone. Her teeth, which she usually took good care of, protested. After looking at Hagrid, who was expecting her to comment on the meal, she put the rock pancake back intact and showed a slightly awkward smile. Hagrid, actually, I'm not very hungry either." The four unscrupulous classmates looked at each other, especially Draco, who laughed without giving any face, and as expected, received a glare from Hermione. Harry and Ron next to him looked at Draco with the eyes of a warrior, which made Draco confused. Although he didn't know why, Draco was very happy with Harry's admiring eyes, and even felt that Ron was not so annoying, and he couldn't help but straighten his back. This made Hermione feel that Draco was deliberately mocking her, and she wanted to stab Draco with her eyes. Kane laughed for a while. Considering that it was already mealtime, for the sake of his own stomach, he decided to give these ignorant British people a little shock of Chinese food. Of course, don't get me wrong, Kane didn't plan to do it himself. After all, he didn't go to New Oriental for further studies. He can only say that he is good at cooking instant noodles. He cleared his throat to attract everyone's attention. "I have a delicacy from the mysterious East. It is unforgettable after eating it, but I need your help." It can only be said that everyone has a foodie in their body's soul. Everyone was interested when they heard that it was a delicacy from the mysterious East. Kane looked at everyone's reactions with satisfaction and began to command the whole place. Hagrid went to move the big pot outside the house. The space inside the house was indeed a bit small. Harry and Ron were responsible for carrying firewood, Hermione was responsible for taking ingredients, Draco was watching the pot, and Kane himself was preparing to cut a few pairs of chopsticks. The various ingredients hanging on Hagrid's beams just came in handy. That's right, Kane planned to make a magical version of the northeastern stew. Gulp, gulp, different foods blended harmoniously in the pot, exuding a rich aroma. The four little ones plus Hagrid, a big one, stared at the pot eagerly, waiting for Kane to say okay, and then they started to eat. "Hagrid, take out the rock cake." Cain said to Hagrid, who was about to drool. Oh, rock cake, I'll get it right away. Hagrid took his eyes back from the pot and walked into the house. Cain, do you want some rock biscuits? Harry looked embarrassed, but for Hagrid's sake, he didn't say it directly. Hagrid's rock biscuits were really not for human consumption. Yes, Cain. Hermione, the victim just now, stood up to speak out. It's okay, you'll know in a moment. Cain raised his eyebrows. You don't understand, right? The biscuits that are soaked with soup are the soul. Cain, here. Hagrid brought a large plate full of rock biscuits, which made the little lion trio feel sour. Cain tore the biscuits into pieces of different sizes and added them to the big stew. After a while, okay, it's ready to eat. Cain signaled everyone to start eating. After taking a bite of the meat, Cain almost burst into tears. After so many years, he finally had this again. Moreover, I don't know if it was because of the addition of magical ingredients, this pot of stew was even more delicious. Cain couldn't stop eating. Seeing Cain eating so sweetly, the others didn't care about struggling with the chopsticks in their hands. 8 immortals crossed the sea and each looked for tableware. Not surprisingly, the hot pot also conquered these British guys. Harry and Ron opened their mouths to breathe out because of the burn, while eating fiercely. Draco and Hermione originally wanted to be reserved. One with aristocratic etiquette and the other with a ladylike style. But seeing the food falling rapidly, they were no longer reserved and swung their spoons to show off. Hagrid, let alone, he ate as much as several people. Few comfortable. Several people ate until their stomachs were round, and they were all lying like GEU, enjoying the happy time of digestion. Only Hagrid was still insisting, constantly holding the rock skin cake and chewing it with soup. While eating, he sighed, I have never eaten such delicious food. Cain, my friend, you must pass on the recipe of this dish to me. Well, after a meal, Slytherin can become Hagrid's friend. Chapter 18 Flying Lesson. Slytherin posted a notice that flying lessons would begin this Thursday. According to the old tradition, Slytherin would take classes with Gryffindor. Cain, did you see that? We are having flying lessons. Draco looked at Cain excitedly. Cain had a blank expression on his face. He had never understood what was so fun about riding on a broken broom. Although there was a cushion spell on the broom, it was inevitable that the wind would blow on the balls, which was not elegant at all. So, when he was a child at Malfoy Manor, he had always watched Draco flying around on a pink toy broom, including but not limited to witnessing Draco crashing into several bird nests. Finally, it's Master Malfoy's turn to perform. Draco also knew that Cain didn't like to stay on the broom. But this was his strong point, and he was bound to make a splash, especially to impress Harry Potter. Okay, stop getting excited and go have breakfast. Cain interrupted Draco's spell casting and easily saw through the boy's thoughts. Hi, Cain. Hermione saw Cain in the library and quickly hid the book she was reading under her astronomy homework. Hermione, what are you doing? Although Hermione's movements were fast, Cain still saw it clearly. It was a book about flying. Oh, okay, I just want to learn about flying. Hermione blushed slightly and felt a little embarrassed. It's nothing, Hermione, I don't like riding a flying broomstick either. In order to comfort Hermione, Cain used himself as an example. Really? Hermione was a little surprised. I thought children from wizarding families were good at this. Maybe I'm an exception. Cain shrugged and made a funny face. Cain, I didn't expect you to have this side. Hermione's beautiful eyes stared deeply at Cain. Come on, Hermione, I'm not perfect. Cain smiled bitterly. For example, I'm not liked by animals. What happened? Hermione's eyes lit up. Hermione, do you really want to tell me? Cain wanted to escape. Hurry up, Cain, we are friends. Miss Hermione was righteous. Kane pressed his eyebrows. Hermione, don't be too obvious that you want to hear my embarrassing stories. You are so excited that you clenched your fists. Well, when I was a child, I ran away from Malfoy Manor secretly. When I passed by a farmer's house, the big goose they raised rushed out and chased me for 3 miles. Kane revealed his dark history. Haha, it's really nothing, Kane, haha. Hermione tried to express her sympathy, but the intermittent laughter greatly reduced the effect. The real chill is not to make a fuss, but to be silent. Kane raised his phoenix eyes slightly, trying to make Hermione feel guilty with his eyes. Hermione's ears suddenly turned red on the opposite side, and Kane nodded, indicating that he was very satisfied. Very good, you still have some conscience. Kane, you. Hermione's voice was small, not as sharp as before. You too, what's wrong with making so much noise? Get out of here. Madame Pants, the guardian of the Hogwarts library, glared at the two with a familiar feather duster. The two could only pack up and flee in embarrassment. By the way, Hermione, what did you want to say just now? Kane still remembered that Hermione had something to say to him just now, but unfortunately she was interrupted by Madame Pants. No, nothing. Hermione suddenly glanced at Kane. In fact, she lied. What she wanted to say was that she hoped Kane would be a little more self-aware and not use an expression that would lead to crime to girls casually. The flying class soon arrived. Their teacher was Madame Hooch. She had grey hair and a pair of eagle-like yellow eyes. Okay, what are you all waiting for? She said sharply. Everyone stand next to a flying broom. Quick, quick, don't waste time. Kane looked down at his broom. The branches on the broom were all over the place, and it felt like it would fall apart in the next second. The brooms at Hogwarts were too hard to sweep the floor, and Kane secretly disliked it. Stretch out your right hand, put it above the broom, and then say it up. Madame Hooch instructed everyone. Get up. Kane shouted uncertainly. There was no guarantee that the broom that was about to retire could understand the command. The broom rolled lazily on the ground, indicating that it didn't want to pay attention to Kane. Kane looked around, and Harry's broom jumped into his hand in an instant, and Draco was no less. Odell and the others also got their brooms one after another, only Hermione was still shouting, trying to make the broom jump up. Get up! Kane raised his voice and ordered. The broom jumped into his hand in an instant. Coincidentally, Hermione's broom also jumped up at this time. The two looked at each other. What a damn tacit understanding. Are you looking at Miss Granger? O'Dwyer next to him spoke softly with a slight smile on her face. Somehow, Kane suddenly felt cold all over, and felt a cold wind blowing towards him. He forced himself to be calm. If I'm not mistaken, Gryffindor is right opposite us. It would be strange if I can't see her. It was suddenly not so cold next to him. Sure enough, it was an illusion just now, Kane thought to himself. Okay, as soon as I whistle, you will leave the ground. Remember, push hard. Madame Hooch emphasized again, hold the brooms firmly, rise a few feet first, then lean forward slightly, and fall vertically back to the ground. Listen to my whistle. Before the voice fell, Neville might be too nervous, afraid of being left behind. Without waiting for Madame Hooch to whistle, he kicked his legs hard and rushed up. Come back, kid. Madame Hooch turned pale with fear. Because Neville was like a monkey soaring into the sky, 12 feet, 20 feet, higher and higher. Seeing that something uncontrollable was about to happen, Kane stood up in time. Neville, don't be afraid. What you need to do now is to hold the broom tightly, turn your head downward, and slowly fall down. Woo-woo, I don't want to die. Neville's crying came intermittently. Child, calm down, do as you said just now. Madame Hooch shouted and chased in the direction of Neville. At the critical moment, the courage hidden in Neville's bones suddenly emerged. He held the broom tightly and wanted to turn around. If nothing unexpected happened, the accident was going to happen. His broom shook violently, threw Neville down, and flew towards the forbidden forest. Neville screamed in fear during the fall. The Slytherins and Gryffindors who were watching covered their eyes. Cain quickly drew out his wand and waved it gently, Wingardium Leviosa. Fortunately, Neville stopped falling. But unfortunately, Neville began to float up again. Cain was stunned for a moment, then thought that his magic power had increased significantly due to time travel, and the power of the spell was much stronger than before. Neville's scream resounded through the sky. The Gryffindor next to him thought Cain did it on purpose, and surrounded him angrily. The little snakes of Slytherin also gathered around Cain, staring closely at the little lions of Gryffindor. "Don't do this!" Harry and Hermione tried to dissuade them, but how could they persuade the little lions who were in a state of panic? Seeing that a group battle was inevitable, Cain calmed down. "Be quiet, Neville will be fine." Cain reduced the magic power of the input spell, first used a freezing spell to freeze Neville, and then used a floating spell to slowly put Neville down. Gryffindor saw Neville land safely, and excitedly rushed over. "You guys make way first, I need to remove the spell for him." Cain had to raise his voice. Without Cain's order, the little Slytherin snakes took the initiative to squeeze out the Gryffindors who were surrounding them. This time, Gryffindor did not stop them. "Thank you, Cain, you saved my life." Neville's face was pale, and his words were full of gratitude. Chapter 19 Flying Lesson 2. "Children, make way." Madame Hooch rushed back and pushed away the crowd of onlookers. "How are you?" Neville's arm was drooping, and it looked like it was broken. She turned to the other students in the class and said, "I'll take this child to the hospital, and none of you are allowed to move. Otherwise, when I come back, I promise that you will be kicked out of the Hogwarts gate before you can even say Quidditch. Oh, by the way, Mr. Lestrange saved his classmates in a dangerous situation, I want to give you 10 points. Madame Hooch smiled and nodded, her eyes full of appreciation. "Did you see his face? What a fool!" Walter White said suddenly. The little snakes heard this and looked at Cain's expression, but no one agreed. Gryffindor, on the other hand, exploded all of a sudden. "Shut up, you venomous snake!" Seamus Finnegan said sternly, and the surrounding Gryffindors responded. Walter White looked a little panicked, trying to hide in the Slytherin team, and the little snakes around him moved away from him. Seeing this, Walter knew that he had offended everyone and he had to do something. Suddenly, a touch of red in the bushes attracted his attention. "Look, what is this?" Walter rushed over in a hurry. "It's the memory ball that the idiot Neville Longbottom's grandmother gave him. I heard him showing off in the hall. It's ridiculous. This memory ball can only remind Neville that he has forgotten something, but he never remembers what he forgot. It's so stupid." Walter continued to increase his firepower. "Is he crazy?" Blaise looked surprised and didn't understand White's suicidal behavior. "Obviously. He knows what he is doing." Audrey's fox eyes flashed with understanding, and she turned to look at Cain for approval. "Audrey is right, he knows what he is going to do." Cain already had a guess in his mind. Theodore next to him glanced at Cain, revealing a little worry in his eyes. While they were whispering, White completely angered a group of Gryffindors. Unexpectedly, he shouted at Cain, "Cain, you are our chief, you have an obligation to protect me." Draco was stunned by White's operation. He didn't expect that White would make a circle of death and finally wanted Cain to take the blame, so he was unhappy at the moment. "White, pay attention to your identity." Draco was so angry that his straight hair was about to become fluffy, and he warned White directly. White's eyes flashed with hesitation, and then he rushed behind Cain at a faster speed to seek shelter. Seeing White's actions, Cain understood that this matter was aimed at him from the beginning, and the purpose was to instigate the relationship between him and Gryffindor. "Who is it?" Cain listed several suspects in his mind, but he would not mention them for the time being. Kane, you can't cover up for him, he is insulting his classmates. Hermione stood directly in front of Kane, she believed that Kane would make the right decision. Yes, Kane, you can't cover up for him. Harry and Ron were also indignant. The other Gryffindors were also staring at Kane. The little snakes surrounded Kane more tightly, waiting for his decision. This is a dilemma. If White is handed over directly, the little snakes will inevitably doubt the ability of Chief Kane, but if not, Kane's relatively relaxed relationship with Harry and Gryffindor will collapse directly. Theodore and Audrey also realized this, and the two tacitly waited for Kane to make a decision. No matter what, they would support Kane. Kane's mind turned quickly and thought of a way to break the situation. He glanced at White and said, "Come out." White shuddered visibly, his eyes flickered. "Chuo, are you going to hand me over?" "White, do you know what one of the rules of Slytherin is?" Kane didn't wait for his answer and said directly, "Slytherin always pursues honor. As a Slytherin, you publicly humiliated the 28 pure-blood heirs of the Longbottom family. Your behavior has brought shame to Slytherin," Kane said in a serious tone, not intending to give White any face. The eyes of the surrounding snakes turned cold when they looked at White. They agreed with Kane's words, thinking that White was just a half-blood. How could he dare to insult Longbottom, who was also a pure-blood, which was also a humiliation to the pure-blood family. Kane's goal was achieved. He took a different approach to resonate with the snakes. Because he knew that pure blood was a symbol of their pride. Although Kane disdained the theory of aristocracy, he had to lie dormant for the time being. White's face suddenly turned pale, and he knew he was finished. The only thing he could count on was the person who was behind him. White looked at Kane with red eyes, still trying to pull Kane into the water, "But you are my chief. You are so shameless, now you know Kane is the chief." Pansy couldn't stand the provocation of Kane by others, and stared at White fiercely. "Let's do this, don't say I didn't give you a chance." Kane looked around White and Gryffindor, "Why don't we have a flying competition on the spot? Slytherin will be played by White, and Gryffindor will be played by one person, competing for Neville's memory ball. If White loses, let him apologize to you." "Okay, Gryffindor will play by me." Harry took a step forward without hesitation and agreed to Kane's proposal. "What if White wins?" someone whispered softly. Kane and Harry looked at each other, there would be no such possibility. Kane was confident in Harry's skills, while Harry was determined to win. "Kane, Harry, you can't do this, the professor asked us to stay where we are." Seeing that Slytherin and Gryffindor had reached an agreement, Hermione was worried about danger and tried to move the professor out to stop the game. But no one at the scene listened to Hermione, and everyone was angry. "Get ready, start." Seeing Harry and White standing next to the broom, Kane threw Neville's memory ball high. The two flew into the sky. Harry's hair was blown close to his scalp by the high-speed wind, and his eyes were closely looking for the traces of the memory ball. "Be careful." Despicable. It turned out that White, who was slightly behind, accelerated and caught up with Harry's broom tail. He turned the broom sharply and tried to knock Harry down. Fortunately, Harry was sensitive to the movement behind him. He dodged in time and avoided White's sneak attack. The memory ball was falling rapidly, and Harry got rid of White and accelerated to fly towards the memory ball. However, the speed of the memory ball falling was much faster than the speed of Harry's flying broom, and it was about to fall to the ground. Seeing this, Harry rushed forward, accelerating madly, and felt that he would hit the ground in the next second. Just when the memory ball was about to fall to the ground, Harry reached out and grabbed the memory ball. "Good job, Harry." The first-year students who were watching cheered for Harry, and Slytherin was no exception. Harry's superb skills and fearless courage conquered everyone present, and everyone couldn't help but applaud. Chapter 20 Follow-up. In sharp contrast to Harry was White, no one wanted to pay attention to him. White's face was pale, and while everyone was celebrating around Harry, he wanted to escape quietly. "What are you doing?" At this moment, Professor McGonagall appeared, trembling all over. "I've been in Hogwarts for so many years, and I've never..." Professor McGonagall's glasses flashed with anger. "How dare you? You'll break your neck." Seeing that Harry's face suddenly turned pale, Kane took a step forward. "Professor McGonagall, it's not his fault. Mr. Lestrange." Professor McGonagall looked at this proud disciple and softened her tone a little. "I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. It was my suggestion that Harry did this. If you want to punish, punish me." Kane's face was full of self-blame. "It's not your fault at all." Pansy couldn't help it and said directly. "Yeah, it's not your fault." The students below echoed one after another. "What happened? You all confused me." Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses. "Lestrange and Potter, follow me." Professor McGonagall strode towards the castle after she finished speaking. Everyone looked at Kane and Harry with worry, thinking that they would definitely be expelled. "My father is a school director, you two will be fine." Draco's little face was full of determination. "My father is also. This is Theodore Knott. My mother is also. This is Pansy Parkinson." Kane was moved and amused, knowing that you all have people above you, okay. After repeatedly assuring himself that he would be fine, Kane led Harry, who was still a little worried, to follow Professor McGonagall's footsteps. "Don't worry, Harry, I promise you, nothing will happen." Kane comforted Harry softly. Harry's face became much better. "Now, can you explain the whole story?" Professor McGonagall was full of aura. "It's like this." Harry spoke first and told the whole story. However, he hid the fact that it was Kane's proposal, and wanted to take the responsibility on himself. Kane felt Harry's protection, and a warm current surged in his heart. He did not interrupt Harry immediately, but after Harry finished speaking, he added the complete context. "This matter was originally his proposal, wasn't it?" In the end, the two even had to argue, and both rushed to take responsibility for this matter. What the two did not notice was how gentle Professor McGonagall's eyes were when she looked at them at this time. She had been teaching for many years, and she had never seen Slytherin and Gryffindor have such a good relationship. She felt very relieved for a moment. "Okay, gentlemen, sit down." Professor McGonagall waved her hand and sent 2 glasses of pumpkin juice to the two of them. "You two are both wrong in this matter. Gryffindor and Slytherin will each lose 10 points. Harry became very depressed in an instant. Since he came to Gryffindor, he was either losing points or on the way to losing points, and he was almost numb. "But," Professor McGonagall changed the subject, "you are doing justice for your classmates, which deserves 10 points from me, 10 points for each person." Harry was instantly happy and couldn't help but look at Kane with a silly smile. Kane also smiled back, although he knew from the beginning that the two would be fine. "Okay, Mr. Lestrange. We still have some internal Gryffindor matters to deal with, you go back first." Professor McGonagall's eyebrows seemed to be suddenly injected with vitality. Kane understood that Professor McGonagall was going to take Harry to see Oliver Wood. He nodded, gave Harry, who was puzzled, a look of optimism, and left wisely. "Are you okay? Did the professor punish you?" As soon as I returned to the Slytherin lounge, a group of first-year students surrounded me and started to talk about my concern. "It's okay, there's no punishment," Kane replied in unison. Kane looked around coldly, and he could no longer see white. Several senior students who were watching suddenly met Kane's gaze and turned their heads back. Kane knew that this matter was probably instructed by some senior students. "Theodore, what do you know?" Kane saw Theodore's hint just now and found a secluded place. "Kane, you have to be careful. The extreme purebloods headed by Jester Rahl are very dissatisfied with your closeness to Gryffindor." Theodore frowned slightly, and there was a worry in his tone that could not be ignored. "Theodore, they contacted you? Cain said affirmatively. Yes, they wanted me to replace you, and I refused. Theodore told Cain everything he knew without reservation. Cain patted Theodore on the shoulder. Don't worry, Theodore, they can't stir up any waves. Hearing Cain's affirmative reply, Theodore's expression was slightly relieved. From childhood to adulthood, Cain has always been the one who convinced him. Why? He's just a first-year student. Draco was indignant. That's right, there is no precedent for first-year students to enter Quidditch in the school. Dumbledore is really confused. Pansy looked even angrier than Draco. After hearing what these two people said, Cain still had nothing to understand. The news that Harry was selected for Quidditch was already known to everyone. Cain shook his head and picked up a piece of toast. Hogwarts really had no secrets. I won't be reconciled until I get this out. Draco was really stimulated. Becoming a Quidditch player has always been his dream, and now he has been beaten to it. Even if that person is Harry Potter, he can't forgive him. Then why don't you two fight? Audrey said coldly while sitting at Cain's position. Yes, I want to duel with Potter. Draco seemed to have finally found an outlet for his venting. Cain was a little speechless. This plot will really be fixed by itself. They can still duel. Potter, I want to duel with you. Draco blocked Harry in the corner, aggressive. What's wrong with him? Harry was confused and tilted his head to ask Cain. I was stimulated. Cain said concisely. Okay, tonight in the trophy display room, whoever doesn't come is a coward. Ron agreed without thinking, looking like he was afraid of chaos in the world. I am Harry's assistant, what about you? Cain. Draco immediately cast his eyes on Cain. I have something to do tonight, you can solve it by yourselves. Cain didn't want to join in their nonsense. Tonight was the time when Quirrell and him had an appointment for class. Okay, Theodore, you go with me. Draco had to put his hope on the second most reliable candidate. The time is set at midnight. Draco turned and left. He must discuss strategy with Theodore. This time, Harry must be taught a lesson. Chapter 21 The First Night with the Dark Lord. Come in, kid. Quirrell poked his head out and looked around the corridor. Professor, what are we going to learn today? Cain was really curious. Quirrell was going to teach him something. Quirrell didn't speak immediately, but put 3 cages with mice on the table. Do you know what spell can make people disappear the fastest? The 3 unforgivable curses. Cain didn't beat around the bush. Quirrell didn't comment, and his eyes were suddenly filled with obvious coldness. As expected, the Dark Lord was online again. Soul out of the body. The Dark Lord's wrist trembled slightly. Cain's mind was blank in an instant, and a voice came from a distance, wanting Cain to tell the secret hidden deep in his heart. This stimulated Cain and woke up from his dazed state. 2 lives is Cain's most untouchable secret. He buried this secret in the depths of his heart to prevent anyone from finding out. Fortunately, Cain's spirit is much stronger than that of ordinary people because of his 2 lives. He did not get lost in the Dark Lord's imperious curse. Very good, it seems that you are better than I thought. Seeing Cain wake up so quickly, the Dark Lord was somewhat satisfied. You old deng, you have no martial ethics. You sneak attack me, a handsome 11-year-old boy. Cain gritted his teeth in his heart. But he still had to smile. It's so annoying. Heart-piercing. The cold voice came again, this time aimed at the little white mouse in the cage. The moment the spell hit, the little white mouse's limbs twitched and squeaked. The next second, the little white mouse began to scratch the skin at the heart position with its claws frantically. Cain could even see the beating heart of the little white mouse exposed by the scratching. Cain felt dry mouth and tongue, the 3 unforgivable curses were indeed not covered. You try. A devilish voice came. Cain had been mentally prepared since he planned to learn black magic from the Dark Lord. After all, the Dark Lord was not a good man. Calming down, Cain raised his wand steadily and aimed at a little white mouse, Heart Digger. Just like before, the little white mouse scratched itself bloody, but not as tragic as the last one. The Dark Lord looked at Cain with more and more satisfaction, and even contained a trace of warmth in a trance. The last one, watch out! The Dark Lord did not give Cain time to react. Avada Kedavra! An ominous green light flashed by, and the little white mouse in the cage fell to the ground, with no color in its little eyes. It's your turn. The Dark Lord took out another cage with a little white mouse and gestured to Cain. Cain calmed down and aimed at the little white mouse again, Avada Kedavra. The little white mouse fell to the ground, but its claws twitched. Focus your attention, it's just a mouse. The Dark Lord said sternly. In the Dark Lord's view, even if it is a living person, if it has no value, it is just a poor mouse, and it can be crushed to death at any time. Cain concentrated his killing intent on the Dark Lord. This time, the little white mouse instantly stopped breathing. Very good, you didn't disappoint me. The Dark Lord looked at Cain as if he was looking at an object, but you have to remember that the fastest way to kill a person is only the Kedavra curse. It has to be the Dark Lord. The killing curse is as common to him as eating and drinking. Okay, what else do you want to learn? I want to learn a spell that can make me fly. It's really not elegant for a wizard to stay on a flying broomstick all day long. Cain was not polite and said it truthfully. The Dark Lord was stunned for a moment, as if he remembered something. You are right, Slytherin must remain elegant at all times. The Dark Lord emphasized the tone on Slytherin, implying something. Mist shadow follows the wind. The Dark Lord took out the dry goods. This spell can turn a person into a black mist and fly quickly in the air. Cain practiced it several times and made some progress. Seeing Cain's progress in learning, the Dark Lord generously taught him a few practical black magic. Okay, let's stop here today. The Dark Lord's voice revealed a trace of fatigue. Cain did not procrastinate, as he had already gained a lot today, and he left with satisfaction. Master, I didn't expect that Lestrange's talent for dark magic was so high. A stuttering voice sounded after Cain left. Quirrell, I asked you to find out about the news of the Unicorn Group. How is it now? There were some things that Quirrell did not need to know, so the Dark Lord immediately criticized Quirrell. Master, please give me some more time. Quirrell knelt on the ground and trembled to plead guilty. Quirrell, be quick. When I recover my strength, you will get it. Everything you want. The Dark Lord is well versed in making big promises. Cain walked in the empty corridor, avoiding Mrs. Norris who might appear at any time. Clang! From upstairs came the sound of a hard object falling to the ground. Correspondingly, a messy sound of footsteps sounded. Oops, it can't be Harry and his group. Cain ran up quickly, but unexpectedly bumped into Harry and his group. Cain, why are you here? Run, Filch is chasing us. Hermione grabbed Cain and ran wildly. The group ran along the corridor, and Cain was forced to bypass the doorpost and run through corridors one after another before he could even speak. After running for about a few miles, the group stopped in a classroom near the Charms class, which was quite far from the trophy display room. I think we have gotten rid of him. Harry panted and leaned against the cold wall. I told you. Hermione's face flushed, and she felt like she couldn't breathe, so she could only hold the collar of her clothes tightly. And, Cain, why are you here? Hermione calmed down a little and asked hurriedly. Cain hesitated and tried to make up an excuse. But before he could speak, something suddenly jumped out of a classroom in front of them. It was Peeves. Everyone's heart sank, except Cain. Cain just thought Peeves came at the right time. When Peeves saw them, he grinned and screamed happily. Shut up, Peeves, you will get us expelled. Harry asked in a low voice. Seeing this, Peeves became more excited and shouted loudly, "There are students here who don't sleep and wander around in the middle of the night. Naughty, naughty, Filch should catch you all and interrogate you." Meow! Mrs. Norris's voice came from a distance. She heard the noise and called Filch. Seeing this, the group could only lower their heads to avoid Peeves and ran again in panic. They ran to the end of the corridor and a door blocked their way because it was locked. "Get out of the way!" Kane asked Harry to make way, took out his wand and waved it silently, and the door opened. The group hurriedly hid inside, closed the door, and put their ears to the door. "Peeves, tell me where the students ran to." It was Filch. "Say please." If possible, Filch would first choose to expel the Weasley twins from school, and the second would be Peeves. Hogwarts has suffered for a long time, so let the fair Filch do justice. But beautiful fantasies are ultimately illusory. Filch now has to face the cold facts and endure humiliation in order to catch the students who wander at night. "Please tell me where the students who wander at night have gone." "Ha ha ha, idiot, you've been fooled, so I won't tell you." Peeves laughed triumphantly and disappeared in front of Filch. "Peeves, I must tell Professor McGonagall to expel you." Filch was furious and walked away. Chapter 22 The Great Detective of Hogwarts. Everyone escaped Filch's pursuit and breathed a sigh of relief. Kane suddenly felt his sleeves sink. He looked down and saw Neville. His face was pale with deep fear. Kane saw this scene and instantly knew what was going on. He didn't expect to stumble and finally enter here. Sure enough, when he looked up, Kane saw a huge three-headed dog, which was drooling at them. "Ah!" Draco screamed, as if breaking some kind of calm. The three-headed dog opened its mouth and wanted to bite everyone. "Quickly imprison it." Kane remained calm in the face of danger and cast a spell to imprison the three-headed dog. "Run!" Everyone opened the door and fled quickly, and Kane stayed behind. Just as Kane was about to go out, the three-headed dog broke free from the spell and stretched out its three heads to bite Kane fiercely. At the critical moment, Harry pulled Kane out with his excellent reflexes. The others used all their strength to block the three-headed dog inside the door. Finally safe. The group looked at each other's embarrassed appearance and couldn't help but chuckle. A friend in need is a friend indeed. After this incident, the invisible barrier that originally existed between the few people was suddenly broken. "Okay, let's go back first, and we'll talk about it later if there's anything." Kane looked at the tiredness on everyone's faces and suggested. Everyone nodded, split into two groups, and quietly returned to their dormitories. Here Hermione greeted Kane and the others like a thief. At Kane's suggestion, they found an abandoned classroom to meet. After all, Kane knew very well that the Gryffindor trio in the original book often conspired loudly, making everyone know about it, which was not what Kane wanted to see. They gathered together this time to prepare the first detective meeting and exchange meeting of Hogwarts was held. There were two participating teams. One was the Slytherin detective team represented by Kane, whose members included Theodore and Draco. The other was the Gryffindor detective team represented by Harry, whose members included Hermione and Ron. Don't ask why Neville was not there, because Neville often lost things and it was hard to believe that he could keep secrets. In line with the principle of confidentiality, Neville's right to participate was temporarily deprived of this meeting. The theme of this meeting was to explore the room at the end of the corridor on the fourth floor. What kind of secrets were hidden in the trapdoor guarded by the three-headed dog? Without further ado, let's get closer to this confusing case. First, the two parties exchanged the information they had obtained with each other. Now, of course, we have to share it with all the audience, and remember to keep it confidential. Did you notice that in the room we broke into, there was a trapdoor under the three-headed dog, and there must be a secret inside? Ms. Hermione started the conversation by introducing the topic. Could it be treasure? Ron's face was full of excitement, adding a bit of mystery to the things under the trapdoor. Could it be a dragon? Draco's adrenaline surged, and he wanted to break in and take a look right now. Theodore gave Draco 2 free rolls of the eyes, and did not comment for the time being. As for Kane, do you know what it means that the boss is always the last to appear? I do have a guess. Harry looked around at the participants. Remember that when the school just started, there was a news report in the newspaper about the theft of Gringotts No. 713. Harry successfully aroused everyone's curiosity. But this kid knows how to control the rhythm, and he stopped abruptly at the key node, making people want to throw rotten eggs at him. Seeing that he had offended everyone, Harry did not dare to waste time. The day when Gringotts was robbed was when Hagrid took me to retrieve something. Moreover, Hagrid once whispered to the goblins that Dumbledore sent him to retrieve something from Vault 713. Hagrid also once told me that Hogwarts is the safest place to hide things. Harry told everything he knew like a bamboo tube pouring beans. And do you remember what Headmaster Dumbledore stressed at the opening banquet? If you don't want to die tragically, don't go near the rooms on the 4th floor corridor. Kane made his final statement, so, what Hagrid took out from Gringotts might be what the 3-headed dog is guarding. Then why don't we split up into 2 groups? Let us Slytherins be responsible for inquiring about the news from Gringotts, and you 3 might as well go to Hagrid on a certain day to ask for information. Kane paused. If there is any news, please share it with each other in time. If necessary, you can organize a second meeting. The other 5 people agreed with Kane's proposal and expressed their willingness to contribute to the solution of the Hogwarts mystery case. In a harmonious atmosphere, the first detective meeting and exchange meeting at Hogwarts was a complete success. Applause. Kane, what do you think the 3-headed dog is guarding? On the way back, Theodore couldn't help but ask Kane for some information. He had a hunch that Kane might know something. Draco pricked up his ears quietly when he heard this, and kept glancing at the 2 of them. It may be something that can lead to crime. Kane smiled mysteriously, without saying anything, and walked forward quickly. Theodore and Draco looked at each other, and without saying anything more, they quickly followed Kane's footsteps. As soon as he arrived at the Slytherin lounge, Kane sensitively noticed that the atmosphere was not right. Looking around, the seniors, who were not usually seen, stood together in groups of 3 or 5, while the juniors stood in the corner and dared not speak. The common point of these people was that when they saw Kane, they all cast their eyes over. Kane's heart sank when he saw this scene. Kane. Audrey wanted to stand up and say something, but was stopped by the seniors around her. Kane Lestrange, I have heard of your name for a long time. Juster Rawle, the 5th-year prefect, stood up nonchalantly and walked in front of Kane. What's the matter? Kane slightly distanced himself and asked in a calm tone. Come here, bastard. Juster Rawle hooked his finger like calling a dog. Walter White, who had never dared to appear in front of Kane since the flying lesson, came over with a pale face and shrank. Kane noticed that the faces of some seniors suddenly sank. Tell him what you know. Juster Rawle looked down at Walter. This I saw Lestrange and the savior of Gryffindor behaved intimately, which is a betrayal of Slytherin. Seeing Juster Rawle's fierce eyes, White closed his eyes in fear and accused Kane. The lounge was boiling all of a sudden, and everyone whispered, looking at Kane constantly. Theodore and Draco beside Kane looked angry and solemn. Wow, this is a serious accusation, isn't it? Kane raised his eyebrows and smiled without any pressure. I think you need to give us an explanation. Walter White took out his wand and pointed it at Kane. Chapter 23 Establishing Authority. Explain. Kane laughed disdainfully. Who are you? You deserve me to explain to you. Wow, the lounge suddenly boiled like boiling water. They didn't expect Kane to be so arrogant. Juster Rawle was so angry that the ferocious muscles on his arms bulged. I really don't know who gave you the blind confidence to make you so arrogant. Of course I have the capital to be arrogant, do you dare to touch me? Kane was annoyed by the frequent probing of these extreme pure-bloods. Taking this opportunity, it was just right to kill their prestige. This is what you said, so don't blame me for being rude. Jester Roll smiled grimly. Hey, Cassandra Shafik, the 6th grade prefect, said casually, circling her blonde hair, you've really become very capable, Roll, punching a freshman. The eyes of the people around him also hid dissatisfaction with Just Roll, especially the lower grades. It is taboo for the lower grades to attack recklessly. It doesn't matter, I also want to see the strength of the members of the Roll family. Kane didn't intend to appreciate it. Cassandra Shafik's eyes flashed and she stopped talking. It's hard to persuade a ghost who is looking for death. Kane, you have to think clearly. Gemma Farley, the 5th grade female prefect, almost told Kane not to overestimate his own abilities. I think clearly, but... But what? It's too late for you to beg for mercy from me now. Just Roll stared at Kane fiercely. It's impossible to beg for mercy. But how about adding some color to this duel? Kane raised his eyebrows. Bet, okay, I'll give you a chance. Don't refuse something that's free. Ha ha ha. Rawl didn't expect such a good thing. Don't say that the senior doesn't take care of you. What do you plan to use as a bet? How about the 2 shops of Rawl's family in Diagon Alley? Rawl's shop is near the Lestrange family. Kane has long planned to take down the 2 shops and connect them to use them as a place for consignment of alchemical items in the future. Alchemy is a lucrative business, and Kane doesn't mind the Lestrange family's gold coins. Similarly, if I lose, I will give you the 2 shops of the Lestrange family. Kane's words were a little provocative. I just don't know if you can be the master of the Rawl family. Of course, I am the only heir of the Rawl family. Just Rawl never thought that he might lose, and he spoke with full confidence. But I'm just a weak first-year student. What if someone doesn't fulfill their promise? Kane didn't want to give Rawl a chance to regret, and began to pretend to be weak, pitiful, and helpless. Don't worry, Kane. The 7th grade chairman Ike Bulstrode stepped forward. I guarantee in the name of the Bulstrode family that if anyone does not keep the promise, they will be the enemy of the Bulstrode family. Bulstrode looked around at the Slytherins around him. They were all smart people, so how could they not understand what Bulstrode meant? I witness in the name of the Shafik family. I witness in the name of the Malfoy family. I witness in the name of the Rosier family. The heirs of the powerful pure-blood families made guarantees one after another, and Kane and Just were both very satisfied. Then, don't waste time, let's get started. Kane planned to make a quick decision. Since you are looking for death, I will be merciful and fulfill your wish. Just. Rawl laughed wildly. According to the duel ritual, both sides raised their wands and saluted in front of their chests. Disarm you. Kane quickly distanced the 2 and cast a spell. The speed of the spell was beyond Just Ro's expectation, and his wand was hit hard and flew out. The onlookers exclaimed, they didn't expect the duel to be decided so quickly. Odw, who was standing off the field, covered her face reflexively. She really sympathized with Just Ro now. It was really shameful to be defeated by Kane in one move. It doesn't count this time. I was careless. Just Ro was surprised at first, and then the muscles on his face twisted. Obviously, he couldn't accept this result and became angry. Just really underestimated Lestrange's strength. He was completely unprepared, wasn't he? Ike Bulstrode claimed to be fair. I think I should give Just another chance. There was an uproar at the scene. I didn't expect someone to lose face. It's hard not to wonder if there is some hidden relationship between Just Ro and Ike Bulstrode. Okay, let's do it again. Kane didn't mean to object at all. I hope this is the last fair fight. Cassandra Shafik glanced at Ike Bost, pursed her red lips, and emphasized the word fairness. Kane and Jester Rawl stood opposite each other again and saluted each other. However, something unexpected happened at this moment. Rawl took the lead without waiting for the salute to be completed. Thunder explosion. Rawl raised his hand and cast a powerful black magic, and a red light shot straight at Kane. Armor protection. Kane flexibly dodged to the side and put on defense. Dark fog erosion. It is said that it is impolite not to return the favor. A thick fog sprayed out from Kane's wand, and instantly wrapped Juster Rawl. Juster Rawl quickly defended himself and also gave himself an armor protection. But what he didn't expect was that the thick fog corroded all the armor on his body. Ah, Juster! Ro covered his face. Corrosion marks had appeared on his face and spread to other parts of his body. Seeing Juster Ro's miserable state, the surrounding Slytherins looked at Kane in disbelief. Some people's eyes flickered. They felt that it was necessary to re-evaluate Kane Lestrange. What are you doing? Snape rushed over, and his black cloak was almost torn into a horizontal line. He didn't expect that the students of Slytherin would be so bold and fight privately without telling him, the Dean. When he saw Juster Ro's miserable state on the ground, a surge of anger came to his heart. But now is not the time to pursue it. Snape walked directly to Juster Ro and took out his wand to check his body. The title of Potion Master is not covered. Snape immediately realized that this was the damage caused by black magic. Carry him to my office. Snape flicked his cape. Ike Bulstrode, come to my office too. As for you, all of you, shut up quietly. This matter is forbidden to be spread. Snape issued a gag order, not wanting people from other colleges to watch the fun. What Juster Rawl promised will be delivered to you as scheduled in 2 days. Cassandra opened her red lips slightly, and whispered softly to Kane's ear with her charming face. Kane pulled away imperceptibly, with a faint smile on his lips. Then I'll trouble you, senior sister. Cassandra looked at Kane meaningfully, and only felt interesting. Kane is like a fish that stirs up the situation and brings changes. But I don't know if this fish will drown in the stagnant water of Slytherin. Or will he turn into a dragon when encountering wind and clouds, and lead Slytherin to complete the transformation? Really, looking forward to it. Chapter 24 Snape's Warning. After a while, Ike Bulstrode appeared at the door of Kane's dormitory. Dean Snape wants to see you. Bulstrode hesitated. Because of what happened just now, you know what to say. Of course. It was just a normal exchange between classmates. Kane knew Bulstrode's concerns, and it would be better to let it go. Bulstrode nodded with satisfaction and left without saying anything. Lestrange, are you going to be the next Dark Lord? Snape looked down at Kane with a gloomy face. You're kidding, we're just simply exchanging ideas. Exchanging ideas? That's ridiculous, Hagrid doesn't believe it. Snape looked disdainful. Using black magic on classmates, expelling you is the best solution. Snape's face was almost touching Kane's head, and Kane could feel Snape's saliva blooming on his face. Although, what does it have to do with Hagrid? Discrimination against half-blood giants is prohibited. Professor, then can you teach me what I should do? Kane didn't want to spoil Snape, break up with Gryffindor directly and call Gryffindor mudbloods. Shut up, shut up! Snape roared, his face twisted in an instant. Gryffindor's Lily has always been the most untouchable pain in Snape's heart. Kane is dancing directly on Snape's thunder point. I don't care where you know anything, arrogant Lestrange. Snape's eyes were red. I will watch you. Now, get out of my office. Kane got out quickly. Anyway, he came out, and Kane didn't plan to go back to the lounge immediately. His magic power increased too quickly because of time and space travel, resulting in the fact that he couldn't control the strength well now. Kane decided to go to the room of requirement to practice spells. Give me a room to practice spells, give me a room to practice spells, Kane said silently in his heart. A door suddenly appeared in front of Kane. It was very spacious inside, with many puppets suitable for practicing spells. Kane nodded with satisfaction and began to practice. His current magic power was enough matching adults, it's time to learn more advanced spells by yourself. The first grade teaching progress can no longer satisfy Kane. However, he had just offended Snape. Given Snape's pettiness and grudges, it was unlikely that he would approve Kane to audit classes in other grades. He could only go to Dumbledore to talk. Putting aside his messy thoughts, Kane immersed himself in the joy of improving his strength. Time is obvious. Kane waved his wand lightly and found that he had practiced for more than 2 hours and it was already early in the morning. Kane touched his somewhat deflated stomach and was hungry, so he decided to support himself. Walking down the Hufflepuff lounge and turning left, there was a wide stone corridor. Kane quickly found a painting of a silver bowl full of fruit, with a plump pear in the silver bowl. Reaching out and scratching the pear immediately laughed foolishly. Then a large green handle appeared, and Kane pushed the door open. A group of house elves wearing tea towels with the Hogwarts crest were walking around. When they saw Kane suddenly appear, they seemed to have pressed the pause button. The next second, a bunch of elves surrounded him, vying to serve Kane. Kane looked like he was about to be overwhelmed by the house elves. Kane couldn't bear it anymore, and pointed at an elf with a tuft of sparse yellow hair on his head. "It's you." The elf was so happy that he seemed to have won 50 million. He suppressed his excitement and said, "Lightning is here to serve the young master. What do you need?" "Give me some beef pie and pudding, and a pot of pumpkin juice." Kane was really hungry. "Okay, young master, I'll be right there." Lightning was worthy of being lightning. The next second, he brought Kane a huge tray full of food. Hagrid had to lie down when he came. "Ha ha!" Kane heard a chuckle. When he looked up, he found that there was another person in the kitchen, a handsome boy. He had very white skin, a high nose bridge, black hair, black eyes, and a very warm temperament. Kane probably guessed who he was. "Hello, I'm Cedric Diggory." The gentle boy took the initiative to extend his hand. "Hello, Kane Lestrange." Kane extended his hand and shook it back. Turning his head to look at Lightning, who was still waiting for Kane's review of the meal, Kane praised him against his conscience, and it was no surprise that he got a house elf with tears in his eyes. "They are actually quite cute, aren't they?" Cedric smiled at the corners of his mouth, looking at the noisy house elves. If they weren't so enthusiastic." Kane meant something. Then, the two looked at each other tacitly. "Actually, I know you." Cedric hesitated and said softly. "Really? My pleasure." Kane raised his eyebrows playfully, causing Cedric to chuckle. "You are different from other Slytherins," Cedric said sincerely, "I can see that." "That's true. In my heart, I am the school hunk of Slytherin." Kane stopped chewing and joked seriously. "Indeed, but I will definitely be the school hunk of Hogwarts in the future." Cedric looked arrogant, thinking Kane was inferior to him. "Excuse me, it turns out that the school hunk of Hogwarts has arrived." Kane imitated the Weasley twins and hurriedly became respectful. "Ha ha ha." The two smiled at each other and felt that the distance between them was shortened a little. Fate is really amazing. Some people may not be able to talk to each other even if they have known each other for a lifetime. Some people may hit it off at first sight when they meet for the first time. Kane and Cedric belonged to the latter. They ate and talked while feeling that they had endless things to say. This may be the unique magnetic field between two handsome guys, it must be like this. "By the way, Cedric, I heard that Hufflepuffs are very knowledgeable about food." Kane's eyes rolled, and some bad thoughts could not be hidden. "What do you want to do?" Cedric was a little alert, and he felt that Kane was going to make trouble. "Do you know what is the most indispensable thing in the world?" Kane said without waiting for Cedric to answer, "It's food. I have 3 dishes from the East that are not passed on to outsiders. I see that you and I are destined to be together. Come on, let you choose one." Kane's face was unfathomable. "What is it?" Cedric, as a real Hufflepuff, couldn't sit still when he heard about food. "Listen carefully, Kane cleared his throat. Shui, Zhou Hei, and Huang Shang Huang are all secrets that are not passed on. But since you are handsome, I will teach you for free. Which one do you choose? If I choose Shui, what will you do, sir? Cedric tried it lightly. Then you must make it sweet and spicy. Kane sipped his saliva. He had wanted this for many years, especially late at night. It's a pity that there are no TV series in the magic world, so the deliciousness is halved. What is sweet and spicy? What ingredients are needed? Everything can be braised, with necks, wings, and hooves being the best. The spicy taste is fresh. And the fresh taste is sweet. The fragrance is everywhere, and it's so delicious. It's really delicious. Cedric looked embarrassed. Can intestines, hooves, and the like be eaten? Don't worry, Cedric. I guarantee that you will want to try it again after eating it once. Kane was confident and patted his chest to guarantee. Okay, then I'll try it in the Hogwarts kitchen first. Cedric was half believing and half doubting. It worked. Kane was secretly happy and waited to be fed, looking forward to it. Chapter 25 Headmaster, you have to make the decision for me. The next day, the Hogwarts Great Hall. What's this smell? A domineering fragrance enveloped the hall, and the students stretched their heads out to inhale. It was really fragrant. As soon as Kane walked into the hall, he smelled the smell. Yes, it's this smell, yes, it's absolutely amazing. Kane. Cedric stood up from the Hufflepuff table and waved to Kane. When did you meet Cedric from Hufflepuff? Draco said with a look on his face, you actually went out to play behind my back. I just met him yesterday. Kane didn't hide anything at all. I'm going to eat delicious food, do you want to go? The little snakes looked at each other and didn't move. Then I'll go. Kane waved at them and walked towards the Hufflepuff table while talking. What Kane didn't notice was that Ike Bulstrode looked at his back, a flash of cold light flashed in his eyes, and then disappeared in the depths of his pupils. Sit down quickly. Cedric pulled Kane to his side and opened the small pot on the long table with excitement. Wow, the smell is stronger. Kane looked closely and saw a pot of delicious stewed food in front of him, tempting him to move. How about trying it quickly? This is according to your secret recipe, and it was braised and left overnight. Cedric couldn't wait any longer. Kane was not polite either, and quickly took a duck neck from the pot and started to eat it. Spicy and firm. Kane gave a thumbs up while eating, signaling Cedric to try it quickly. Cedric followed Kane's example and took a duck neck. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he closed his eyes and started to eat it. There was such a delicious food in the world. Cedric seemed to have opened up a new world of taste buds and couldn't stop eating at all. Is this thing really edible? The Hufflepuff next to him swallowed his saliva and looked at the claws and other things in the pot with horror. It smells so good. Harry and Ron came over after smelling the smell. They had eaten Kane's food before, the magic version of the big stew, and they still couldn't forget it. Try it. Kane sat down to the side and made room for them. The two were not polite. They saw the duck neck in the pot and picked it up without hesitation. This is too delicious. Harry's green eyes widened. At this time, Ron was already immersed in the food. He held a duck neck in his left hand and a duck wing in his right hand, and started the dual machine startup mode. My little brother Ronnie, your dear brother is here to share the joys and sorrows with you. The Weasley twins squeezed Ron in the middle, one on the left and one on the right, without caring that their poor brother was choked by a sudden shout. Delicious! Really delicious! The Weasley twins finished their daily antics and rarely calmed down to enjoy the food. Seeing this, the Hufflepuffs next to them were no longer reserved and joined the queue to share the food. Give me one. Don't grab it. Slow down, slow down. The stewed food in the pot was quickly wiped away. Dumbledore, sitting in the teacher's seat, was very pleased to see such a lively scene. He wiped his eyes and sighed, "Youth, youth." Professor McGonagall next to him looked down on Dumbledore, who was not in tune with his usual style. Fortunately, Hogwarts has McGonagall to carry the burden forward, otherwise it will be finished sooner or later. "Oh, I want to taste what it tastes like." Professor Flitwick was eager to try. "Hey! Professor Snape is still so cool." A simple humph contains a variety of emotions such as disdain and annoyance. Professor Sprout didn't say anything, but he had already decided in his heart to hold a party in the Hufflepuff Lounge tonight. As for the reason, there is no reason. Hufflepuffs are just happier. Of course, the pot of strange things that appeared on the long table today must be there. This matter was left to Cedric. As expected of himself, the arrangement was simply perfect. After eating and drinking, Cain returned to the Slytherin long table with satisfaction and received a few pairs of resentful eyes. "Why, it's you who said you couldn't go." Cain didn't feel guilty about eating alone. What could Draco and the others do? They could only emphasize secretly that it was just a pot of food made of unknown ingredients. As a member of the 28 pure-blood families, they had eaten a lot of good things. At most, they were a little curious, really just a little curious. "What are you doing?" Cain saw the twins of the Weasley family holding a small bag, sneaking around in the corner. Opposite them was a boy in Ravenclaw uniform, who took something from the Weasley brothers and ran away. "It's you, Cain, you scared me." The Weasley brothers panted exaggeratedly, "Nothing. You two are kidding, I can smell it. You are actually selling stewed goods." Keep your voice down, we are just seeking some benefits for the students." George Weasley was not justified. "Studying is so hard, can't you enjoy it?" "That's right, 15 nuts apiece, it's really good value for money, you'll make a profit if you buy it." Fred Weasley immediately joined in. "How did you convince Cedric?" Cain was very curious. "When you have a little secret of the other person, everything will be solved." The Weasley twins looked proud. How could the unfortunate Cedric fall into the hands of these two clowns? "So what is the secret?" "Master, didn't we forget something too?" George Weasley hooked Cain's shoulder skillfully. "It's normal for the young master to forget things. It's just a pity for the two of us, who were abandoned, George." Fred almost cried out of grievance. Cain felt a little guilty. They had agreed to study alchemy together, but they were always interrupted by unexpected events. Okay, I won't tell anyone about your selling of stewed goods." Cain paused. "See you on the 8th floor at 10 o'clock tonight." "As you wish, young master." The Weasley twins performed a lengthy noble salute and continued to spread benefits to the students. "Cain!" Hagrid's loud voice came from behind. "What's wrong, Hagrid?" Looking at Hagrid with an angry face, Cain was a little puzzled. "The cabin was robbed, I was just about to go find Dumbledore." "It was robbed?" Cain thought to himself. Did the thief steal Hagrid's unicorn blanket or the silver flower pot made of bird snake eggs? "My chickens and ducks have been stolen these days." Hagrid looked heartbroken. He had raised them with great difficulty. It turned out that it was none of them. Cain had a bad feeling and wanted to find a reason to run away. Unexpectedly, Hagrid did not play by the rules, and directly dragged Cain to find Dumbledore, asking Dumbledore to make the decision for him. Who could bear Hagrid's strength? Cain's eyebrows twisted up in an instant. "Hagrid, let go, I'll go with you." Originally, he planned to talk to Dumbledore, and this time he would just accompany Hagrid. Cain comforted himself. Chapter 26 Great Minds Think Alike. Cain and Hagrid stood in front of the huge stone beast guarding the principal's office, looking at each other in bewilderment. "You don't know what the password to the principal's office is?" Cain was a little surprised. "Then how did you go to the principal to complain?" "I didn't think so much, I came here to find Dumbledore," Hagrid said innocently. "Oh, Merlin," Cain shouted silently in his heart. "Well, Well, do you know the password to the principal's office before? Kane tried to evoke Hagrid's hidden memory. Oh, I remember, it's iced lemon juice. Hagrid thought for a while and slapped his thigh. Well, I think the password to the principal's office should be related to Honeydukes candy. Although Kane knew it a long time ago, he still pretended to think. Sizzle honey candy. The stone statue did not react. Cockroach pile. Toffee. Lemon sherbet. After reciting a bunch of candies that Kane knew, he finally hit the right password. The stone statue moved in response, revealing a spiral staircase, and at the top of the staircase was the door to the principal's office. Oh, Fox, we have guests. Dumbledore patted the candy crumbs left on his hands and happily asked the two to sit down. A glass of honey water. Dumbledore waved his hand, and a glass of honey water with a slightly amber color appeared in front of each of them. How much honey was added to this? The water changed color. Kane felt a toothache, took the honey water and secretly put it aside. And this, come and try my favorite. Dumbledore was still enthusiastic, grabbing a handful of cockroach piles from the plate and trying to stuff them into the two. Hagrid accepted it happily. When it was Kane's turn, he waved his hand and said, "Principal, I'll just drink some water." Dumbledore withdrew his hand with regret, and urged Kane to taste the gift from the mountains, the water brewed with jujube honey. Kane looked at Dumbledore's face, which was smiling like a flower, gritted his teeth secretly, picked up the cup and took a sip. Sweet, really sweet. How is it? Dumbledore asked with anticipation. It is indeed a treasure from the mountains, it tastes really good. Kane gave a thumbs up against his conscience. Not bad, great minds think alike. Dumbledore affirmed Kane's vision. In the past, Cao Gong and Liu Bei talked about heroes over wine, and now you are talking about heroes over a cup of honey water. I can only say that you are worthy of it, old bee. By the way, what are you doing here? Dumbledore finally realized and remembered to perform his duties as the principal. Principal, you have to make the decision for me. Hagrid finally remembered the business and put down the candy on his lips. I don't know who stole the chickens and ducks I raised. Oh, there is such a thing. Dumbledore's blue eyes became serious. We must investigate it thoroughly. Kane was numb. Hagrid's chickens and ducks were harmed, and it was most likely done by the Weasley twins. Otherwise, where do the ingredients for the braised food they sell come from, and why are the prices so low? Kane wanted to try to save the situation, with a pair of innocent big eyes. Could it be that the magical animals in the Forbidden Forest stole the food? It's not ruled out. Dumbledore winked playfully, then you accompany Hagrid to investigate in the Forbidden Forest. Principal. Just consider it as a punishment for your last night outing. Kane was blocked before he finished speaking. Dumbledore knew how to settle accounts. Principal Dumbledore, I want to apply to audit classes in other grades. After sending Hagrid away, Kane applied to Dumbledore. You know, my magic has improved a little, and the current course schedule can no longer keep up with my learning speed. Kane, have you really decided? Dumbledore was not sure if this was a whim of Kane. Of course, Headmaster Dumbledore. At present, I just want to apply for the tutorial of the charms class next door. Kane thought very clearly. His dark magic was taught by the Dark Lord. Transfiguration was not yet handy. Other courses could be followed step by step. What urgently needed to be improved now was his spell ability and practical ability. Okay, kid, I respect your decision. Dumbledore stared at Kane for a moment, but this matter needs to be notified to your Dean and Professor Flitwick to decide together. Fox. As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, Fox, the phoenix who had been dozing, cried softly and went to notify without mentioning it. Dumbledore, you'd better have something to do. I still have a pot of potion in the crucible. Before seeing the person, you heard his voice first. Snape walked in with a stinky face. Hi, Dean Snape. Kane raised a smile, polite and well-behaved. Snape was surprised to see Kane here, and his face became visibly stinker. "What are you doing here? Have you finished your potion homework?" Snape frowned tightly, wanting Kane to get out of here. "Snape, calm down, this kid came to me to discuss something." Dumbledore tried to divert Snape's attention. "Great Mr. Lestrange, what is it that even his poor dean can't solve?" Snape opened his mouth with a sarcastic tone. "Dumbledore, is there something you want me to do?" Professor Flitwick arrived. "You're just in time, Phileas." Kane saw that Dumbledore was relieved because of Professor Flitwick's timely arrival. It seemed that even Dumbledore had to give in to Snape's venomous tongue. "It's like this." Dumbledore relayed Kane's request to the two professors. "Humph, you have high expectations but low skills." Snape's cloak almost hit Kane's face. "Mr. Lestrange, I admit that you are good at spells." Professor Flitwick did not deny Kane's idea of auditing senior courses, however, "you have to pass my test before I will agree to your request." "Thank you, Professor Flitwick." As long as it is not Snape's test, Kane is confident that he can pass any professor's test. "I think the great Mr. Lestrange's potion class is the one that needs to be improved the most." Snape looked at Kane with his hooked nose. "His poor potion teacher has been tortured by the A on the homework. Come to my office after class every Wednesday, I will teach you with my heart." Snape did not give Kane a chance to refuse at all. Kane looked at Dumbledore, wanting him to do justice. As a result, the old bee seemed to have suddenly developed a strong interest in the ceiling in the office. He kept staring at it, muttering while looking, but not looking at Kane. The weak, pitiful, and helpless Kane fell into the hands of Snape, the evil force, and he will suffer in the future. Professor Flitwick smiled as he watched the two Slytherins exchange witticisms, and felt that the honey water in the cup had become more delicious. Chapter 27 Let's come to Ravenclaw. "Kane, take a seat first." Kane followed Professor Flitwick back to his office. Professor Flitwick's office was on the 7th floor, close to the West Tower, and Dumbledore gave Flitwick full authority to conduct the test. "Okay, Kane, let's make some changes here first." Professor Flitwick waved his wand neatly, and the items in the office moved by themselves, lined up in the corner, and folded up by themselves. A large area in the middle of the office was instantly vacant. "How about a hearty duel?" Professor Flitwick's tone was a little excited. "Of course." Kane agreed readily. Professor Flitwick had won the championship in the International Magic Duel when he was young, and Kane just wanted to test his current strength. Professor Flitwick and Kane walked to the middle of the venue and exchanged duel salutes. "Expelliarmus! Expelliarmus!" The two chose the same spell, but Professor Flitwick was faster. Kane barely dodged it, turned his wrist, and sent out a quick imprisonment. "Petrified!" Professor Flitwick dodged it with his flexible body advantage, and shook his wrist lightly. "There are many obstacles." Quick imprisonment. The two of them fought back and forth for more than 10 rounds. "It's been a long time since I experienced such a hearty duel." Professor Flitwick was radiant and very happy. "However, Kane, you can consider combining spells, sometimes there will be different surprises." Professor Flitwick saw that Kane was still a little awkward in the conversion of spells, and pointed out the problem bluntly. Kane would not miss this good opportunity, and pulled Professor Flitwick to discuss it. It can only be said that Professor Flitwick is worthy of being a duel champion, and Kane has benefited a lot from his casual advice. Time passed bit by bit, and Kane pulled Professor Flitwick to practice several spell combination duels, and the connection between casting became much smoother. Professor Flitwick looked at Kane with increasing admiration. If this was a student of Ravenclaw, he would definitely teach him the mantle of duel champion and make a good story of master and apprentice, but unfortunately. Wait, Kane is not without the opportunity to become a Ravenclaw. As long as the hoe is used well, there is no corner that cannot be dug. Kane, your duel skills still need to be practiced diligently to improve. Professor, you are right. Cain agreed. I can see that you are very talented in dueling and have a promising future. I still have to learn a lot from you, Professor. Cain was impressed by Professor Flitwick's experience in dueling. Since you have this intention, then I will report to Headmaster Dumbledore and let you transfer to our Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick turned around excitedly and immediately wanted to pull Cain back to the headmaster's office. No, what's the situation? What do you mean I have this intention? When did I show that I want to transfer to another school? Cain was a little confused. Professor Flitwick, no, I really don't mean that. Cain waved his hand quickly. The sorting hat will not sort the wrong house. The sorting hat is old, it is possible that it will make mistakes. Professor Flitwick was still a little unwilling. Professor, I really don't want to transfer to another house. Cain was a little amused. If Cain really proposed to transfer to another house, Snape would definitely not let him see the sun tomorrow. Oh, okay. Professor Flitwick also knew that it was difficult to snatch someone from Snape, but he was still a little disappointed. However, Professor Flitwick, can I ask to learn dueling from you privately? Cain's eyes were full of stars. Your skills really make me admire and yearn for them. Professor Flitwick was a little more spirited after hearing this. Of course, Cain, I am willing to help you tap your potential. Come to my office every Tuesday night for extra lessons. Professor Flitwick secretly thought that he must catch up with Snape to teach Cain and let Cain know that dueling is the most attractive project in the world. Then, about auditing. I'll give you a list of spells for other grades. You can decide when to audit according to your own class schedule. Thank you so much. No one can stop me from studying. Stopping me from studying is to cut off my path. Even if Grindelwald comes, he has to cry and leave a set of fiendish fire curs here before he can leave, haha. Cain got what he wanted, and for a while he was in a good mood, immersed in his own fantasy world. Why did you call us to the 8th floor? Dear young master. Cain felt that the Weasley twins must have a disease that will kill them if they don't show off. Stop talking nonsense. It's time for you to witness a miracle. Cain dodged the double-sided attack of the Weasley twins. Oh, not bad, the daytime training is now in use. When Cain brofed after the Weasley twins walked around the tapestry 3 times, a door appeared in front of the 3 of them. Cain glanced left and right, and the Weasley twins' eyes almost popped out. He quickly covered the twins who were trying to speak with his left and right hands. Go in first. Cain pushed the 2 Weasleys. Wow! Wow! The 2 pretended to be unsophisticated, looking left and right. How did you find this place? George Weasley was really curious. They claimed to know everything about the secret passages of Hogwarts. Of course. Cain paused deliberately, trying to trick them. Do you have another map of the secret passages of Hogwarts? Fred. George Weasley wanted to stop Fred from self-destructing, but Cain was going to get the Marauders map from the 2 of them, so how could he let them get away with it? So you have a map of the secret passage of Hogwarts. Cain said, I've let you know the secret of the 8th floor, do you still want to hide it from me? So this is how Gryffindor is. Cain decisively fired the map cannon to provoke the twins. Okay, we do have a map of Hogwarts. The twins looked at each other and chose to confess to Cain. But you have to keep it secret. Of course, now we also have a common secret. You also have to keep the room of requirement secret. So how did you find this place? George Weasley still couldn't forget it. Family heirloom. Cain said calmly. Okay. George didn't delve into it any further. Which family doesn't have some little secrets? We'll bring the Marauders map to you someday. The secrets of Hogwarts are all exposed on this map. The twins patted Cain on the shoulder and promised. Okay, let's get back to the point. Cain's face straightened, does the loss of Hagrid's chickens and ducks have anything to do with you too? Of course not. You can't wrongly accuse a good person. The two cried out for injustice. Then the braised food you sell. In addition, Hagrid reported this matter to the principal, and the principal asked me to accompany Hagrid to investigate the situation. Kane said it directly. If the Weasley twins still don't understand, they are really stupid. Okay, we know. The two men, one pinched Kane's shoulders, and the other rubbed Kane's back, trying to bribe the prosecutor. Okay, stop acting, I'll see to it. Kane sighed, and couldn't tell who was in the first grade for a while. Thank you for saving my life, young master. The two said in unison, bowing 90 degrees to Kane in an exaggerated gesture of a certain island country. Chapter 28 Preliminary Concept. What, you want to complete an alchemical item that can communicate with each other? What a great idea! The Weasley twins were very interested in Kane's alchemical concept. As for Kane himself, he was impressed by the Dark Lord's Horcrux notebook in the original book. Because of the fragments of the Dark Lord's soul, the ordinary notebook is even more AI than the AI in the previous life. So Kane plans to use the form of a parchment notebook as a carrier for communication alchemy. Of course, ordinary parchment notebooks must be transformed. I plan to refine the mother copy first. Through the mother copy, the subcopy can be controlled, and then through the mutual connection between the subcopy, the information sharing can be finally realized. Kane said his original idea. Wow, but this is difficult. Fred Weasley said bluntly. This requires not only a large number of runes for engraving. George Weasley glanced at Kane. In addition, as a carrier of communication, if you want to keep the information transmission smooth, you also need mithril. As we all know, mithril is not easy to buy. Fred Weasley added. Kane had considered the problem Weasley mentioned before. Regarding the engraving of runes, Kane had already practiced it before, and now he can barely engrave it on wood. But if you want to engrave it on a carrier made of mithril, it is still difficult. In addition, the notes only record the alchemy method. In addition to exploring the magic patterns by yourself, you can't avoid asking Professor Barbling for advice. In contrast, mithril is not a difficult problem to solve. It's time to write a letter to Mrs. Lestrange in France. Leave the mithril to me. As for runes, we can ask Barbling, who teaches runes. Kane said after thinking for a while. The Weasley twins were a little hesitant when they heard this. Professor Barbling is not easy to get along with. Why? Kane was very curious about what Professor Barbling did. Even the difficult Weasley twins thought she was difficult to get along with. She never cared whether students came to class or not. She never gives exams. Whether she teaches or not depends entirely on her mood, and she never cares whether the students listen or not. Her eyes sometimes suddenly turn red. From the Weasley twins' chatter, Kane saw the image of a professor who behaved recklessly and had a weird temper. But no one in Hogwarts knows runes better than her, right? The Weasley twins were immediately discouraged when they heard this, shrugged their shoulders, and chose to compromise. Okay, then I'll take you to see Professor Barbling another day. But I can't guarantee whether she will see you or not. George Weasley was simply planning to let Kane go to see Professor Barbling by himself. The friendship vote could be overturned at any time. Kane shook his head secretly in his heart and did not force the two. By the way, I heard that you two want to open a joke shop. Kane asked the two of them in a polite manner. Oh, Master, we are so touched. He actually knows our ideals. But I still have to correct it. It's a trick shop, not a joke shop. The Weasley twins performed a tearful performance for Kane on the spot. So what products do you have now? Kane was already used to the twins' virtues, and then asked. Ding 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 ding, let me introduce the great products from the Weasley twins to the distinguished master. George pushed away Fred, who wanted to speak first. The first one to appear is the eternal classic, the dung egg. It can make you feel as warm as a toilet. The two of them tap danced around Kane, which made Kane feel cold. The second one is the canary biscuit. Eating it can make you fly freely like a bird. The two of them turned in circles, while spinning and using their arms to simulate wings flying. After a lot of chaos, the Weasley twins introduced the current products to Kane. After that, the two looked at Kane with wet eyes like puppies, obviously treating Kane as a big customer. Stop! Kane would feel powerless every time he met the twins, and this time was no exception. He could only rub his eyebrows to relieve his emotions. If you perform well, I can provide you with sponsorship. However, Kane still likes these two live treasures. Another reason is that their prank products are really quite marketable. Kane will not lose money if he invests in them. George, touch my ears, did I hear it wrong? The surprise came too suddenly. George stepped forward and twisted Fred's ears hard. Ah! Fred screamed and jumped up. You will feel pain, it seems that we heard it right, Fred. George hugged Fred. Master, how much do you plan to invest? The Weasley twins rubbed their hands and looked at Kane expectantly. Well, let's bet 50 galleons first. What? 50 galleons? The Weasley twins were shocked. Why? Too little. Kane raised his eyebrows. No, no, no. The twins shook their heads. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. It's just 50 galleons, a small matter. Kane was secretly happy. 50 galleons could control the Weasley twins for his use. It was really worth it. Grandiose. You are worthy of being the young master of a big family. The Weasley twins really knew who was the boss now, and they spared no effort to flatter Kane. Kane was happy again. This is the feeling, so happy. Looking at the time, it was almost dawn, and the three of them were ready to go back to their dormitories and find their own beds. Who's there? As soon as Kane returned to the Slytherin lounge, he saw a blurry figure hiding in an unlit corner. It's me. Audrey walked out in a lake green pajamas. Why are you here? Waiting for you. Hearing this, Kane felt a little strange. He suddenly couldn't see what Audrey was thinking. They were just a cooperative relationship. Was it necessary for Audrey to pay so much attention to him? Was she afraid that he would have an accident and affect the truth of her fiancé's death? It seemed that this was the only explanation. Whatever you are thinking. It's not what you think. Audrey kept an eye on Kane and saw his expression change from confusion to enlightenment. But it was obvious that the final enlightenment was not what Audrey wanted, so she quickly explained. Yet. Kane nodded vaguely and said nothing more. Audrey hated Kane for being a piece of wood, her cheeks were puffy, and her eyes were full of accusations. Maybe the moonlight tonight was too bright, and the light rarely penetrated the black lake and shone into the Slytherin lounge. The gentle and broken light sprinkled on Audrey, and Kane was a little afraid to look into her eyes for a while. By the way. There is something I may need you to do. Kane suppressed a trace of strangeness in his heart and spoke calmly. What? Write to Mrs. Lestrange and say I need some mithril. Mithril? Audrey tilted her head cutely. I have some at home, I can write a letter and have someone send it to me. Don't worry. Kane avoided Audrey's sight, the resources promised by Mrs. Lestrange should not be wasted. Audrey chuckled, well, I'll listen to you. Kane felt that the atmosphere was getting weirder and weirder. It's getting late, go to rest quickly. After saying that, he hurried away. Fool, Kane is a big fool. Watching Kane's disappearing back, Audrey whispered softly. What should I do to make you trust me? Chapter 29 Undercurrents. Cassandra, you actually chose to stand on the side of Lestrange. Ike Bulstrode looked a little ugly. So what? Cassandra shook off Ike Bulstrode's hand when he tried to pull her. Don't forget, our two families are discussing engagement, and you will be my wife in the future. How can you stand on the side of outsiders? Ike Bulstrode asked as if he was wearing a hat. You also said it was in the future. Cassandra raised her eyebrows slightly, moved lightly, and her delicate hands brushed across Ike Bulstrode's pale face, her red lips slightly parted. Before that, I have the power to choose, don't I? Ike Bulstrode's anger seemed to be easily calmed, and he turned his head and kissed his fiancée's hand. Of course, your future husband will respect his wife's little scheming. After a pause, Ike Bulstrode smiled maliciously. The people of the Rawle family asked Lestrange to go to their castle on his own and sign the shop transfer contract. It's really despicable, they obviously don't want to fulfill the agreement. Cassandra had promised Cain before that she would let him get what he wanted. The Rawle family's move now also made her lose face. You just need to tell Lestrange. What he does has nothing to do with us, right? Ignoring Cassandra's ugly face, Ike Bulstrode touched her waist and walked away triumphantly. Cassandra looked at Ike Bulstrode's back, her eyes full of disgust. She kept wiping her hands kissed by Bulstrode, vowing to make him pay. Who is he? To think of her as a private property. I'm sorry, Cain, that's how it is. Cassandra looked apologetic. Thank you for running around for me. Cain didn't mean to blame Cassandra at all. He knew that the main reason for this matter was that the Rawle family went back on their word. What are you going to do? Cassandra hesitated. You are only a freshman now, it's not too late to settle accounts with them later. What belongs to me, no one can take it away. Cain's tone was light, but anyone could hear his affirmation. But don't worry, senior sister, I have a way to solve it. Cain didn't wait for Cassandra to persuade him again, because he would personally go to the Rawle family to recover the debt. Cassandra thought that Cain alone could not deal with the Rawle family, but emotionally she had expectations for Cain, so she simply stopped talking. Cain, why did Shafik come to you? Odwai didn't know why, but she was always very wary of Shafik. The Rawle family changed their minds. Cain briefly told a few people about the situation. What a bunch of despicable maggots! Pansy's face turned red with anger. I want to write a letter to my father. Draco turned around and wanted to write a letter, but was stopped by Cain. Cain, what are you going to do about this? A cold light flashed in Theodore's eyes. Why don't we let our respective parents put pressure on the Rawle family? The cynical and dissolute smile on Blaze's face disappeared completely at this moment. No, we can solve this problem by ourselves. Cain didn't want to seek help from his parents for everything. If he kept doing this, when would he really grow up? No matter what you plan to do, I support you. Audrey's face was cold, and her hands were clenched into small fists. We are students now, so we should use the methods that students should use. Cain did not say it clearly, and they would know it after some time. Dean. Cain knocked on Snape's office. I don't think today is Wednesday. What made the great Lestrange condescend to come to his humble potion professor? Snape opened his mouth and sprayed venom. Dean, I came here to discuss a deal with you. Cain went straight to Snape, and students should act like students, right? Snape secretly looked at Cain for a moment, and through his cloak, what is it? It's like this. Cain confessed the bet with the only son of the Rawle family. Cain knew that Snape must have known about his bet with Rawle a long time ago. Never underestimate Snape, who has been the dean for 10 years, and his control over Slytherin. So, Mr. Lestrange, you admit that you and your classmates used dark magic to fight privately. Snape stared at Cain slowly and said, Dean, it was really just a competition between classmates. But both sides took out 2 shops as rewards for the competition. It was impossible to admit it. Even if Snape already knew what happened, as long as he didn't admit it, nothing would happen. Humph! Snape's face was gloomy. Since Mr. Lestrange is so omnipotent, does he still need the help of his humble potion teacher? Professor, you don't want anything to happen in Slytherin, do you? I believe you must have seen the attitude of these extreme purebloods towards others. If the Dark Lord is still there, I believe they will all be Death Eaters. When Snape heard the Dark Lord, his eyes became empty reflexively, and his words were sharp. How good is Lestrange? Bella is the Dark Lord's #1 hound. At least I won't be a Death Eater. I am even willing to live in peace with Gryffindor. Then you are really great. Who can guarantee that you have no intention of being the savior of Gryffindor? Snape always felt that Cain was particularly interested in approaching Harry Potter. True friends will not be restricted by the secular world. It doesn't matter whether you are from Slytherin or Gryffindor, but with sincerity. Cain looked directly into Snape's eyes and said. Snape was silent, but to be honest, these 4 words are not a true portrayal of him and Lily. It's just that too many things happened later, and he and Lily drifted apart. And the regrets between him and Lily seemed to be repeated on the younger generation. Some emotions in my heart gradually awakened, that is unwillingness. Tell me the terms of the transaction. You just need to come forward and go to the Rawle family with me. Is it that simple? Snape was a little surprised. Then why don't you go directly to Lucius? Yes, you don't need to do it. Cain paused, because my last name is Lestrange. In addition, as a reward, I can provide you with a batch of precious potions. Deal. Snape did not hesitate at all this time. I will give you a list of potions later. Cain's eyes twitched. Snape is asking for a lot. Oh, you're here. Snape brought out a big bucket from the corner. Just arrived fresh slugs, clean them up by the way. Cain regretted it for a moment. Did it have to be Snape? Isn't Professor Flitwick good? And the slugs are covered with mucus. It takes a lot of time to separate the internal organs, which will delay learning. Delaying my study means delaying Slytherin from winning the College Cup. Do you understand the seriousness of the matter, Snape? However, no matter how Cain shouted in his heart, he still put on the gloves. What a sin! Chapter 30 Abnormalities in the Forbidden Forest. After finally handling a large bucket of slugs, the moon was already high in the sky, and Cain dragged his tired body to Hagrid's hut. Woof woof woof! Fang barked at Cain excitedly, and he didn't like Cain. Fang, go away! Hagrid could only lock Fang in the cage first. You are still as enthusiastic as ever, Fang. Seeing Fang barking helplessly, Cain felt a little lighter physically and mentally. He just likes the way you can't stand me but can't get rid of me. Have a cup of tea first. Hagrid brought a cup of hot tea to warm Cain up. I'm alive. You're late. What happened? Illegally requisitioned by Snape. Cain's face was full of past memories. Hagrid rubbed his big hands and expressed his sympathy for Cain mentally. It's dark now. Let's patrol the Forbidden Forest tonight. We will definitely catch the thief who stole the chicken. But the strange thing is, I counted the chickens and ducks last night, and found that the number was not reduced anymore. Cain glanced at Hagrid, who didn't know the truth, and didn't tell him the truth to attack him. He had warned the Weasley brothers yesterday, so of course they wouldn't come to make trouble again, and they would only return empty-handed tonight. Let's go. Cain rested for half an hour and became energetic. Hagrid took out a pink umbrella from behind the door and handed it to Cain with a lamp. It's not raining today, why do you need an umbrella? Cain knew that Hagrid's broken wand was in the umbrella. But Cain just wanted to tease him. Well, just in case. Hagrid felt unnatural for a moment and scratched his head. Don't waste time, go back and rest after the inspection. Hagrid took the lead and walked out of the cabin. The dim light illuminated a small space. The Forbidden Forest was very quiet, with the occasional cry of an owl. The further you go inside, the more luxuriant the plants are. Ouch! Cain was hit by something. He raised the light and carefully identified it. It was a small piece of soil. Hey, You naughty little guys! Hagrid walked quickly to a tree. There were several bowtruckles hiding in the tree. At this time, they were raising the 2 leaves on their heads and looking at Cain fiercely, as if Cain was a bad guy trying to destroy their home. Cain was really dragged down by his physique that didn't like magical animals. He was looked down upon by magical animals wherever he went. What the hell was this? In the end, Hagrid grabbed a handful of the earthworms that these bowtruckles loved the most and appeased them. They are really a group of cute little things. Hagrid's face was full of smiles. Ah, yes, yes, even the 8-eyed giant spider is a cute little thing in your eyes. Hagrid, have Harry and the others come to see you recently? After the first Hogwarts detective exchange meeting, the Slytherin and Gryffindor teams received their respective tasks. After this period of investigation, Slytherin has gained some results and learned that the owner of the 713 vault is from France. The task assigned to the Gryffindor trio is to get information from Hagrid. No. Harry is busy. Hagrid was about to say something, but suddenly realized that he had to keep it secret, and his eyes began to dodge. Busy with Quidditch training. Yes. Hagrid paused. No, that's not right. Okay, Hagrid, just pretend I don't know. It seems that the Gryffindor trio has not had time to ask Hagrid for information. In addition, perhaps only Hagrid still thinks that Harry's Quidditch training is a secret. In fact, everyone who should know already knows it. What is that? Hagrid stopped Cain. At this time, they had already reached the depths of the Forbidden Forest. There was a pile of burnt ashes on the ground. Hagrid went forward and touched it. It was still warm. Cain, go quickly. Hagrid thought that there might be a gang stealing magical animals in the Forbidden Forest. It might be dangerous to take Cain with him. Da-da-da. At this moment, the ground shook. A group of centaurs suddenly appeared, surrounded the 2, and pointed their javelins at them. Hagrid protected Cain behind him and looked ahead vigilantly. Bane, do you want to violate the agreement signed between Hogwarts and the Forbidden Forest? A centaur holding a bow and arrow came out after hearing this. Hagrid, it's you. You'd better get out of the Forbidden Forest with the cub behind you as soon as possible. Bane pawed the ground with his hoof, a little irritable. What happened? Hagrid asked loudly. Mars is getting brighter tonight. A centaur with unusually blue eyes came out, his white gold hair gleaming, his lower body was a silver body and a silver ponytail. Firenze, why are you talking so much to them? Bane warned with some dissatisfaction. Could it be Quirrell? Cain thought secretly, hiding behind Hagrid and keeping silent. No matter how thick Hagrid's nerves were, he realized that something unusual had happened in the Forbidden Forest. He just wanted to go back and report to Dumbledore. Let's go now. Hagrid no longer hesitated and pushed Cain back. Stop! Bane gave an order, and the centaurs surrounded him again. You want to regret it, Bane. Hagrid's body tensed up all of a sudden. Who is he? Bane didn't answer Hagrid, but pointed at Cain. He's just a freshman, why are you going to attack him? Bane ignored Hagrid's anger and continued to stare at Cain, his pupils shrinking slightly. No, there's another person who doesn't like me. Cain was very tired. At this time, Firenze next to him suddenly added quickly, he broke through the encirclement of the centaurs and rushed out with Hagrid and Cain. For some reason, the centaurs did not catch up. Thank you, Firenze. Hagrid knew that if it were not for Firenze, the 2 of them would not be able to get away easily. Firenze nodded and looked at Cain deeply. We will see each other again. After that, he turned and left. Let's go, Cain, I'll take you back to the castle to rest. Hagrid was anxious to find Dumbledore to report the abnormality of the Forbidden Forest. Firenze, did you see it? As soon as Firenze returned to the tribe, Bane came up to him, a little impatient. Yes, I saw it, the child was entangled with the traces of fate. Firenze's blue eyes looked up at the sky. I see the flames of war in him. Bane scratched his hoof. We centaurs are also inevitably affected. We should have left them behind just now. Bane regretted not chasing them. Like Hagrid said, are you going to tear up the agreement between Hogwarts and the Forbidden Forest and go to war with Dumbledore? Firenze's eyes followed the trajectory of Mars. We centaurs only need to follow the guidance of fate. Chapter 31 Night Visit to Babel. The next day, Cain was struggling with the fried eggs on the plate. A familiar black-brown long-tailed forest owl flew towards Cain, holding a bag the size of a zongzi in its claws. Odwai came over, touched the exhausted owl, and patiently fed it nuts. Cain took the small bag and saw that it was embroidered with exquisite crow patterns on the outside, and the inside was cast with a traceless stretching spell. Cain knew what the bag was, but he didn't open it in public. Just then, a cry of surprise came from the long table of Gryffindor, and everyone's eyes were drawn to it. 6 long-eared owls carrying a long and thin package flew towards Harry. It seemed that the Nimbus 2000 that Professor McGonagall gave to Harry had arrived. Look at their ignorant faces. Draco recognized what was in the package at a glance and spoke sourly. Don't you already have the latest Nimbus broom? It turned out that Draco had been pestering Narcissa to buy him one when the Nimbus 2000 was launched, saying it was a gift for his admission to school. Narcissa was pestered by him and had planned to give one to each of them, but Cain declined. I can't bring it to school, can it be the same? Draco still had some resentment. In the last midnight duel, Filch discovered it before the winner was decided, and he was not satisfied at all. Cain didn't want to comment on this. The so-called Battle of the Century was nothing more than a fight between noobs. The damage caused by a direct fist attack might be more powerful than the spell used. He shook his head and continued to eat. What's going on? Cain had just finished a defense against the dark arts class and saw the Weasley twins waving at him. We risked our lives to find Professor Barbling. She agreed that you can go to her office at night. Only you can go alone. Okay. After listening to the two people's stories, Cain decided to find Professor Barbling later. Back in the dormitory, Cain opened the small bag in Draco's curious eyes. Not surprisingly, there was enough mithril in it for Cain to use. But surprisingly, there was also a golden, shriveled pea-sized seed and a note. There was a simple sentence on the note, "Carry the seeds with you." What does this mean? Draco was a little confused. It's what you see, literally. Cain made a cold joke with a paralyzed face. In fact, Cain didn't understand what Mrs. Lestrange wanted to do. But at this stage, they are still partners, and Mrs. Lestrange will not harm Cain. Putting the seeds back into the small bag, Cain put it in his arms. Draco pursed his lips when he saw this. Cain, will you stay in France and not come back in the future? Cain was a little surprised that Draco would ask this. But seeing that Draco's grey eyes were a little dim, Cain's heart was clenched. Ever since Cain told Draco about the French Lestrange family in private, Draco would occasionally show his worries. During this period, he really ignored Draco's feelings. Cain solemnly assured Draco, "Don't worry, Draco, Britain is my home, because my aunt and you are here." Draco's pale face flushed, and he was very happy in his heart. He was reluctant to let Cain go to France. But this kid is so arrogant that he doesn't want to admit it himself, so he just changes the subject. "Okay, I'm going to write a letter to my mother." "What do you want to say?" Cain knew Draco's temper very well, and looked at Draco indulgently. "Just say that I miss her very much and can't wait to go back and reunite with her during the Christmas holiday." "You are too corny." Draco paused, "But my mother must be very happy to hear you say this." Cain didn't think it was corny, and feelings need to go both ways. Narcissa has treated him like her own son over the years, and he has remembered it in his heart. Draco glanced at Cain while writing the letter and was stunned for a moment. Because Cain's eyes were full of tenderness at this time, making people who saw it want to drown in this intoxicating tenderness. Draco couldn't help but lower his head and smiled secretly. He knew that in Kane's eyes, he and Malfoy were a family, which was great. The moonlight was like a hook. Kane walked out of the 8th floor request room. He has been practicing carving on wood for some time based on the runes he learned by himself, and now he can be said to be very good at it. Knock knock. Kane knocked on the door of Professor Barbling's office, but no one answered. Knock knock. Kane knocked on the door again. The door opened automatically without wind. Kane suddenly felt a chill, as if he had entered the set of a ghost movie. Shaking off the goosebumps on his body, Kane walked in. With a click, the door closed automatically again. A female voice came over as if through something, a little distorted. You want to see me? Yes, Professor, I'm Kane Lestrange. Kane felt even more weird. Wait. Then there was a sound of wooden boards opening and closing, and Professor Barbling walked out. To Kane's surprise, Professor Barbling looked very modern. That's right, it was the popular dress of women in the Muggle world. A blue dress easily outlines the softness of a woman's curves, and the high heels on her feet make her legs look even longer. Her facial features are very delicate, like a carefully carved work by the most outstanding painter in the world. There is a little haziness between her eyes, as if she just woke up. Boy, have you seen enough? Professor Barbling stretched, showing her curves. Kane lowered his head reflexively. Ha ha. Professor Barbling chuckled and leaned on the sofa. Tell me, what do you want to see me for? Kane still lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Professor Barbling's long legs in front of him. I want to learn ancient magic patterns from you. Ha, if I'm not mistaken, you're just a first-year student. Professor Barbling sneered, a little confused. But I have been learning runes by myself for a while. If you don't believe me, you can test me. Professor Barbling looked Kane up and down, and didn't quite believe that he could really learn it. The reason why ancient runes are an elective course starting from the 3rd grade is that runes are thousands of years old and are very different from the current characters. This also makes runes very difficult to learn. Only a few seniors choose this course, and most of them can't stick to it. Can he, a first-year kid, do it? But just because this kid dared to come to her office at night, she could conclude that Kane was not someone who gave up easily. Forget it, just give him a try. If it doesn't work, let him go quickly to avoid affecting my beauty sleep. Moreover, even Dumbledore can't say anything to me. Yes, because Professor Babel's teaching attitude is really bad, Dumbledore once talked to her specifically. The process is unknown, anyway, the two finally reached an agreement. If a student consults about ancient runes, Professor Babel cannot directly refuse. Wait. Professor Babel said and walked into the room. Chapter 32 Holding on to the Thigh. Bang! A book with a cover wrapped in purple thorns and as thick as a brick fell heavily on the table in front of Kane. Open it. Professor Barbling said and lay on the sofa, closing her eyes to rest. Kane opened the purple book obediently. Turn to page 83 and read it. Turn to page 124 and read it. Turn to page 378 and read it. Kane could read the runes on the first few pages easily and fluently, and the more he read, the more difficult it became. But Kane said no problem. Okay, let's stop here. Professor Barbling opened her misty eyes at some point and looked at Kane as if he was looking at a new item. She didn't expect that Kane's rune reserves were even stronger than some 5th-year students. What she didn't know was that Kane was trying to keep a low profile. Where did you learn runes? Well, I'm more interested in runes, and I learned them by myself. Kane would never tell her that he learned ancient runes from Ravenclaw. Thinking about that month full of sweat, Kane sometimes wondered how he had persisted. This time he came to Professor Barbling. In fact, he wanted to discuss with her more about the communication rune circuit, and learn by analogy. But he is still a freshman now, and he can't just come up and say, I'm here to communicate with you about ancient runes, and I know OOC. Tisk, it turns out that you are a little genius. Professor Barbling looked at Kane with some teasing. But knowing runes and using runes are two concepts, and the difficulty cannot be compared. Kane nodded, I have learned to carve runes on wood. Professor Barbling was really surprised this time, and sat up straight. Wait. There was a sound of rummaging in the room. Here. Not long after, Professor Babel handed Kane a smooth pear wood piece and a golden carving knife. Show it. What should I show? The scope was too wide, and Kane was a little confused for a moment. Whatever, you can, okay, then you can carve the wind magic pattern in the runes. Professor Babel hesitated for a moment and gave Kane a choice. Kane didn't delay and directly picked up the knife to carve the wind pattern on the wooden board. Just like Professor Babel said, knowing runes and using runes are completely different. Kane must not only concentrate on carving the wind pattern, but also evenly fill it with his own magic power in the process. This step is the most difficult part. Only those who have precise control over their own magic power can control the magic input well. Soon, the magic pattern was formed under Kane's carving knife. This primary alchemy process was not difficult for Kane at all. Try it. Professor Barbling raised her chin. Kane nodded and activated the magic pattern carved on the wood. In an instant, a surging eye of the wind appeared in the house, sweeping everything in the house into the air. Oops, I ignored that this was indoors. Kane saw that the room had become a mess, and he felt a little guilty. Very good. Professor Barbling applauded directly. Engrave another ancient magic pattern with the word fire. Kane did as he was told and quickly engraved another magic pattern with the word fire. This time Kane learned to be smart and did not directly activate the magic pattern in the room. Instead, he gave it to Professor Barbling. The magic pattern had smooth lines and evenly distributed magic power. It was obvious that this was a primary alchemy item that had successfully engraved the rune magic pattern. Kane looked at Professor Babeling beside him, and in a trance, it seemed that a red light flashed in Professor Babeling's eyes. The requirement for a primary magic pattern master is to master 500 ancient magic patterns, the requirement for an intermediate magic pattern master is to master 2000 ancient magic patterns, and the requirement for a senior magic pattern master is to master at least 5000 ancient magic patterns. Professor Babeling paused. As we all know, runes, as a magical text, are inseparable from alchemy. So you want to do alchemy? The professor has a keen eye. Kane did not deny it. Can you tell me what you want to do? Professor Babeling was rarely curious. I want to refine an item that can communicate. Kane also expected Babeling to teach him about the magic patterns needed for communication, so he would naturally not hide anything. Interesting. Professor Babeling took a lollipop with a faint smell of blood and stuffed it into her mouth. But I won't teach you for nothing. Although Dumbledore didn't let her reject students directly, he didn't say she couldn't set conditions. If the students couldn't hold on, it would have nothing to do with her. Wait. The familiar scene was staged again. Professor Barbling walked out of the room again, holding a thin booklet in her hand. Translate it within 3 days. And I will teach you the magic runes you want to learn. Kane took it and looked at it. As expected, the booklet was full of runes. You know, due to the limitations of the times, the ancient magic runes often have one word that can express the meaning of a long sentence now. Although the booklet looks thin, it is at least 10 times thicker if it is translated. What? Is it difficult? Professor Barbling said vaguely with a lollipop in her mouth. Guarantee to complete the task. In fact, for Kane, he knew at a glance that this seemed to be a record of a secret treasure. Smooth. Today's moonlight is very bright. I'm in a good mood. I won't let you be a translator for nothing. Take it. This time, Professor Babel did not go back to the room, but took out a somewhat worn notebook from the drawer. This is the script of runes. With it, your translation speed will be greatly improved. Here it is for you. Kane did not expect to have an unexpected gain. This notebook is equivalent to a code book, although he does not need it at all. Thank you, Professor. Okay, let's go. You are blocking me from the moon. Professor Babel waved her hand and asked Kane to leave quickly. Women are really fickle. Hey! On the way back, a gust of wind blew. Kane wrapped his wizard robe tightly. In a blink of an eye, it has been more than a month since Hogwarts, and the weather has begun to get colder. Back to the dormitory, Draco has already fallen asleep. Kane moved lightly, washed up, and prepared to lie down on the warm bed. Kane, you're here. Unexpectedly, Draco woke up and tried to get up. Go on sleeping, it's cold outside. Kane stopped Draco's movements. Then come and sleep with me. Kane was slightly stunned. They hadn't slept together since they were 5 years old. He looked at Draco carefully. The hairstyle that the boy usually paid the most attention to was blown up. There were 2 faint blushes on his cheeks, which was probably because he buried his head in the pillow. Hurry up, why don't you come over? Draco closed his eyes and rubbed the pillow. Kane understood that Draco was probably dreaming and thought he was still a child. Kane originally planned to finish translating the information given by Professor Babeling at night, but now the original plan was going to fail. Shaking his head, Kane asked Draco to lie down inside and slept next to Draco. He wanted to see what would happen when Draco woke up tomorrow morning. It's interesting to think about it. With the thought of watching a good show tomorrow, Kane slowly fell asleep. Chapter 33 Conflict in the Hall. Ah! A scream came from his ear. Kane was suddenly awakened, opened his eyes unhappily, yawned, and looked at Draco. Why are you here? Draco asked with some alopecia on his head. Think about it carefully. Kane turned over, got up, and washed up, leaving Draco alone to doubt his life. Looking at Kane's back as he left, Draco couldn't help but knock his head with his little fist, thinking carefully about what happened yesterday. Some hazy fragments gradually emerged in Draco's mind, as if, maybe, it was probably him who let Kane sleep here. Boom! Draco's face suddenly turned red like an apple, and he buried his head in the quilt, repeatedly hypnotizing himself that he must have dreamed yesterday, it must be. Go wash up quickly, don't delay breakfast. Kane pulled open Draco's quilt and stopped him from pretending to be an ostrich in the quilt. Go away. Just stir. Rawl pushed away a first-year snake in front of him and looked at Kane with a provocative look. What are you doing? Draco looked at Jester with dissatisfaction. He's blocking my way. Just stir. Rawl didn't think there was anything wrong with bullying first years. In his creed, the weak deserved to be bullied. In addition, Rawl was so arrogant because this was in the auditorium. Would Kane dare to do it in public? Tell me, is he blocking my way? Just stir. Rawl turned around and exposed Walter White, who was following him. Yes, yes. Walter White's face was paler than before, and he was trembling all over. Kane looked at him and felt that White was pathetic. He had completely become Jester Ro's yes-man, and the first-year snakes had given up on him. It was breakfast time now, and the Great Hall was full of students. Seeing that Slytherin was about to stage an internal fight, they all stood up to watch. Harry and the others hurried to Kane's side, and used their eyes to signal Kane if he needed their help. The Weasley twins were unwilling to lag behind and stood not far from Kane. Cedric chose to stand next to the Weasley twins with worry on his face. Seeing more and more people watching, Jester became more and more proud. He had always been resentful of losing to Kane in the duel before. As soon as he recovered from his injuries at St. Mungo's Hospital, he couldn't wait to get his face back from Kane. Now, while the professors are away, I won't miss this rare opportunity. Jester completely forgot that his family had ordered him not to provoke Kane again. I think you have forgotten the pain after the wound healed. Kane stepped forward and walked in front of Rawl. Roll subconsciously took a step back. Seeing this, the students in the auditorium burst into laughter, all mocking Roll's cowardice. "Shut up!" Jester was angry and shouted at the onlookers. But no one cared, and everyone mocked him even more. Jester Roll's whole body turned red like a shrimp, staring at Kane more fiercely, trying to prove his courage. No one from the senior class at the Slytherin table came out to stop him. Ike Bulstrode and others simply wanted to see both of them lose. Cassandra Shafik and Gemma Farley were confident in Kane's strength. "Apologize." Kane didn't take Jester Roll seriously at all. Roll's face turned pale, and he took out his wand and pointed it at Kane. The students who were watching realized that something was wrong, and quickly retreated to a distance in groups of 3 or 5 and continued to watch. "Have you forgotten the fact that you are defeated by me?" Kane had a mocking smile on his lips, and looked at Roll quietly, as if he was looking at a bug that could be crushed to death at any time. "Ah!" The look in Kane's eyes was exactly the same as when he looked at the Mudblood. How dare Lestrange insult the Roll family like this? He was stimulated by Kane and lost his mind for a while, roared, and a red light came out from the tip of his wand. Whoosh! A grey shadow hit the red light directly. It was a tabby cat. After being hit by the spell, it returned to its original shape, a chair that had been torn into pieces. "How dare you!" Professor McGonagall walked quickly to Ro with an angry face to prevent him from going crazy again. Following Professor McGonagall in was Hermione, who had just seen the seriousness of the situation and ran to find Professor McGonagall to report. Seeing Kane standing there, Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. "No one has ever dared to fight in the hall, never." Professor McGonagall was so angry that a student had violated the school rules so blatantly. "Mr. Bulstrode, I need you to notify Professor Snape to come to my office." "Ro, Lestrange, come with me." "Professor, I witnessed the whole thing. As a Hufflepuff, I will not favor anyone, please let me go with you." Cedric stepped forward. "Okay, Mr. Diggory, you come too." As soon as Professor McGonagall finished speaking, she drove away the onlookers and led the 3 of them towards the office. Not long after, Snape, who had received the notice, came to Professor McGonagall's office with a gloomy face. "Deduct points, Jester Roll deducts 50 points." Snape took the initiative and tried to calm the matter down. "Professor Snape, I think this matter is no longer a problem that can be solved by deducting points. Mr. Diggory, please tell me what happened." Professor McGonagall is still frightened until now. He dared to use a spell in public in the hall and tried to hurt his classmates. This matter must be severely punished. Cedric did not favor anyone and told the whole story. Snape's face became more and more gloomy. He didn't understand why a fool like Jester was assigned to Slytherin. Mr. Lestrange was not hurt, was he? Snape paused, and said with great effort, as our great headmaster often said, "They are still children." "Kane, what do you think?" Snape hoped that Kane could consider the overall situation. "Well, I'm not sure. I feel a little dizzy now. I don't know if I was affected." Kane didn't want to miss this opportunity to control Jester, and he was about to faint. "Sit down quickly." Professor McGonagall walked to Kane nervously and asked him to rest quickly. "Snape, we can't just cover up students' mistakes. It seems that we have to inform the headmaster about this. In addition, we need to inform Jester's parents. Mr. Lestrange, how do you feel now? Can you hold on?" Professor McGonagall asked. "Professor McGonagall, I can do it." Kane coughed twice. Professor McGonagall looked at Kane with more pity. "What a good boy." Snape glared at Kane fiercely, and went to inform Jester's parents without mentioning it. Soon, the current head of the Lower family hurried to the principal's office. Chapter 34 He is just a child. What the hell is going on? Fisher Roll, the head of the Roll family with grey hair, questioned Juster as soon as he entered the principal's office. Family members know their own business. Juster is a fool who only grows muscles but not brains. If he was not old and had only this one child, he would have given up Juster and let him fend for himself. Fisher said that his head hurt, but he had to maintain his demeanor in front of outsiders, and he wanted to be quiet. Juster saw Fisher's sharp questioning eyes, shrank his neck, and dared not speak. "Mr. Diggory, please tell me what happened again." Professor McGonagall looked serious. "It's like this." Diggory told everyone what happened. "You stupid." As soon as Diggory finished speaking, old Rawl wanted to hit Juster with his cane. "Mr. Rowe, Juster used a spell to attack his classmates in public, which is quite bad. According to school rules, Juster will be expelled." Professor McGonagall stopped Fisher from committing the crime on the spot and directly defined the matter. "Principal Dumbledore, he is just a child." Old Rowe pleaded with Dumbledore in a moving tone. "Mr. Rowe, Juster is already in the 5th grade." Dumbledore took a look at Juster, who was full of muscles and at least 1.9 meters tall, and he really couldn't equate him with an ordinary child. If Juster is not punished, it will be unfair to Cain. How could old Rowe not know that the key to this matter lies in Cain? As long as Cain agrees to reconcile privately, there is still room for this matter to turn around. But knowing is one thing, and old Rowe is too old to compromise with the younger generation. He glared at Juster fiercely. He only hated why he gave birth to him, and made him suffer such humiliation at such an old age. "Mr. Lestrange, can you please have a word with me?" Old Rawl looked at Cain kindly. Cain got goosebumps from old Rawl's gaze, and stood up weakly and said, "I am happy to listen to the teachings of my elders." Now the offense and defense were reversed, and old Rawl looked like he had seen a ghost. "Tell me, Mr. Rawl, what do you have to say?" As soon as he walked out of the principal's office, Cain's waist and legs stopped hurting, and he became energetic. "Cain, please allow me to call you that." Old Rawl's eyes flickered. "Sorry, the person standing in front of you is the current Patriarch of Lestrange, please call me Mr. Lestrange." Cain rejected the other party's plan to take advantage of his age, and put himself and old Rawl on an equal dialogue. "Okay, Mr. Lestrange." Old Rawl secretly clenched his cane. "Can you give Juster a chance to reform?" "Don't worry, I will make Juster apologize to you." "Anything else to say?" "If not, I'm going back to the principal's office." Cain didn't want to argue with old Rawl. If you want Cain to choose to forgive without paying a price, you're dreaming. Wait. Old Rawl quickly stopped Cain. Mr. Lestrange, let's be frank. Juster offended you last time, I will compensate you." Old Rawl took out the well-preserved title deed from his arms. "This is the title deed of the 2 shops in Diagon Alley. As long as you promise to give Juster a break, we can sign the deed now." Cain didn't take it, and sneered, "Mr. Rawl, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Use the last bet to make up for this mistake. That's not how business is done." Cain pretended to return to the principal's office. "Then what do you say?" Old Rawl originally thought that a child of 11 or 12 years old would be easy to catch if he explained it to him, fooled him a little. Unexpectedly, he met Cain, a tough guy. The crazy couple of Lestrange really got something out of nothing. "Mr. Rawl, I wonder if Juster has told you the details of the last duel." Cain narrowed his eyes. The last bet was made in the presence of all the heirs of the family, and the reputation of the Rawl family for breaking the contract has spread. "You don't take us seriously now, so guess, when our generation is independent, will the Rawl family still have a foothold?" Cain looked at old Rawl coldly and said a cruel fact in a calm tone. When a large number of pure-blood families followed the Dark Lord, old Rawl was timid and wavered between the Dark Lord and Dumbledore. His actions were seen by the Dark Lord. Fortunately, the Dark Lord had many talents under his command at that time, and an ordinary he really looked down on ordinary roles. Because they were both pure blood, he let the Roll family live like reptiles. And Dumbledore, under the circumstances at that time, could not trust the Roll family, which was like a fence-sitter. The final result was that the Roll family was excluded by both sides, and because the Roll family had no outstanding talents in recent years, it had begun to decline. So when old Roll knew that Juster had bet on the two shops that laid golden eggs in Diagon Alley, he immediately beat Juster up regardless of his injuries. And he released the news through Ike Bulstrode, hoping that Cain would give up. But now Cain has made things clear, and old Roll can only face reality. Okay, Mr. Lestrange, what other conditions do you have? Tell me all at once. Cain's expression suddenly changed from cold to spring breeze, and he took out a familiar-looking potion list from his arms without hesitation. In addition to the two shops in Diagon Alley, you have to prepare all the potions on this potion list and send them to Hogwarts. In addition, I heard that the Roll family has several farms in Uganda. Impossible, forget it. Before Cain finished speaking, old Roll was furious. If the shop in Diagon Alley is a hen that lays golden eggs, the farm in Uganda is the foundation of the Roll family. As we all know, 80% of the magic potions and magical plants in the European magic world are supplied by Uganda, which is a profitable business. Forget it then. Cain used the same trick again and turned to leave. Old Roll really seemed to be roasted on the fire rack now. The farm in Uganda is the guarantee of the upper-class life of the Roll family, but Juster represents the future of the Roll family. If the heir of the Roll family is expelled from Hogwarts, then the Roll family will be kicked out of the ranks of pure-blood noble families in the foreseeable future. This is something that old Roll cannot accept even if he dies. His obsession with the nobility of pure blood has long been deeply engraved into old Roll's soul. I can only give you the smallest piece. Old Roll gritted his teeth, and the veins between his graying temples were fully exposed. Cain knew that he had stepped on old Roll's bottom line and stopped provoking him. The last thing Uganda lacks is land. The smallest one is probably the size of a football field. What's more, the most valuable thing is the various magical plants planted on it. After handing the potion list to old Roll, Cain stretched out his right hand calmly, happy cooperation. Chapter 35 Cassandra's Request. As the party concerned, Cain expressed generous forgiveness to Juster. Juster burst into tears on the spot and vowed to start a new life. He hoped that the headmaster would love him again and give him another chance. Old Roll looked at Juster with tears in his eyes, saying that a prodigal son who returns is more valuable than gold, and the headmaster should forgive him. What can Dumbledore do? Since Cain doesn't pursue him, then give Juster another chance. After all, life has to go on. Professor McGonagall was also infected by the atmosphere on the scene and looked at Cain with more relief. Cain, this child, can put aside the past grudges and give his classmates another chance to start over even if he has been hurt. He is really a rare good child. It would be even better if he was a Gryffindor. In this regard, Professor Flitwick, who was not present, had something to say. I came first, we should pay attention to first come first served, Cain must come to Ravenclaw first. Only Professor Snape was unmoved. He saw through at a glance that there must be an invisible deal between Cain and old Roll. Darkness, it was so dark. Cedric, who was watching, said that this trip was not in vain, and the drama was really enough. In this way, the matter ended in the principal's office with a happy ending of making dumplings. Dumbledore was almost moved to tears again, and sighed again and again. But did the matter really end like this? As soon as he left the principal's office, old Roll took Juster away in a hurry just as he rushed in, saying that he would go home to educate him for a few days. Juster did not dare to resist and followed like a quail. But at the moment of turning around, Juster glanced at Cain, and the hidden viciousness in his eyes made people shudder. Cain, let Cedric take you to Madame Pomfrey, otherwise I will be worried. Professor McGonagall did not forget to give earnest advice before leaving. Cain was touched and quickly promised that he would go. Humph, when did the great Mr. Lestrange become a reckless lion? Snape flicked his cloak and looked at Cain with dissatisfaction. Dean, I will always be a Slytherin. I hope so. After saying that, he turned around coldly and left. Cain was thinking in his heart, you are ruthless, you are cold, you are unreasonable, and most importantly, you just left like that. Snape, you will really lose me if you do this. I won't give you a penny of potion, believe it or not. Let's go. Cedric, who had watched a good show, chuckled, it was simply inhumane. Brothers are so miserable, you can still laugh. Cain looked at Cedric with resentful eyes. Cedric shrugged handsomely, indicating that if he was a brother, he would cut twice more. Jester doesn't look like a person who will laugh away grudges. Back to the point, Cedric also saw Jester's sinister eyes when he left, and was a little worried. If the enemy comes, the general will fight, if the water comes, the earth will cover it, if he rushes to give me equipment, I won't stop him. Cain wanted to see what tricks Jester could do. The Rawle family wanted to break the contract before, and Cain originally planned to launch a family honor battle and challenged the entire Rawle family. After all, Cain has the bonus of the Dark Lord Talent Experience card, so it is not easy to take down the small Rawle family. Of course, Cain has no one available now. Even if he takes care of the Rawle family, there is no one to manage it. Some people may ask why Draco's father Lucius Malfoy is not allowed to come forward. Let's say that Cain is a Lestrange after all. Narcissa does regard him as her own son, but Lucius is not. If possible, Lucius would definitely not mind changing the Lestrange family's gold galleons to Malfoy. The so-called family affection between the nobles is mostly tied together by naked interests. Let's go, take you to the infirmary. Cedric patted Cain. Ouch, I can't do it, my heart suddenly hurts. Cain covered his chest and pretended to fall down. Cedric was so scared that his face turned pale, and he quickly supported Cain and took him to the infirmary. Cain approached Cedric and pinched his frightened handsome face twice. I'm fine. Ha ha ha. He laughed and ran away quickly. Cedric was left standing there for 2 seconds, and then clenched his fists. Cain, wait for me. Black Lake. Cain, here. Cain looked up and saw Cassandra, who had a charming figure and fiery red lips, and Gemma Farley, who had neat short hair and cold features, standing by the lake and waving at him. Senior. Cain nodded. He came over directly after seeing the note left by Cassandra, and was a little curious about what Cassandra wanted to do. First of all, congratulations on getting what you wanted. Cassandra came over like a light cloud. In addition, I would like to ask, the Rawle family, oh no, now the Lestrange family's shop in Diagon Alley, what are you going to use it for? Cassandra turned her eyes slightly. Oh, senior sister is interested. Cain asked instead of answering. Let's not beat around the bush with the nobles, Cassandra approached Cain, let's just speak frankly. You are short of staff now, I want to recommend someone to you. Senior sister, are you talking about senior sister Farley? Cain glanced at Gemma Farley, and her cold white skin suddenly flushed. It's me. Gemma Farley endured her shyness and walked in front of Cain, looking at Cain without hesitation. Now, don't look at Cain like that, I'm jealous. Such direct words made Cain's old face blush, but his face was still calm. Yes, I want to recommend Gemma. She manages the purebloods in the 5th grade just by virtue of her mixed blood background. Her ability is naturally self-evident. Then why are you looking for me? Cain looked at Cassandra inquiringly. Why you? Of course, it's because you are different from them. You don't see people as different, right? You are even willing to be friends with the mudbloods in the mouth of pure blood. When Gemma Farley said this, she suddenly changed from shyness to the familiar and capable Cain. Hermione is much smarter than most pure bloods. Cain subconsciously retorted. Hermione, you call her so affectionately, and you protect her right away. Cassandra looked at Kane teasingly. Kane was helpless. You are too mature. Our friendship is pure and beautiful. Okay, let me and Gemma give each other a chance to choose. Gemma Farley's joining did solve Kane's current situation of insufficient manpower to a certain extent, and he had no reason to refuse. So what do you plan to do with those two shops? The two looked at Kane together. The topic returned to the original point. I plan to sell alchemical items. I'll make a batch of amulets that are immune to spells to test the waters. Kane no longer concealed it. This is a lucrative business. I didn't expect you to be able to do alchemy. Cassandra opened her red lips slightly and looked at Kane in surprise. I know a little bit. Kane nodded implicitly. One more thing. Cassandra looked a little hesitant. But the next second, she seemed to have made up her mind. Chapter 36 The Shafik Family. I want you to help me get rid of Ike Bulstrode. Cassandra frowned slightly, her tone firm. What? Kane was a little confused for a moment. It's like this, my family is negotiating a marriage with the Bulstrode family recently. To put it nicely, it's a marriage, but to put it bluntly, those old guys want to sell me for a good price. Cassandra laughed at herself, and there was a faint sparkle in her beautiful eyes. Gemma Farley held Cassandra's hand, silently comforting her. Cassandra calmed down and continued, my father is the patriarch of the Shafik family, and I am his only daughter. He also has a younger brother, and his younger brother has a son, who is my cousin Davis Shafik. The cliché is that my father favors boys over girls. My cousin is only 3 years old, and my father has already started paving the way for him and clearing away the stumbling block of me. Cassandra choked up as she spoke. But he is dreaming, he forgot that I am also Shafik. What belongs to me, no one can take it away. Gemma took Cassandra into her arms, stroking her shoulders and accompanying her silently. It's okay, Gemma. I have already seen the true face of the so-called blood relatives, I just feel sad. Cassandra leaned her head on Gemma's shoulder and comforted her in reverse. Kane felt that he was a little redundant for a moment, he should be at the bottom of the lake, not next to them. I'm sorry to embarrass you. Cassandra wiped her slightly red eyes and finally remembered Kane's existence. Senior sister's excellence is obvious to all. Gender can never limit a truly talented person. Kane looked at Cassandra seriously. Of course. Cassandra regained her composure and gave Kane a smile like the sun after the rain. Gemma Farley softened her originally cold features when she heard what Kane said, and felt that she really didn't make a mistake. But, senior sister Cassandra, how do you want me to help you? It's your freedom to do what you want. I only look at the results. But I won't let you help for nothing. The Shafik family is the monopoly of alchemical items in the UK, so they naturally have many alchemical secrets. I will repeat the alchemical secrets unique to the Shafik family to you. Cassandra raised her swan neck and looked at Kane expectantly. Kane was indeed very tempted. Who would have too many good things? Although he has learned different stages of alchemy from Ravenclaw and Nick Flamel, Notebook, the Shafik family must have its own unique features to monopolize the British alchemy market. More importantly, he also wants to verify the current level of his alchemy. Another reason is that Kane also dislikes Ike Bulstrode. Don't think he doesn't know that behind Jester's provocation, there is the shadow of Ike Bulstrode. Another question, are you members of the Slytherin Brotherhood? Before, Jester and his team approached Theodore, wanting Theodore to replace Kane's chief position and use them. At that time, they took out the existence of the Slytherin Brotherhood to tempt Theodore. In Jester's description, the members of the Slytherin Brotherhood are all from pure-blood families, and have been passed down in Hogwarts for hundreds of years. It is conceivable how many resources and connections this secret organization has. Judging from Ike Bulstrode's attitude towards him, Kane had to worry that one day he would confront this deeply rooted organization. We are not, to be exact, I am no longer, and Gemma failed to join. Cassandra looked at Gemma and said. In fact, the Slytherin Brotherhood is not a particularly secret in the senior grades. It only absorbs members of pure-blood families, especially those with influence in the UK. I joined the Slytherin Brotherhood in the 4th grade, but since I knew that I would marry Ike Bulstrode, I withdrew. Cassandra paused. The only requirement is not to disclose the internal secrets of the Slytherin Brotherhood. And I thought that with my own abilities, I could make the Slytherin Brotherhood break the rules and absorb fresh blood. But they only treat me as a chess piece that can be discarded at any time. Gemma Farley said in a self-deprecating tone. The Slytherin Brotherhood is like an old man, full of stubbornness and corruption. Such an organization is not worth your attention. Cassandra was indignant for Gemma. When you first entered school, you had already entered Bulstrode's sight. The Lestrange family is one of the 28 holy families. And you are the current patriarch of the Lestrange family. Slytherin, there is no one as prominent as you in the Brotherhood at present. Since Cassandra had already withdrawn from the Brotherhood, she no longer had any scruples and directly told Cain about Bulstrode's previous plan. But, Bulstrode is very dissatisfied with me now, isn't he? Since Cassandra chose to confess, Cain asked directly. Gemma was a little disdainful. That's because your existence makes him feel threatened. In your class, in addition to you, there are heirs of the Malfoy family, the Knott family, and the Parkinson family, all of whom are great nobles. And they are all on good terms with you, and even convinced by you. Bulstrode originally wanted to subdue you for his use, but you obviously have your own plans. Bulstrode will naturally worry that you will join the Brotherhood and shake his position in the organization. In addition, your closeness to Gryffindor makes him even more dissatisfied, as they are all extreme pure-bloods. Cassandra added immediately after what Gemma said. This is really... Cain was speechless. No matter what he did, his existence itself would make Bulstrode unconsciously afraid. So, do you dare? Do you dare to accept my deal? Cassandra's beautiful eyes moved. Don't provoke me, senior sister. Even if I behave myself, Bulstrode will not let me go, right? Cain paused. I'll take your deal. I really didn't misjudge you. Cassandra was so excited that she hugged Cain into her arms. Help! Help! I can't breathe anymore. Cain was almost suffocated by the softness of Cassandra's chest. Let him go quickly, you're suffocating him to death. Gemma pulled Cassandra away with some dissatisfaction. Now, don't be jealous, I was just too happy just now. Cassandra's cold white skin flushed. You are the most important person to me. Cassandra said as she fell into Gemma's arms like a little bird. The lilies in my hometown are blooming, so fragrant. Cain's eyes widened for a moment. I should really be at the bottom of the lake, not next to them. What are you looking at? Is it beautiful? Cassandra glared at Cain with some embarrassment. You are all pretty. Cain really had nothing to say, so he could only play dumb. Okay, give the things to Cain quickly. Gemma couldn't stand Cain's surprised look, and pushed Cassandra, who was leaning on her. Take it, it's ready a long time ago. Cassandra took out a parchment booklet from her bosom and handed it to Cain. Good fellow, it turns out that you have already prepared the alchemy secrets of the Shafik family. You were sure that I would agree from the beginning, right? Cain's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. Two robbers, I want to get off the boat. Chapter 37 The Secret of Babeling. Professor Babeling, are you there? That night, Cain knocked on the door of the ancient magic pattern professor again. Squeak! The door opened, and the familiar coldness came again. Why are you here again? Professor Babeling came out in hot pants, yawning. Of course it has been translated. Cain took out the translated information and handed it to Professor Babeling. What? Babeling uttered a word in surprise, and completely sobered up, snatching the parchment from Kane's hand. Flipping the parchment quickly, Babeling was more and more surprised. You know, she asked Kane to translate the ancient magic pattern in name, but actually wanted Kane to give up. But unexpectedly, Kane translated the obscure ancient magic pattern in less than a day, and the translation was very accurate. No, he is only in the first grade. Some of the magic patterns, she explored for many years, but she was not sure. But Kane translated them in a very organized way, and people felt that they should be translated as they were. I have lived for 300 years, have I lived like a dog? Babeling doubted her life. Kane didn't know the shock in Babeling's heart. If he knew, he would have enlightened Babeling. Ancient magic patterns were the commonly used writing language in the era of the four giants. For people at that time, reading ancient magic patterns was as simple as eating and drinking, which was not comparable to people in later generations. Professor, Professor. Kane called Professor Babeling, who seemed a little absent-minded, twice. Ah, I'm here. Professor Babeling was stunned for a moment and came back to her senses. With a light cough to cover up her gaffe, Babeling asked Kane to sit down. Then you must have figured it out, right? Professor Babeling was a little sure. Based on the few words translated, this seems to involve a secret. Kane tentatively spoke. Yes, it's the secret treasure of our blood clan. Professor Babeling was a little proud. Do you have to be so straightforward? So, you are a blood clan. Kane was surprised at Babeling's Professor Barbeling's confession. Stop pretending. You've already suspected it. Professor Barbeling rolled her eyes in an unelegant way. No, I just think you're different from other professors. After all, who would decorate their office in a high-end funeral style? It's so gloomy. Who else doesn't wake up during the day and asks to see people at night? Who else looks so good, but pale, and even the lollipop smells of blood? There are too many doubts to prove that Professor Barbeling is not a human. It is probably because she is usually very bad, except for occasionally teaching without seeing outsiders, that her identity can be hidden for so long. But as a gentleman, Kane is not good at directly exposing the privacy of a lady, so he didn't point out her identity. But in other words, recruiting a vampire as a professor is indeed something Dumbledore can do. Since you know my secret, I can't keep you. Professor Barbeling's eyes suddenly turned blood red. But Kane was not panicked at all. If you really want to kill someone, please put down the bloody lollipop in your hand first, and don't just scare the children. I come from the oldest and most noble family among the 13 blood clans, the clan of royal power, and I am a direct descendant of Kane. Babeling's words were full of pride in her bloodline. Professor, is it okay for you to tell me directly? Sometimes, Kane really doesn't want to know too many secrets. Since you already know, don't think about getting out of it. Babeling didn't look like joking at this time. Professor, I'm just a child. Kane had a headache. Yes, I'm a child, but I don't know if it's serious or not. Professor Babeling returned to her careless state. You took the initiative to find me, you can't hide. Kane really wanted to cry without tears. If he had known earlier, he would not have tried the so-called analogy. Wouldn't it be better to just close the door and invent? So, Professor, why did you come to Hogwarts? Kane also lay down. He didn't worry about the debts, so he chose to ask directly. My father and Dumbledore reached an agreement. Dumbledore protected me until I came of age, and my father expelled the scum of the vampires in the UK for Dumbledore. So far, I have been in Hogwarts for 30 years. Babel was a little emotional for a while. Since your father can reach an agreement with Dumbledore, he must be a powerful vampire. Why doesn't he protect you personally? The Hunter clan is hunting me. My father took me from Romania to the UK. He hopes that I can live a stable life. Principal Dumbledore's reputation is far-reaching. Even the vampires have to weigh it again and again. Babel's eyes were full of admiration and longing for her father, and she fell into her own memories for a while. Cain did not ask why the hunter clan wanted to hunt Babel. Everyone needs their own safe area. Cain sat quietly like this, not wanting to interrupt Professor Babel's happy memories. Because the smile on her face had already silently expressed her happiness at the moment. The bright moon outside the window became brighter and brighter, covering Professor Babel with a veil. "Oh, sorry, I was a little dazed for a moment." Babel was a little embarrassed. "Where were we talking about?" "Oh, right, the secret treasure. Legend has it that Merlin was deeply saddened by the death of King Arthur, so he asked the Fairy of the Lake to take him to the legendary Avalon to seek the Water of Life for King Arthur. On the way back, it was intercepted by King Arthur's illegitimate son and given to his then lover, Vivian, one of the ancestors of the blood race. Later, Vivian placed the Water of Life in a secret treasure. Legend has it that the Water of Life can revive the dead soul and also allow the blood race to fundamentally transform." Babel looked at Cain eagerly. "I want to be a wizard, to taste delicious food, feel the temperature, and walk freely in the sun. I don't want to be a cold blood race." "Professor, this is an internal matter of your blood race. It's not good for a wizard like me to get involved." Previously, there was Odwy, who was suspected to be a saint, and now there is Babel, who is from the royal clan of the blood race. Cain's small body can't handle it. Ancient magic patterns, this is the point. Don't rush to deny it. I can feel that you have accumulated more magic patterns than me. The secret collection is very old and has many internal mechanisms. It is very important to decipher the magic patterns in the secret collection. Moreover, you know so many secrets belonging to the blood clan. If you disagree, I will inform my father that the clan of the kingship will kill you at all costs." Babu Ling saw Cain's face change, and quickly added, "And if I get the source of life water, I am willing to share it with you." It must be said that Babu Ling's supplement was very timely, and Cain's swollen anger was calmed down at once. "But I am now just a first grade. It's okay, the secret will only appear during the blood moon. And the blood moon is rare in 100 years. According to the fortune teller found by the clan leader, the next blood moon may appear in about 10 years. Babbling knew what Cain was worried about. "Okay, I agree." Cain finally agreed to it. The legendary source of life water can make the god of death stay away. He once heard Slytherin and Gryffindor talk about this. Eternal life, this is the ultimate pursuit of all wizards. Chapter 38 Little Smart. You will be one of us in the future. I will protect you in Hogwarts. Babbling patted her plumpness, like a big sister. I really know how to thank you. Cain chuckled. Come on. Babbling raised her chin at Cain. What do you want to do? I'm only a first grader. Cain hugged his shoulders helplessly. Who will save him? He is still a bud. Ouch. Cain was hit on the head. What are you thinking? Babel was speechless. I can be your grandmother. Oh, that's okay. Cain quickly regained his composure, with a gentleman's face. Aren't you going to learn the ancient magic patterns related to communication? Hurry up, get out after learning, don't delay my beauty sleep. Babel was domineering. Oh, call me little sweetie when you need something. You don't cherish me now that you have me. Call me Mrs. New. Cain's expression was very annoying. Didn't you see that a black cross appeared on Professor Babel's forehead, and her anger was about to explode? Hurry up, Professor, make a quick decision. Cain was very happy to be naughty. Babel took a deep breath and put down her clenched fist. If she didn't get angry, she would get sick and no one would replace her. This kid is still useful, so let's save his life first. In this way, in the following time, Cain practiced spell duels with Professor Flitwick on Tuesdays, worked as a laborer with Professor Snape on Wednesdays, and studied dark magic with the Quirrell version of the Dark Lord at irregular intervals every week. In the evening, he had to discuss magic patterns with Professor Babel, and occasionally study the progress of the demon version of Xiaolingtong with the Weasley twins. It was not easy to have some free time, and he had to refine a batch of amulets under the supervision of Cassandra. Cain was really busy. He didn't even have time to get together with his friends. The handsome boy looked a little haggard, which made the Slytherin girls feel distressed. They wanted to hold Cain in their arms and pity him. Back to the point, Cain is going to officially name the first communication alchemical item in the magic world as Xiaolingtong. Although the name has an old-fashioned flavor, it does represent the first memory in a certain Chinese country. Just treat it as a little selfishness of the wanderer. Hello, are you there? George Weasley made a furtive sound towards a low-key black notebook. It's so useful, George, I can hear your voice clearly. Fred Weasley held up a similar black notebook in disbelief. Cain covered his face with his hands, speechless. Please, brothers, you two are no more than 1 meter apart. And I have said it many times, the PHS is only a primary version now. It cannot recognize voice, and can only be written. Yes, after a period of hard work, the primary version of the PHS has finally come out. The two clowns were just testing whether the sub-books could communicate normally, and they were acting. Okay, George, you go to the charms classroom. Fred, you go to the history classroom. I'll stay in the request room, and the three of us will send messages to each other. Cain didn't want to delay any longer, and quickly arranged tasks for the two clowns. Yes, Master. The two funny guys didn't forget to say something before leaving. Assuming that the two had reached their destination, Cain took out a well-made notebook. There were two cute little snakes breathing softly on the cover, wandering around freely on the cover. In the middle of the cover was a painted Hogwarts castle. As expected of a young master, he had to be different from ordinary people. The twins had something to say about this. What the young master said was right. After all, the 50 gold galleons that Cain promised had not yet been received. Taking out a feather pen, Cain wrote a line of beautiful cursive on the parchment notebook. Are you there? The author in the three-dimensional world reasonably suspected that this was a universal opening line for the whole world. Of course, if the audience wants to refute, then you are definitely right. Soon, in the chat group of 3 people, the 2 people opposite began to brush the bullet screen without any guidance. Yes. This is amazing. This thing is much better than the owl. Mom no longer has to worry about me not receiving the letter. Looking at the 2 people's dense conversations without any gaps, Cain nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, receiving information in time without delay, which is much better than a certain Apple mobile phone. Cain hereby announces that the first communication tool in the magic world is officially born. Come, choose one you like. Cain took several PHS and called Theodore and others to the dormitory. What is this? Draco asked curiously, picking up a notebook with a picture of Dragon Island and flying dragons. Draco knew that Cain would definitely not call them over just to distribute notebooks to them. Open it and write a line on it. Cain raised his chin. Draco was the first to respond, taking out a quill. Dragons are the most beautiful creatures in the world. Cain took out his pager and opened it, showing what Draco had written. What's going on? Draco opened his mouth in surprise. Seeing this, Theodore quickly chose a book he liked and wrote, White Roses in Winter. Cain showed his notebook again, and Theodore's words really appeared on it. Audrey, Pansy, and Blaze couldn't sit still, and they all chose a book to start the experiment. What on earth is this? Audrey understood a little, but also a little confused. Cain had written a letter to ask Mrs. Lestrange to provide mithril before, so she guessed that it was related to alchemy. So, what she had in her hand was an alchemical item. Yes, it's what you think. Cain saw that Audrey was thinking about something, and nodded directly to confirm her guess. What are you playing, a guessing game? Pansy was a little unhappy. Is there anything that everyone can't know? Audrey glanced at Pansy. She was in a good mood and didn't care about this person who knew nothing. This is an alchemical item. If I'm not mistaken, it can be used for communication. Audrey said her conclusion with a firm face. What? Draco exclaimed, so we can contact each other at any time through this notebook. It's a PHS. Kane added on the side. Then can we contact each other through PHS? Theodore immediately grasped the key point of the matter. Of course. Each of you has an initial code for the PHS. You can identify each other, which is the so-called adding friends, and you can contact each other at any time in the future. How to add friends? Pansy looked impatient. I entered everyone's code into the PHS, you can just check the and sign behind it to add friends. Oh, you are amazing, Kane. Pansy quickly found the corresponding code of the people present and added them one by one. In the next few days, the professors at Hogwarts noticed a strange phenomenon. Blaze and Pansy, who usually don't like to study, now start taking notes as soon as they start class, and their attitude is very serious. The professors nodded one after another, expressing their approval of their correct learning attitude. A young man can be taught. Chapter 39 Halloween Eve. When Kane woke up in the morning, he smelled a sweet and tempting smell of roasted pumpkin in the corridor. Later he realized that Halloween was coming soon, and he had been in Hogwarts for 2 months. Time flies so fast. Charm's classroom. Kane, what have you been busy with during this period? I haven't seen you in the library. Hermione trotted to Kane, and her long dark brown hair fluttered in the air like seaweed. What's the matter? Miss Gryffindor, does Kane need to report to you? Audrey's fox eyes narrowed slightly, looking a little arrogant. I don't mean that. I just care. Hermione's face turned red. Okay, Audrey. Kane stopped Audrey, who wanted to say something in time. It's something. I'll tell you slowly when I have time. Kane appreciated Hermione's concern and raised a gentle smile. Oh, okay, then I'll go to class first. Hermione's face turned redder for some reason. After saying that, she ran away without waiting for Kane's answer. Audrey, don't always target Hermione. Seeing Hermione running away, Kane turned around and whispered to Audrey beside him. Do you care about her? Audrey was different from her usual indifference. A standard lady's smile suddenly bloomed on her face. Pansy, do you feel a little cold suddenly? Draco didn't know why, but he suddenly felt cold and wanted to shiver. The temperature has dropped, of course you will feel cold. Pansy perfunctorily said to Draco, and turned to peek at Kane and Audrey without leaving a trace. Theodore shook his head and didn't expose Pansy's deception. Can she not peek too obviously? She was almost close to the person involved. What? Kane was a little confused. She is our classmate. You think she is just a classmate? Audrey's tone suddenly soared inexplicably. Or else? Kane didn't understand what Audrey meant. It's okay, the professor is coming, sit down quickly. Audrey quickly avoided Kane's sight and changed the subject in a disguised way. Professor Flitwick walked in. Students, you can learn to make objects fly in this class. Flitwick waved his wand, full of daily energy. Oh, Kane, show it to me. After Professor Flitwick taught everyone the spell, he couldn't wait to let Kane show it. Facing the surprised and expectant eyes of the whole class, Kane stood up calmly. He took out his wand and flicked his wrist lightly, Wingardium Leviosa. The desk in front of Kane immediately floated up, causing the students present to exclaim and applaud. Very good, Lestrange plus 1 point. No, Professor, only 1 point. Professor Flitwick ignored Kane's resentful eyes. Who told you to brush the points every day? Leave some room for others, young man. Paused, Kane, you will be my assistant in this class, I will give you extra points. How many points are the extra points? It won't be 1 point again. When did Professor Flitwick and Snape learn to exploit students? Although Kane was complaining in his heart, he quickly threw himself into the temporary new role of assistant teacher. Draco, the wand should be waved and shaken, like this. Kane demonstrated it to Draco himself. Pansy, the wand is not a fire stick, it can't withstand your strong destruction. Goyle, forget it, you continue to practice by yourself. Kane, here. Harry looked at the feather on the table at a loss, and decisively chose to summon Kane. Kane's hero arrived at the battlefield in less than 5 seconds. Harry, like this, pay attention to the strength of your wrist, feather plus dimuleviosa. Kane demonstrated it once, try it Harry, I believe you can do it. Harry took a deep breath and waved the wand as Kane said, and the feather in front of him floated up successfully. Look, Mr. Potter succeeded, Gryffindor plus 3 points. Professor Flitwick was very happy. Under everyone's enthusiastic gaze, Harry blushed. It was rare for him to get extra points for Gryffindor. Kane, actually, this point should be given to you. Harry was a little embarrassed and whispered to Kane. Harry, this point is what you deserve. You are good at spells. Kane felt that Harry was simply an angel. He should let Professor Flitwick, who was exploiting him, hear what Harry said. Really? Haha. Harry touched the back of his head a little at a loss and grinned. Really, I'll go see other students first. Kane nodded to Harry and walked to the others. Harry, you know it all, teach me too. Seamus, who was in the same group, pushed Harry, a little impatient. Why didn't you ask Kane directly just now? Harry felt that Kane was obviously more suitable for guidance than himself. He looks a little difficult to approach, doesn't he? Seamus was a little afraid to talk to Kane. Although Kane looks cold, he is a trustworthy friend. Have you forgotten that he saved Neville? Harry couldn't help but explain for Kane. Yes, I will definitely find him next time. Seamus promised solemnly. Okay. Harry couldn't force Seamus. I believe that after Seamus gets to know Kane in depth, he will definitely change his mind about Kane. Bang! Seamus' feather exploded on the spot, and he himself became an afro on the spot. The whole class laughed mercilessly. Professor, I think we need another feather. Harry raised his little hand expressionlessly. As expected of the recognized explosion genius of Hogwarts, if this were in the world of Naruto, I believe Seamus and Deidara would definitely have a lot in common. Kane shook his head secretly, thankful that he left in time. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. Before he walked in front of Hermione and Ron, he heard Hermione's Dean's voice. Since you are so smart, why don't you give it a try? Ron was obviously impatient with Hermione's preaching. Hermione also had a little temper, so she gave it a try. Hermione rolled up her sleeves and chanted a spell, and the feathers flew slowly upwards. Miss Granger also succeeded, Gryffindor adds another 2 points. Hermione looked at Ron with some pride. Ron's face was obviously uglier, and he snorted coldly and ignored Hermione. These two people are enemies to some extent. A person who was born in the Weasley family was called a pure-blood traitor because of his family's pro-Muggle stance. The Weasley family is best known for not being able to support more children in the family. Ron, as the 6th child in the family, is often the one who is ignored, which makes Ron sensitive, inferior, and has a strong self-esteem. Hermione, however, was born in the Muggle world. Once she came to the strange magical world, she didn't want people to think that she was inferior to others. She was eager to prove herself, and being a top student was the only proof she could show at this stage. This sometimes makes Hermione look arrogant, but this is actually another form of inferiority. Two people with strong self-esteem are prone to conflicts before they learn to tolerate each other. Okay, students, this class is over. As soon as the bell rang, Professor Flitwick stopped teaching. All students have to hand in an assignment on how to use the levitation charm in the next class, no less than 3 pages of parchment. Flitwick was about to leave after saying that. Wait, did you forget something? Maybe Kane's eyes were too hot, and Professor Flitwick shuddered and looked at Kane. Because of Kane's assistance, give Slytherin 10 points. Kane felt comfortable now. Professor Flitwick, just pamper him. Chapter 40 Milliseconds Rabbit and the Annoying Man. No wonder everyone can't stand her, Ron complained to Kane and Harry. At this time, the students who had just finished their spells class were struggling to walk through the corridor. It was the peak time after class, and it was so congested. She's like a nightmare. Ron was really fed up with Hermione and spoke without mercy. Someone bumped into Kane and hurried past them. It was Hermione. Kane glanced at her face with his sharp eyes, and she was crying. Hermione heard it. Kane looked at Ron with some reproach. Oh, then. Ron was a little at a loss for a moment. You are really capable, tisk tisk tisk. Draco went against the crowd and approached Ron, despising him with all his heart. So what? What does it have to do with you? Ron blushed easily when he met Draco. She must have noticed that she has no friends. Ron blushed and retorted loudly. Ron, don't do this. Kane couldn't stand it anymore and stopped Ron sternly. Ron didn't dare to confront Kane, snorted coldly, and pulled Harry away. Slytherin and Gryffindor were separated in the next class. Kane planned to find Hermione and tell her not to be stupid. After all, Kane clearly remembered that Quirrell would let the troll in on Halloween. Where are you going? Draco looked at Kane in confusion. Go find Hermione. You saw her crying. Draco's eyes turned when he heard that. Class is about to start. Go to class quickly. Leave this to me. Leave it to you. Kane couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He knew that Draco and Hermione didn't get along. Of course, as a gentleman, I can't just stand by and watch a lady sad. Draco raised his platinum head high, with a serious face. Theodore and others beside him also looked at Draco with strange faces. Let Draco go. I believe he is a real gentleman. Audwey stood next to Kane and spoke for Draco. Draco was even more proud when he heard that, and felt that Audwey was not so annoying. He still remembered that Audwey ignored him when they first met. Okay. Although Kane still had doubts, since Draco made a solemn promise, it was still credible. After all, one of the rules of aristocratic education is not to easily promise something that you can't do. And Draco was raised by the top aristocrats since he was a child. Education. Then we will go to class first, you go quickly and come back quickly. After saying that, Kane took a group of little snakes to the herbology class. They took this class with Ravenclaw, but the two colleges were one cold and the other aloof, and basically there was no communication throughout the whole process. To be honest, Kane had a headache when he took the herbology class. Every time he was in a hurry, of course this time was no exception. In this class, they had to collect the seeds of mature bubble pods under the leadership of Ms. Sprout. You must be extra careful when collecting seeds, because if the force is not right, the seeds in the pods will bounce everywhere. Rookie Kane was fully devoted to collecting, and he had no time to take care of Draco and Hermione. Stop, slow down. Draco panted and chased after the fast-running Hermione. But Hermione ran faster when she heard the annoying voice. Draco gritted his teeth and accelerated to catch up. This was a good opportunity to laugh at Hermione, and he didn't want to miss it. Unlike Ron, who said bad things behind people's backs, Master Draco would laugh at people in front of them. The chase led him to the women's public toilet. Draco was stunned. Hey, come out. Granger, I know you're in there, don't hide in there and keep silent. Come out quickly. Draco stood outside and almost jumped up and down. You annoying guy, go away. Hermione's crying voice came. Who are you to dare to tell me to go away? And who is the annoying guy, you bunny lady? Hermione's louder crying answered Draco. Hey, don't cry. Draco was most afraid of girls crying. Because Narcissa had taught him that only incompetent men would make girls cry. Don't cry, if you keep crying, I'll go in, believe it or not. Draco tried to threaten. Come here if you can. In the silent corridor, Hermione's crying became louder. I didn't expect the Gryffindor lion to be so fond of crying, unlike us Slytherins, who are always so elegant. Draco tried to provoke her again. Yeah, I'm not like you. You purebloods claim to be noble and always look down on people from the Muggle world. Hermione became more and more angry as she spoke, and she poured out her long-accumulated resentment towards Draco. What's so great about you? You can only compete with your father. You talk about your father all day long. What else can you do besides showing off your father? You annoying guy, I hate you. Woo woo woo. Hermione cried while talking, and hiccuped a few times in the middle. Draco blushed. How dare you say that to me, you arrogant bunny lady? You look up at people all day long, and you show off your shallow knowledge all the time. You must have noticed that you don't even have a friend. Woo 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 woo. Hermione cried even more sadly. As if she would faint from crying in the next second. Draco was also angry at this time, and he didn't care about Hermione, just stood in the corridor and listened to her crying. Oh, someone made his girlfriend cry. Peeves smiled and suddenly flashed. She is not my girlfriend. I am not her girlfriend. Draco and Hermione refuted in unison, and Hermione didn't even care about crying for a while. Peeves, on the other hand, was shocked by their momentum for a while. How could this be possible? How could Peeves raise his head in front of other ghosts if it got out? Peeves showed his vicious face, took out 2 water balls from nowhere, and threw them at Draco accurately. Then he ran away with a strange smile. Peeves, I will. Cain will definitely avenge me. Draco wiped the water off his hair and said helplessly. Haha. Although Hermione didn't see Draco's bad luck with her own eyes, it must be bad when Peeves appears. She was not so sad at once. Okay, Ms. Rabbit, you are happy to see me in trouble. You can come out now. Draco was poured with cold ice water, and even his anger just now was extinguished. I won't come out, you annoying guy. Hermione felt that she hadn't cried enough. Besides, how could she have the nerve to go out when Draco, the annoying guy, was outside? Her eyes must be swollen from crying now, and she would not let the annoying guy have the opportunity to laugh at her. Draco didn't say anything anymore. After all, he didn't want to be seen by the rabbit lady in his current miserable state. So, the two of them, one inside the threshold and the other outside, sharing a piece of tranquility. Chapter 41 The Giant Monster Attacks. After a busy day of classes, Cain brought a group of little snakes to the auditorium. The hall was decorated by house elves and was brand new, with colorful Halloween decorations everywhere. Countless bats were flapping their wings and flying around on the ceiling. Some of them would unexpectedly stay on the witches, causing screams. Groups of low dark clouds were also circling above the head, and the airflow caused the pumpkin lanterns to flicker. Everything was full of the atmosphere of Halloween. Trick or treat! The Weasley twins suddenly jumped out of the huge pumpkin lantern, scaring Cain. There is no custom of trick or treat in the wizarding world. Cain looked at the two unhappily. Besides, when did you guys make trouble and have a time limit? Oh, you really know us. I'm so touched. The Weasley twins held hands and turned in circles. Stop making trouble, follow me. Cain waved at the Weasley twins and came to the outside of the hall. Here. Cain handed a jingling bag to George. Is this? George was a little unbelievable. Yes, here are the 50 galleons promised to you. The Weasley twins helped Cain a lot in the process of researching PHS, and this is what they deserve. From now on, you will be our boss. The Weasley twins lost their usual antics and looked serious. They initially thought Kane was just joking. After all, their antics were opposed even by their own family, but no one expected Kane to really fulfill his promise. He is worthy of being the young master of the Lestrange family. No, this is what you deserve. Kane really didn't want to get anything from the twins. How can that be possible? We Weasley twins won't take it for nothing. The twins said in unison. And were about to return the gold galleons to Kane. No, no, Kane quickly refused. How about this, let's all take a step back. These 50 gold galleons are my investment in you. The twins looked at each other and muttered to Kane behind his back. Okay, Kane. You will be our major shareholder in the future, with 40% of the shares. Don't refuse, we both think so. Before Kane could refuse, the twins had already blocked the way. Okay, that's it. Kane didn't want to spoil the fun, so he simply agreed. In fact, in his heart, Kane still felt that these 50 galleons were what the twins deserved. Forget it, at worst, I can make an additional investment in them later. We don't lack money. Let's go back quickly. The Halloween party is probably about to start. The twins pushed Kane to the hall. The party had indeed begun, and the air was filled with a warm and happy atmosphere. Kane was unconsciously infected and smiled from the bottom of his heart. After waving goodbye to the twins, Kane returned to the Slytherin long table. Where's Draco? Kane looked around and didn't see any trace of Draco. I haven't seen him. Pansy stretched her neck and looked around, but found nothing. Draco won't go to find Hermione and hasn't come back yet. Audrey was a little suspicious. Oh no. Kane clapped his hands and felt that things were serious. He immediately prepared to get up and find Draco. The troll, in the basement, thought you should know. Professor Quirrell stumbled towards Dumbledore's position, panting and shouting as he ran. The hall was quiet for a moment. The next second, the students began to scream and became chaotic. Quiet. Dumbledore had to use his wand to make a few harsh fireworks to calm the students down. Prefects, take the seniors of your respective colleges to the dormitory immediately. Dumbledore said in a low voice. Draco hasn't come back yet, what should he do? Pansy's face turned pale all of a sudden. She didn't dare to think about what would happen if Draco met the troll. It's okay, I'll go find him. Kane patted Pansy's shoulder and comforted her. I'll go with you. Audrey was anxious. Then he said. No need, you go back with them. Kane shook his head, not wanting Audrey to take risks. I'll go wherever you go. Audrey bit her lip, her eyes full of stubbornness. Kane didn't want to delay any longer. Finding Draco as soon as possible was the most important thing, so he didn't stop Audrey. Kane and Gemma Farley, who was leading the Slytherins back to the dormitory, looked at each other. Gemma immediately understood what Kane meant, and covered the two of them quietly and slipped away without leaving any trace. As soon as Kane walked against the flow of people in the empty corridor, he ran into Harry and Ron. Kane, Hermione is still outside and hasn't come back yet. She doesn't know there is a troll. Harry's tone was a little anxious. Ron next to him also realized that he might have gotten into trouble, and his face was full of anxiety. Draco went to find Hermione, they should be in the same place. Kane didn't stop and said as he walked. What? Harry and Ron thought this was more ridiculous than hearing that tomorrow was the end of the world. Draco and Hermione. Can the wizarding world have some science? Do you know where Hermione might be? Kane asked directly, ignoring the two people's expressions of seeing a ghost. I heard from Lavender that Hermione is in the female public toilet on the second floor. Harry came to his senses and hurriedly took Kane forward. Let's talk about two things separately. Can you come out? The Halloween party must have started. Draco was a little impatient. After waiting for so long, his hair that was wet by Peeves had dried up. His stomach was growling with hunger. You can go by yourself. Who asked you to control me? After crying for so long, Hermione's voice was a little hoarse. Just go, I don't care. Before he could even say the word you, Draco smelled a foul odor. Ugh! The smell was so strong that it made Draco vomit. Did you blow up the women's bathroom? Why is it so smelly? While questioning, Draco couldn't help but retching a few times. You're the one who's blowing up. Although Hermione's voice was hoarse, she was still as imposing as ever. Boom boom! The sound of a heavy object hitting Draco's ears. Draco didn't care about being nauseous, and turned his head stiffly to look over. Draco was very sure that this could be regarded as the ugliest and most terrifying scene he had ever seen in his life. A figure that looked like a hill appeared in Draco's sight. Its skin was as grey as granite, and a small head like a bean was on top of its huge and stupid body. As it approached, the disgusting stench became stronger. It was holding a huge wooden stick in its hand, dragging it on the ground, and walking towards Draco. Draco was frightened for a moment and stood there unable to move. As the troll got closer and closer, Draco's instinct for survival broke out. A distorted scream squeezed out of his throat, and Draco dragged his still weak legs and ran away. What's wrong with you, you bastard? Hermione heard Draco's scream and was a little confused. But soon, she knew why. What kind of monster is this? Why did it appear in the women's bathroom? In a flash, Hermione screamed enough to shatter glass. Ah! Draco, who was running, heard Hermione's scream and stopped. His already pale face became bloodless, and Draco was sweating profusely, and he was in a dilemma for a while. To save or not to save, this is a question. What should he do? Brother, if only you were here. Chapter 42 Mutation. Ah! Hermione screamed in fear again. Draco's face turned even paler than the soul of the bloody Baron. His heart was full of contradictions at this moment. Granger was just a mudblood to him before, and was insignificant. And he himself was the only heir to the Malfoy family. It was clear at a glance which was more important. But, Kane's words and deeds have made Draco grow up gradually. Slytherin, honor comes first. Gritting his teeth, Draco roared in fear. He clenched his fists and rushed back. Splash! The sound of broken porcelain and bursting water reached the ears of Kane and his group, who hurried over. It's over. Ron muttered to himself, his eyes the sky was dark. He killed Hermione. Ah! Ah! Two screams came one after another. Kane breathed a sigh of relief, everything was still in time. Walking into the female public toilet, what came into view was a mess. Draco and Hermione huddled against the wall, Hermione shivered while holding Draco's shoulders. The troll was slowly approaching the two. Because of its huge size, it knocked the sink off the wall as it walked. Harry subconsciously picked up the faucet that fell on the troll and threw it at the troll. Unfortunately, the troll with thick skin and flesh could not feel the weak force of the faucet hitting him. Ron could only shout beside him and waved his hands desperately to attract the troll's attention. As expected of the Gryffindor lion, they really go all out when something happens. Kane softened his face for a while and did not intervene immediately. This is also a rare opportunity to train them. Kane's idea coincided with Dumbledore's to some extent. Seeing that Kane did not take any action, Odell naturally would not act on her own. She watched Gryffindor's performance as if it had nothing to do with her. Ron's cry fell into the troll's erected little ears. The troll scratched his bean-like head and turned his head slowly and doubtfully. The troll had blocked Kane and his group tightly before, and the two people who were trembling together did not see them until the troll turned around. Kane! It's Kane! The two almost cried with joy. When they heard Ron's voice just now, they thought they had an illusion. We are here. Draco suddenly gained some strength, stood up straight, and looked at Kane in surprise. Kane looked at Draco's little appearance after surviving the disaster and felt a little distressed. His little cousin has always lived cleanly in the manor, and has never been as embarrassed as today. Don't be afraid. Cain ignored the troll approaching them and calmly comforted Draco. At this time, Ron saw that his shouting had worked, so he ran in the opposite direction of Hermione. He ran and shouted, "Come here!" As he wished, the troll raised his stick and was about to hit Ron. At this critical moment, Harry exploded. He did something that was both brave and stupid. He jumped up on the troll's back and tightly strangled the troll's neck with both hands. The troll's huge body began to shake, and Harry was thrown around like a rag. In desperation, Harry used his only weapon, the wand in his own hand, to stab the troll's nose. The troll was attacked in a vulnerable part and screamed in pain. Twisting his body more dramatically, Harry looked like he could be thrown off at any time. Hermione was shocked by this scene and collapsed on the ground. Draco pulled out his wand with a trembling hand. He hadn't defeated Potter in Quidditch yet, so how could he allow Potter to get into trouble in front of him? Wingardium Leviosa. Draco loudly recited the only spell that came to his mind at this moment. The wooden stick suddenly flew out of the troll's hand, first rising high, then turning a corner as if it had its own navigation system, and hitting the troll on the head. Boom! The troll stumbled over his left foot and fell to the ground in the direction of Cain. Hey! Harry took a deep breath and pulled the wand out of the troll's nose, with large pieces of grey gelatinous substance stuck on it. Cain frowned. He was a little bit of a germaphobe, and secretly decided to stay away from Harry's wand in the future. We won, haha! Ron recovered and jumped up excitedly. Except for Cain and Odwai, the remaining 4 people showed relief for surviving the disaster. Is it dead? Looking at the troll lying motionless on the ground, Hermione asked uncertainly. Harry approached the troll and wanted to take a closer look to confirm whether the troll was really dead. Cain, who had been standing at the door from the beginning, saw the troll's arm suddenly start to swell in the blind spot of Harry and the others. Get out of the way! Cain hurriedly asked Harry to stay away. However, the accident happened in an instant. Harry had just left, and the next second, the troll's fist landed where Harry had stood before. Bang! With a muffled sound, the troll hammered a deep pit where Harry had originally stood, which made people feel scared. Run! Cain felt that something was wrong with the troll. Its eyes were suddenly covered with an ominous blood color, and its body size was visible to the naked eye. Swelled at a speed, with hideous long flesh thorns protruding from its hands, back and legs. Unfortunately, Hermione and the others could not keep up with the speed of the troll's transformation. The super troll waved his hand, and half of the wall collapsed. The falling bricks and stones blocked Draco and the others inside. Only Odwai, who had always stood beside Cain, was spared. At this time, Cain was like an ant against an elephant to the troll. The size of the troll after the expansion increased by at least twice compared to before, and its head had already hit the ceiling. 2 streams of white air spewed out of its nose, and it waved its arms irrationally to destroy everything. The 4 screamed in fear in the ruins. Go and ask the professor. Cain told Odwai and was about to rush in. Let's go together. Odwai grabbed Cain's arm tightly. Be obedient. Cain was extremely anxious at the moment. How could he abandon his brother who grew up with him? Audrey saw Cain's frown and knew that he had made up his mind. She could only hold back her tears and ran away with red eyes. She knew that the sooner she found the professor, the greater the chance that Cain would be safe. She first ran to the auditorium where the professor was most likely to stay. No one, not a single person. It turned out that the professors, under Dumbledore's organization, were searching for the troll near the basement, and Audrey had found the wrong one. Professor, where are you? Audrey looked around and couldn't help crying. Oh, the basement, Professor Quirrell said he saw the troll in the basement. Audrey wiped away the tears that had slipped down at some point, and ran towards the basement again at full speed. Hurry up, faster! Professor! This time Audrey finally saw the shadows of the professors and couldn't help crying with joy. "Miss Rosier, why are you here?" Professor McGonagall didn't expect that there were still students who hadn't returned to the dormitory. What if they were in danger? "Please save Kane, Principal." "Calm down, kid, what happened to Kane?" Dumbledore's blue eyes flashed with coldness. "Kane, Kane, Kane." Chapter 43 Fierce Fight. Let's talk about two things. Kane raised his fusang wood wand, quickly imprison. A golden iron chain phantom as thick as an adult man's arm trapped the mad mutated troll. The mutated troll struggled and fell on the wall beside it. Half of the wall collapsed under the weight, raising a pile of dust. "Sweep it up with a whirlwind." While the troll was tied up, Kane quickly waved his wand and cleaned up the bricks and stones that fell in front of him. "How are you?" Kane found the four people hiding together in a corner and couldn't help looking them up and down. "Kane, we're fine. Harry pulled me back in time." Draco was still in shock. When Kane told them to run, Draco ran in front of the group. The troll went crazy and caught them off guard. If Harry hadn't pulled Draco back in time with his excellent reaction ability, the consequences would be disastrous. Now is not the time to talk. Let's go. Kane breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the four people were intact. He helped Hermione, who was a little limp, up and was about to walk out. Roar! The mutated troll roared, broke the chains on his body, and became more manic. He swung a stick and hit Kane and the others. The troll's speed after the mutation has also become much more flexible, and Kane and the others are in a precarious situation. Armor protection. In a hurry, Kane released a translucent elliptical shield to protect everyone inside. Bang! A sound that made one's teeth ache came, and the shield was full of dense cracks. "You hide here and don't come out. I'll lead this beast away," Kane said behind their backs and ran in the opposite direction. Dark fog erosion. The thick black fog wrapped around the upper body of the mutated giant monster. It covered its eyes with one hand and wailed, and held the stick high in the other hand, chasing Kane closely. Torn into pieces. The destructive spell hit the super-giant monster, but only left a slight blood mark. There was no way. The giant monster was a creature with thick skin and flesh, and its resistance to magic was notoriously strong. This was also the main reason why even adult wizards could not deal with the giant monster. What's more, now the giant monster has mutated for unknown reasons. Seeing that the damage caused by the spell was limited, Kane knew that he had to change his fighting style. It could only be like this. "System, come out." Kane dodged the flying bricks. Stone fragments, calling the system. "Ah? Are you calling me?" The system is a bit down. It has not appeared for a long time, and it has forgotten its job. Meeting the giant monster is a famous scene in the original. "Hurry up, check in, you don't want me to get into trouble." In an emergency, Kane doesn't want to say more nonsense. Ding! You checked in the famous scene of the giant monster, helped the trio, and randomly obtained 1 talent point. The system is also afraid that the host is finished, so it doesn't act cheap and gets straight to the point. Yes, this is exactly what Kane wants. Add it to Transfiguration, quickly. Ding! Transfiguration, 8 points, full value 10 points. Kane stopped dodging and planned to face the giant head-on. "As you wish, as I wish. Show your spirit quickly and change for me." At the moment of raising the magic wand, Kane still had the mind to make a wave of linkage. With a wave of the magic wand, the masonry of the wash basin turned into thorns covered with sharp spikes, which wrapped around the troll layer by layer. Kane shook the magic wand again and used the now lost ancient magic, the enchantment magic. Under the effect of the enchantment magic, the thorns on the thorns were blessed with the characteristics of metal. The extremely sharp spikes pierced deeply into the hard body of the mutated troll, causing it to bleed profusely. Physical attacks are still better. The quagmire is deep. Cain pointed the ground where the troll was with his magic wand. Under the effect of magic, the ground quickly softened and finally turned into a swamp. The super troll sank quickly. And only the part above the shoulder was spared. Avada Kedavra. Cain did not hesitate, and an ominous green light emanated from the tip of Cain's wand, hitting the head of the mutated troll hard. The moment the mutated troll was hit, its eyes quickly became blurred, and its struggle became weaker and weaker until it completely quieted down. The mutated troll was dead. "Oh my God, Cain!" Professor McGonagall couldn't help but exclaimed. At this time, from Professor McGonagall's perspective, the female public toilet had completely turned into a ruin. The wind outside could swirl here freely, because the wall no longer existed, and the things inside were in scattered fragments. A troll that I don't know if it can still be called a troll, trapped in the swamp, has no life. Professor McGonagall saw this scene, and had no time to blame Cain, and hugged him into her arms. "This child is still alive, he is really lucky. Where are Harry and the others?" On the way to the scene, Odell had already told the whole story to Headmaster Dumbledore and his group. Dumbledore didn't see Harry, and he was a little panicked. Snape's face was dark, his eyes were empty, and his lips were tightly pursed. "Headmaster, we are here." A dusty hand stretched out from the corner. "Oh, my God, this is so lucky." When Quirrell saw that Harry and the others were still alive, he sobbed exaggeratedly and clutched his collar tightly with his hands. A group of 4 people came out, supporting each other. All 4 of them were covered with dust, as if they had just escaped. "What the hell are you doing?" Professor McGonagall checked everyone in turn. After finding that no one was injured, she was angry and distressed, and finally couldn't help but burst into anger. "Minerva, the children have just experienced a thrilling adventure. I think what they need most now is a good rest." Dumbledore stopped Professor McGonagall's questioning. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips seriously and did not object. What these children did was really infuriating and distressing. "Headmaster, I want to go with them." Audrey's eyes were red and she asked in a low voice. "Go, Miss Rosier, accompany your friends." Dumbledore understood O'Dwyer's feelings and did not stop them. Led by Professor Flitwick, the group slowly walked towards the infirmary. Snape, who had said nothing the whole time, walked straight to the troll after seeing the restless kids leave. This is no longer a troll in the ordinary sense. It is more than twice as big as an ordinary troll. Professor McGonagall looked at the troll in front of her in disbelief. The muscles are broken, the blood vessels burst, and the vitality and potential of this troll have been fully stimulated in a short period of time. Snape reached out and touched the troll, and said affirmatively. "It sounds like the effect of the Berserk potion that has been banned by the International Potion Association." Professor McGonagall remembered that when she was young, this potion had been banned by a document, and she was deeply impressed by the bad consequences of the potion. The Berserk potion can't change the giant monster's body structure. This should be a more vicious atavistic potion. Snape's reputation as a potion master is not to be underestimated. He can also identify potions that have been lost. Atavistic potion. Dumbledore's expression became serious. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Then think of the abnormality that Hagrid found in the Forbidden Forest some time ago. Are these two things related? Dumbledore can't help but feel that a storm is coming. Chapter 44 Always. Headmaster's office. Dumbledore, did you see it? Snape was a little emotional, the final cause of death of the troll. It's the unforgivable curse. Yes, Severus, I know. Dumbledore's blue eyes were a little serious. Then you should also know that the killing curse can only come from Lestrange's hands. You should expel him immediately. Snape felt uneasy since he first saw Cain. He could always see the shadow of someone he didn't want to mention in Lestrange. In addition, Cain, as a Slytherin, deliberately made friends with the Savior. Snape's sensitive nerve as a double agent for many years was severely provoked. He had killed Lily, and Lily's child must not be in trouble again, no matter what. Severus, Kane did this to protect his friends, didn't he? Dumbledore paused, his starting point was good. Dumbledore, you are still like this. Don't you think Lestrange's actions are familiar? Snape's tone can be regarded as questioning. Dumbledore was silent for a moment, with a trace of fatigue in his blue eyes. It is precisely because I see the shadow of that person in him, and even that person at Kane's age, he has not reached Kane's current level. I have made a mistake with that person, and I don't want to make it again. Dumbledore said in a low voice. Dumbledore, you are still so hypocritical, always waiting until things happen before regretting. Snape had a trace of tears in his eyes, and he growled hoarsely. Severus, that thing has been over for so long, you should have your own life. Snape has been living a zombie-like life since Lily's death. Dumbledore knew that he wanted to atone for his sins through self-abuse. No, I will never let go. I will live my whole life for Lily. Severus, how long are you going to hold on? Dumbledore still wanted to persuade Snape to let go. Always. Snape lost the mood to argue with Dumbledore and walked out of the principal's office in silence. Sever. Dumbledore wanted to keep him, but gave up. Because he also deeply experienced the pain of losing his loved ones. This kind of pain will never disappear, it will only become more and more intense as time goes by. Oh, let him be. Kane woke up in an environment full of food aroma. Are you awake? Audrey sat at the head of Kane's bed, fiddling with beef pie and a large pot of milk in her hands. I saw that you like this, so I brought you some by the way. Audrey stroked the long hair hanging beside her cheeks a little uncomfortably. Thank you. Kane had a long sleep and was indeed a little hungry, and Audrey came just in time. I'm hungry too. Draco woke up much earlier than Kane. He had long coveted the food that Odwia brought, but he knew that Odwia would not care about him. It was different when Kane woke up. If not now, when? Who asked Kane to pamper him? I'm hungry too. Me too. +2. The curtains of the beds next to them were opened one after another, sending out signals that they wanted to eat. However, what the hell is +2? Draco glared at Ron, who said this. It means that I can do the work of 2 people. Ron scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Kane looked at the few pies on the plate. And there were definitely not enough for them to share. Looking at their eager eyes, Kane instantly had the illusion of being a painless father, and his eyes looked strangely kind when he looked at them. With him around, no one can starve his big sons. Kane took out the wand from under the pillow and drew a circle clockwise 3 times. After drawing the circle, the image of the flat-headed brother suddenly appeared in the circle. Kane gently tapped the flat-headed brother with his wand. This method was taught to Kane by Hufflepuff. Ding! Your takeaway is here. Order accepted. An elf wrapped in the Hogwarts school emblem immediately appeared in front of Kane and bowed deeply to Kane. Little Master, lightning can satisfy any request you have. Please tell me as much as you want. Lightning looked at Kane with his big eyes like light bulbs, and was a little cautious in excitement. It didn't expect that Kane could use Helga Hufflepuff's unique magic to summon house elves. He must be a descendant of the Hufflepuff family. As expected, my Lightning is still a wise man. I can tell at a glance that the little master is not an ordinary person. Kane was uncomfortable with Lightning's eager eyes. The last time he saw it, it was not so exaggerated. What's wrong with you? Kane saw that Lightning had some bruises on his body. This is Hogwarts. Who dares to abuse a house elf? The little master actually cares about me. Lightning turned around excitedly. Stop. Kane touched his nose helplessly. Yes, young master. Lightning was just accidentally caught in the door. Lightning stood like a pine tree and said. Lightning would not tell the young master that when the Hufflepuff summons appeared in the kitchen, the house elves in the entire kitchen were boiling. They wrestled with each other for the opportunity to serve the descendants of Hufflepuff. In the end, Lightning was one step ahead of the other elves and grabbed the opportunity. Hearing the unreasonable but strong reason of the house elf, Cain was silent. It was so fresh and not pretentious at all. "I need you to provide some breakfast." "Young master, please wait." Lightning bowed, crackled, and disappeared on the spot. Ding! "Your takeaway, the Hogwarts merchant is preparing it." Ding! "Your takeaway has been delivered by Brother Lightning." Cain's eyes were about to pop out. This time, several house elves appeared at once, each holding a huge plate. Cain dared to say that anything on the British breakfast list could be found on the plates of the house elves. Wow! Harry and Ron opened their mouths wide. They thought such a rich breakfast would only appear during banquets. "Little master, please enjoy." Several house elves filled Cain's side with food and disappeared with a crackling sound. "Have they moved all the Hogwarts kitchens here?" Draco walked barefoot to Cain's bed. "Okay, eat quickly." Cain had a headache looking at the food. Who could finish it? The three boys started eating without hesitation. "What are they? And why do you call you little master?" Hermione couldn't help asking while eating. "They are house elves, servants of wizards. My mother has always wanted to have one." Ron's mouth was full and he said vaguely, "There are so many elves in the Malfoy family that I can't remember their names." Draco started to show off like a peacock. "Ah, yes, yes." After experiencing life and death together, Ron's tolerance for Draco has increased significantly, and he has now learned the trick of being sarcastic. "I don't know why they call me Little Master." Cain thought it was related to Hufflepuff, but it was not easy to tell Hermione directly. "Then can we summon elves like you just did? Your trick just now was really cool," Harry said with envy. "Try it." Ron encouraged him from the side, he was also very interested. Harry wiped his hands after hearing this, took out his wand, and drew 3 clockwise circles like Cain. Nothing happened. No. Harry was a little disappointed. Everyone turned their eyes to Cain. This is the secret of the Lestrange family. Cain wiped his mouth calmly and made up a reason. Draco's eyes flickered a little, but he didn't ask much. At this time, the Hogwarts Great Hall. Students walked into the Great Hall one after another, wanting to enjoy a good breakfast. As a result, the 4 long tables were all empty. "No, where's the food? Where's my food?" Chapter 45. Sorry, Professor Binns. "Tell me, how will Professor McGonagall punish us?" After eating and drinking, Hermione couldn't help but fall into internal friction. Hearing this, the few people present suddenly quieted down and were a little uneasy. Things have already happened, and it's useless to worry about it. Cain calmly comforted everyone. As soon as the voice fell, accompanied by a burst of red light, Dumbledore Fawkes, the Phoenix of Dumbledore, appeared in the infirmary. Fawkes landed directly on the head of Hermione's bed, which was the farthest place from Cain, and was cleaning his hair. "It seems that Principal Dumbledore asked Fawkes to inform us to go to his office." Cain ignored Fawkes's disdain and told the reason why Dumbledore sent Fawkes. "It's so beautiful." Hermione looked at Fawkes with fascination. It was the first time she saw a phoenix. It looked like a big turkey. "What's so good about it?" "The phoenix in the east sings like a flute and sounds like bells and drums. That's called elegance," Cain secretly complained. Suddenly, his palm felt hot. It was his wand. Cain's wand was made of fusang wood, and the core of the wand was the feathers of a phoenix from the east. It seems that his wand also agrees with him. "Children, Madame Pomfrey came in, you can go after you finish the potion. Headmaster Dumbledore asked you to go to his office." Ever since Cain drank the potion brewed by Snape last time, he has had a psychological shadow on drinking potions. "Madame Pomfrey, I'm fine, you let them drink it." No need to be modest, each of you has one. Madame Pomfrey said in an unyielding tone. Is this potion really necessary to drink? Kane gave Draco and the others a look of wishing for the best of luck, and took the potion and drank it all. Hey, what's the matter? It's not hard to drink, and there is a refreshing mint flavor. This is not brewed by Professor Snape. Kane said with certainty. Of course, the amount of medicine used in the infirmary is large, and Professor Snape does not have so much time to spend on brewing potions. This was ordered from the Potions Association in the name of Hogwarts. Madame Pomfrey seemed to be in a good mood today, and she had the leisure to chat with them about family matters. Madame Pomfrey, I am willing to provide a sum of money to the infirmary to buy potions. Professor Snape is busy with his work. And I think this can also reduce his burden. Kane looked at Madame Pomfrey with a sincere attitude of thinking about the school and his own dean. Mr. Lestrange, thank you for your generosity. I will go to the headmaster to report this matter. Madame Pomfrey's eyes suddenly became friendly when she looked at Kane. It seems that Mr. Lestrange is also a fellow who wants to carry forward the medical cause of the British wizarding world. Wait a moment. Madame Pomfrey turned and left gracefully. Not long after, she took a few lists in her hand and handed them to several people. Kane took it and saw that it said that it was recommended to cancel the courses that were potentially harmful to students at Hogwarts and add related medical self-help courses. The first one on the list of hazards was the potion class. No, Madame Pomfrey. Isn't it too obvious that you want to dominate the field of potions at Hogwarts? Collect student petitions directly and put pressure on Dumbledore. Sure enough, the real business war is so plain and unpretentious. Kane looked up at his friends. Harry and Ron had already signed their names with great interest. They had been unhappy with Snape for a long time. Hermione bit the quill, looking thoughtful, and nodded from time to time. Draco and Odell also looked at Kane at this time, and the three of them looked at each other. Killing their own dean directly, this thing is too exciting. Forget it, Kane lightly ticked the quill and chose the history class. I'm sorry, Professor Binns. Who made your class so hypnotic that it caused serious damage to my willpower? Draco and Odwija quickly followed suit and breathed a sigh of relief. Madame Pomfrey looked at the petition list of Kane and the other two and was a little dissatisfied. But thinking that Headmaster Dumbledore was still waiting for them, she waved her hand and asked them to leave. Children, please sit down first. Dumbledore looked at the group of people who walked into the office with a smile. Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape sat on his left and right respectively. Odwija has already talked about the cause of the incident. But I think we need to hear your own words. Several people looked at each other, and Hermione took the lead in explaining. It's like this. Everyone present listened quietly to Hermione's story, and Draco and Harry supplemented it from time to time. You are really too risky. Professor McGonagall still felt scared after listening to their story. For this, I have to punish you. Professor McGonagall, I'm sorry. But they are all because of me. If you want to expel someone, please expel me alone. As Hermione spoke, tears flowed unconsciously. Shortcomings in the magic world. Although it was only 2 months, it was far less than the more than 10 years she had lived in the Muggle world, but it was also unforgettable. She really didn't want to leave this magical and mysterious place. Harry and the others looked at Hermione in surprise. Hermione usually attached great importance to these school rules and regulations. Every time he and Ron were deducted points, they would be lectured by Hermione. All this shows how important Hogwarts is to Hermione. Now she actually took the blame on herself alone. Draco also looked incredible. He didn't expect the rabbit lady to be so brave. Odell's eyes flickered slightly, and she felt that the rude Granger seemed to have some merits. Kane didn't speak, but he was also full of emotion in his heart. Everyone is gradually growing up, Draco is like this, and so is Hermione. It seems that he may have one more friend. Kids, no one said they would expel you. Dumbledore looked relieved and blinked at them. But punishment is necessary. Each of you will be deducted 5 points. Professor McGonagall ignored Dumbledore's dishonesty and said seriously. No one cared about the 5 points deducted. Even Hermione, who cared the most about the score, was relieved. It was great that she didn't have to be expelled. However, because of your brave act of saving your classmates, Mr. Lestrange, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Ms. Rosier will each add 10 points. Professor McGonagall's face was also full of relief. He was worthy of being my big Gryffindor. But it would be even better if Kane was also a Gryffindor. Well, things have a happy ending, don't they? Dumbledore wiped the corners of his eyes with a flowered handkerchief. Children, go to class. Fresh knowledge is waiting to fill your little heads. Dumbledore paused. Mr. Lestrange, stay for a while. Snape, who had been silent on the court, also looked at Kane. Okay, kids, follow me. Professor McGonagall waved to everyone, leaving space for Dumbledore and the others to talk. Chapter 46 Dumbledore's Test. Headmaster, do you have anything else to say? Although Kane had doubts, he actually guessed that it was because of the use of the unforgivable curse. After all, the mutant troll died cleanly except for the wounds caused by the thorns. This is too much of a killing curse. Mr. Lestrange is really amazing. He can use the unforgivable curse at such a young age. I think you shouldn't be assigned to Slytherin. You should go directly to Azkaban for further study. Snape snorted coldly and crossed his arms. Then the professor thinks that I should stand still and let the troll beat me to death, right? Kane was really annoyed. Snape never had a good face for him. Okay, okay. Dumbledore quickly stopped the two people who were mocking each other. Kane, you did use the unforgivable curse, didn't you? Although you did it to protect yourself. The reason why the killing curse, the Imperious Curse, and the Cruciatus Curse are listed as unforgivable by the Ministry of Magic in various places is that they will not only cause irreparable harm to wizards, but will also gradually corrode the user's mind and make them gradually crazy. Dumbledore looked at Kane seriously, his eyes full of warnings. Principal, I understand. Kane said he understood, but he didn't agree with it in his heart. Dark magic is an untouchable source of evil for ordinary people, but for the descendants of Slytherin, dark magic is more like an innate talent. Kane, there is something I want to ask you about. Dumbledore said in a slow tone. What do you think of the Dark Lord? Kane was shocked and didn't understand why Dumbledore suddenly asked this. Although I have not experienced the era of the Dark Lord, from the historical records of the magic world, he seems to be a madman who highly advocates pure blood and wants to unify the magic world. Kane knew that old Dumbledore was very wary of the Dark Lord. If he didn't act now to reassure old Dumbledore, when would he do so? Yes. Dumbledore nodded. He highly advocates pure blood and regards half-blood and muggle wizards as inferior. You are also pure blood. So what do you think of half-blood and muggle wizards? Dumbledore turned the topic to Kane again. I don't agree with the Dark Lord. Whether it is a half-blood or muggle wizard, they are all part of the wizarding world. Kane did not agree with the Dark Lord's practice of only advocating pure blood. The population of the wizarding world is 10,000 times less than that of the muggle world, which can be said to be a model of small land and sparse population. In addition, the muggle world is no longer the slash-and-burn farming of the past, and new hot weapons are emerging in an endless stream. I can only say, sir, the times have changed. Kane believes that what the wizards should do now is to unite all that can be united's power, rather than a life-and-death struggle. Only in this way, if the wizarding world is exposed to muggles one day in the future, it will also be able to fight. Dumbledore's expression softened visibly when he heard Kane's words. That's right, Kane, we all have the identity of wizards and should enjoy the same equality. Kane did not agree, because absolute equality will never exist anywhere. What's more, the truth believed in by the wizarding world has always been power supremacy. Kane, you should know about Harry. I know, it was Harry who killed the Dark Lord. Then I can tell you clearly that the Dark Lord is not dead yet. Dumbledore leaned forward and told Kane clearly. Kane's pupils shrank slightly. What does Dumbledore mean by this? Kane was not surprised that Dumbledore knew that the Dark Lord was not dead yet. After all, the Death Eater symbol on Snape was not a decoration. But why tell him? He's back, and he could kill Harry at any time. So, you told me this. Kane said calmly. I hope you can help Harry and protect him. Dumbledore didn't look like he was joking at all. I refuse. Kane said directly. Snape snorted coldly and looked at Dumbledore. That look seemed to say, see, he is not like what you said. I can't be anyone's nanny. I believe he has the protection of the principal and professors. Of course, Harry is my friend, and I won't stand idly by if I see him in danger. Kane didn't care about the eye-to-eye dispute between Snape and Dumbledore, and said loudly. Of course, kid. You just need to help Harry when necessary. Dumbledore was very satisfied with the result. Kane was indeed different from that person. Snape saw that the dust had settled, looked at Kane deeply, and left. Child, come with me. Dumbledore stood up and walked towards the inner room. Kane was a little confused, but he still followed Dumbledore to change positions. Come closer, Kane. Dumbledore took out a crystal ball the size of a baby's head and stroked it gently with his hand. An old man with grey hair and dry limbs instantly appeared in the crystal ball. Hi, little Albus. The old man in the crystal ball greeted Dumbledore and slowly turned his neck to look at Kane. Is this the little genius in alchemy that you mentioned to me? Oh, Nico, I'm over 100 years old. What's wrong with over 100 years old? I'm still over 600 years old. The two of them were still chatting. Although Kane had some guesses when he saw the old man just now, he didn't expect that it was really Nico Flamel. Kane, Professor Babel was amazed at your ancient magic runes and alchemical talent when we had afternoon tea together. I think you must have a lot in common with Nico. Dumbledore said jokingly, patted Kane on the shoulder, and walked out. Hello, Master Flamel. Kane was inevitably a little excited when facing the creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Little Kane, please allow me to call you that, don't be so serious. Nico Flamel was very approachable. Come, take a look at this. Nico Flamel slowly turned around and walked away, took a piece of parchment, and walked back in small steps. Kane got close to the crystal ball and took a closer look. This seems to be about how to condense magic points. Haha, little Kane, Dumbledore is right. You are indeed a little genius. That's right, this is the condensation array that gathers the scattered magic power at one point. Nico was very surprised that Kane could really see it. For thousands of years, only Nico has successfully made the Philosopher's Stone. So the difficulty can be imagined. And the condensation array is an indispensable step in making the Philosopher's Stone. Kane is so young but can already see the effect of this magic array, which is really too rare. Originally, when Dumbledore said that Hogwarts had discovered an alchemy genius, he thought it was just a filter that Dumbledore had for his students. Unexpectedly, it was true. That's really great. Kane, you are indeed very talented, learn alchemy from me. Nico Flamel did not beat around the bush. Really? Master Flamel. This is Nicole Flamel, who can refuse him? Master. Nico pretended to be dissatisfied, and his expression was a little exaggerated. Click. Perennial, come and help me, my brow bone is dislocated. The old man was really a little fragile. I'm coming. A slightly fat, kind-looking old woman also walked over slowly. Oh, sweetheart, you must be Kane mentioned by Dumbledore. Perennial hadn't seen such a cute boy like Kane for a long time, and he liked him very much at the first sight. Perennial. Nico called pitifully beside him, trying to get his wife's attention back. You are so old and still don't pay attention, making the children laugh. Although Perennial said she was disgusted, her movements were very gentle, and she helped Nico to straighten his bones very seriously. Kane said, I'll drink this 600 years of old dog food first as a sign of respect. Audience members are welcome to do as they please. Chapter 47 A Farce. After repeatedly assuring Perennial that he would go to France to see her during the summer vacation, Kane ended the meeting with Nico's somewhat resentful eyes. It seems that you and Nico do have a lot in common. Dumbledore saw Kane coming out of the inner room and grabbed a handful of cockroaches with a smile. Thank you, Headmaster, for giving me the opportunity to meet my teacher. If it weren't for Dumbledore, Kane probably wouldn't have been able to meet Nico. After all, Nico is a master in alchemy, and there are many people who want to see him. I heard that Nico was so annoyed that he chose to live in seclusion. Only a few friends knew where he lived, and Dumbledore was one of them. If you weren't good enough, Nico would never agree to be your teacher. Dumbledore was full of emotion. By the way, Principal, the teacher said that this crystal ball belongs to me, so it will be convenient to contact him in the future. When Kane came out of the inner room, he also took the crystal ball with him. Go, go. Dumbledore waved his hand and asked Kane to go to class quickly. After Kane left, Fox flew directly to Dumbledore's shoulder. Dumbledore stroked Fox's warm feathers and murmured to himself, could it be him? Fox. His little master, where are you? In the empty corridor on the third floor, a faint sound came through the wall. Kane stopped suddenly and put his ear against the wall to confirm again. Hiss. It's not running away, it's the basilisk. But is he calling Riddle? Or is he calling me? It's been a while since the era of the Big Four, it's time to go see the basilisk. Look, it's him. Ah, he's so handsome. I'm almost in love with him. After class, Kane led a group of little snakes through the fountain area outside the auditorium. Groups of girls secretly looked at Kane and whispered. Once Kane looked at them, screams would be heard from the crowd. What's wrong with them? Kane thought, shouldn't this be the treatment of a savior? Of course they worship me. Draco straightened his chest, his face flushed with excitement. Odell rolled her eyes at Draco. Don't ask, her mother tongue is speechless. The news that you defeated the troll has spread. I can't imagine how you did it. Pansy also looked proud. You don't know, the troll is as tall as 3 floors, and the whole corridor collapsed when he raised his hand. Scared? A group of Gryffindors sandwiched Ron in the middle, listening to Ron's story of the past, and occasionally exclaimed with Ron. At that time, Kane and Harry were all knocked down by the troll, and Hermione was scared to tears. Fortunately, I was able to turn the tide and raised a piece of wood as thick as Hagrid's waist to smash the troll. A group of Gryffindors were eager to fight, and they wanted to fight 10 or 8 trolls immediately. He is so shameless. Draco blushed. Don't get me wrong, he was angry this time. Odell agreed with Draco for once, and nodded quickly. Forget it, let's go. Kane didn't care about Ron's boasting. Everyone has a little hobby. Welcome the hero of Slytherin to return. Ike Bulstrode watched Kane and his group walk into the Slytherin lounge. He sat casually on the sofa and clapped his hands lightly. The lounge was full of Slytherins at this time, and they had different reactions to what Ike said. It's just a little effort. Kane didn't stop and went straight to the Slytherin lounge. I just wanted to go back to the dormitory. Bolster wanted to act, but Kane didn't want to cooperate. Wait. The false smile on Ike Bolster's face disappeared, and his eyes were slightly cold. Is there anything else? Kane stopped. There is something. White, come here. Walter White, who had not been seen for a long time, appeared in front of everyone like a ghost. Kane's eyes condensed. White was so thin that he was just a skeleton, his face was bloodless, his eye sockets were deep, and he looked like he would not live long. But Cain was not a saint. White's current situation was all his own fault. "Senior, what is this? What are these extreme pure bloods trying to calculate? He had some inappropriate words and deeds before, which offended you. White found me and begged me hard, wanting me to help him and seek your forgiveness." Ike looked like he was thinking about his junior. "Senior, I think you are mistaken. White offended not me, but the entire pure blood. You found the wrong person." Cain would not let Bulstrode turn the sensitive issue of position into a personal grudge between him and White. "Yes, Senior. We were all there at the time. White targeted the entire pure blood. Why did you help him?" Theodore chimed in and gave Bulstrode a taste of his own medicine. The first-year snakes nodded one after another, agreeing with what Theodore said. I just said something that I didn't choose to say at the moment. Please forgive me." Walter saw that Ike's face turned ugly, suppressed his fear, and trembled as he spoke. "Again, you didn't offend me." Cain no longer paid attention to this farce and left with the first-year snakes. Time goes back 3 hours ago. The secret base of the Slytherin Brotherhood. You all know it, right? Lestrange defeated the troll in his first year. A masked man said to Ike Bulstrode and others. "My lord, this should be a rumor. Lestrange is just a first year, how could he kill the troll?" Ike bowed his head and said respectfully. "Rumor? I saw it with my own eyes." The masked man snorted coldly, somewhat dissatisfied with Bulstrode's reaction. "What? Could it be you?" Ike Bulstrode was shocked. "Did he bring the troll in?" "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask," the masked man warned Bulstrode. "The most important thing for you now is to win over Lestrange. If necessary, you can give him the title of Vice President." The masked man gave Bulstrode a death order. Vice President? Bulstrode was so jealous that he was going crazy. He had worked so hard for so many years to get the position of President of the Slytherin Brotherhood. Lestrange was just a freshman, was he worthy? "Please rest assured, I will do my best to win over Lestrange." Ike hid his clenched fist in his wizard robe, and his face was still respectful. "Well, very good." The masked man felt that Bulstrode was still useful. As long as Lestrange joined the Brotherhood, would the day when the wealth of the Lestrange family flowed into the Brotherhood be far away? The masked man fantasized and left with satisfaction. "President, we really have to." James Taylor next to him whispered. He knew that his president's heart was not very big. Snap! A crisp slap sound. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Ike slapped James with a gloomy face. James did not dare to resist and chose to endure it silently. His family is not a famous family, but just an ordinary family in the British wizarding world. The only thing he has in common with Bulstrode is his pure blood status. He is just a small role in the Brotherhood. This is Slytherin. The weak have no say. Chapter 48 Slytherin Chamber. In the Gunhilda corridor on the 3rd floor of the castle. Cain and the Weasley twins agreed to meet in front of the statue of the hunchbacked one-eyed witch. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind blew in, and Cain quickly cast a warming spell on himself. It is already mid-October, and the weather is getting colder. Hi! The Weasley twins suddenly jumped out from behind, trying to scare Cain. Of course, they didn't succeed. It's so boring. The Weasley twins hugged Cain's shoulders on the left and right, muttering that Cain had become boring. Cain said, "I am not a toy, I will really thank you." "Stop talking nonsense, did you bring the things?" "Here." George took out a blank parchment from his arms. "This is our treasure, you must treat it well." Cain felt a chill. "How did you two act like you were marrying a daughter?" "Give it to me." Cain took the parchment directly. "How do I use it?" "I solemnly swear that I have done nothing good." As soon as Fred finished speaking, the blank parchment just now suddenly appeared with a crisscross map of Hogwarts, and it also showed the movements of people in the castle. Look, Snape is wandering around the 4th floor. Principal Dumbledore is not in Hogwarts. Puff, a string of cat paw prints appeared in Professor McGonagall's office area. Did she secretly turn into a cat? The three of them watched for a while and had fun. After using it, just say the prank is over and it will return to its original state. Fred Weasley demonstrated it, and the Marauder's map turned into a blank parchment again. Okay, I got it, I'll give it back to you later. Kane put the Marauder's map in his arms and turned to leave. Wait, Kane. The Weasley twins stopped Kane. Anything else? Kane, have you ever thought about selling the PHS? Many Gryffindors have wanted it recently. The Weasley twins sang the same tune. Of course, if you don't make money, you're a bastard. During this period, you two should do some publicity first, and I'll make another batch of PHS when I have time. Kane felt that the Weasley twins were really wasting their material by not doing publicity. What is publicity? The twins looked at each other. Forgot that publicity is a term used in the Muggle world, and these two people have never heard of it. Just let everyone know about the existence of Xylingtong as much as possible. Those who are interested can make reservations from you two first. Guarantee to complete the task. The two happily agreed. It was right to find them for this matter. However, can you give us a batch of Xylingtong at cost price at that time? Not too many. Sure. Kane agreed without hesitation. Xylingtong can be said to be the first communication device in the magic world, and the market is huge. Giving some to the twins will not affect the market at all. However, these two people are addicted to being middlemen, right? It was night. Kane avoided the night owls wandering around Hogwarts Castle through the Marauder's map, and sneaked into the women's bathroom on the 3rd floor. After groping around for a while, Kane saw a small snake on the side of a copper faucet. Kane cleared his throat and stared at the little snake, hiss open. The faucet emitted a dazzling white light and began to rotate rapidly. Soon, the pool disappeared from Kane's sight, revealing a very thick pipe. Kane cast a spell on himself without hesitation. Mist shadows follow the wind. Kane turned into a black mist and floated down the pipe. It was estimated that the pipe was dozens of meters long, and Kane took a moment to stand still. It was pitch black here, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. As soon as Kane moved, there was a cracking sound of bones breaking under his feet. Fluorescent flashes. A ball of light the size of a basketball appeared at the tip of Kane's staff, instantly illuminating the underground passage. Kane looked closely and saw that he was stepping on the ground covered with small animal bones. This snake monster really has no hygiene at all. I don't know how to bury it. Bad review. Kane secretly complained and hurried to the front of the tunnel. The tunnel was more or less covered with snake elements. Kane felt that these snakes were staring at him in a trance. After an unknown period of time, Kane walked to the end of the tunnel. There stood a solid wall with two snakes entwined with each other carved on it. Kane stared at the emerald in the snake's eyes and spoke again. Hiss open. Unexpectedly, the door did not open immediately. What's going on? This is not right. It's been too long, and the snakes on it have stopped working. It's not like even the snakes don't like him. No way, you guys are not into the magical beasts thing, are you? Kane stretched out his left hand and touched the two snakes on the wall. They were slippery and felt almost the same as real snakes. Ah! Kane cried out in pain. The two snakes on the wall suddenly came to life and bit Kane, and blood came out. Kane noticed that the eyes of the snake that bit him turned red. The password is correct. Don't get me wrong, this is the author's voiceover. The door opened. Kane gave himself a quick healing shot, and the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Without hesitation, Kane walked in. What a joke, he has to be cautious when returning to his own home. His father's father's father, father to the nth power, is Slytherin himself. Some people may ask why he is not worried about the Dark Lord doing something here. Don't make a fuss, the Dark Lord has always thought that he is the only Slytherin descendant in the world. The American one does not count, because the Dark Lord does not recognize it. On both sides of the slab-paved road, there are towering stone pillars, with large snakes coiled on them spitting out their tongues. The whole secret room is filled with a mysterious atmosphere, and the environment is slightly humid. At the end of the cobblestone road is a huge stone sculpture of the so-called Slytherin himself, old and frail, with a long beard dragging on the ground. No, can you give my mother Salazar a face? Salazar is a handsome man with a strong face, the kind of ceiling level. How did he become old and frail? Kane was still in shock. Would he look like this when he was old? Shaking his head, Kane quickly drove away this horrible thought and touched his handsome face comparable to that of a top vampire to calm down. Hiss! Kane heard the sound of spitting out tongues and the sound of the giant creature slithering. Sure enough, a huge snake head emerged from the mouth of the Slytherin statue. Kane couldn't help but take a step back. The basilisk in front of him was too huge, and he was not even as big as the basilisk's head. Its entire body was green, with the unique bright light of a venomous snake, and there were two small horns covered with scales on its head. The basilisk raised its head and rose higher and higher. Kane estimated that the basilisk's body was at least 10 meters long, and most of the Slytherin statues were covered. The basilisk stared at Kane with its big yellow eyes. Kane felt something was wrong with his body. He wouldn't he be petrified? Click! Kane twisted his neck. He had been looking up at the basilisk for too long, and his neck was a little stiff and painful, but it was okay. Wow! The basilisk suddenly swung its tail in a large range. Some snakes don't follow martial ethics, and Kane, who had no time to react, was trapped. The huge head slowly approached Kane's direction. Chapter 49 Seeing Salazar Again. So heavy. Kane thought the basilisk was going to use a big move, but what happened? The basilisk rubbed against Kane, like a cat rubbing catnip, endlessly. His stop. Kane felt the unbearable weight of life. Hearing this, the basilisk stopped its behavior without a sense of boundaries, let go of Kane aggrievedly, and coiled itself into a small mountain. Hiss! Little master, you finally came to find me. The basilisk stared at Kane with eyes as big as car lights. Hiss! So you were looking for me before? Kane had heard the voice of the basilisk in the corridor on the 3rd floor before. Hiss! Little master never came to find me, so I went to find the little master. The basilisk was very aggrieved. Hiss! How did you recognize me? Kane was a little confused. When he was in the era of the 4 giants, this basilisk did not exist. Hiss! The young master and the old master have the same smell. When the young master just arrived in this castle, I already felt the young master's breath. The basilisk answered truthfully. Hearing this, Kane raised his arm and sniffed it. There was no smell. Forget it, don't bother about it. Hiss! Has anyone with the same parcel tongue as me come to you recently? Kane wanted to know if the Dark Lord had been looking for the basilisk recently. Hiss! A little boy probably found me a few decades ago. Hiss! Then why do you think of me as the young master instead of him? Logically speaking, he has the blood of the Dark Lord. If the basilisk can recognize people by their breath alone, there should be no difference between them. Hiss! The young master has the old master's things on him. The whole place was filled with hissing sounds. To outsiders, the scene was extremely weird. Things. Kane suddenly realized and took out a simple-looking key from his arms. Hiss! That's it. The basilisk wanted to get close to it and rub the key. Kane quickly reached out to stop it. Stop! This key is not even as big as the basilisk's nostril, what if it gets rubbed off? Kane looked around, empty, nothing. There is a key but no place to use it. The Dark Lord is such a bad father that he doesn't leave any good things for him. Hiss little master, follow me. The basilisk turned its neck flexibly, put Cain on its head, and slid back into the mouth of the Slytherin statue. To Cain's surprise, the tunnel in front of him was no longer as dark as before. The stone wall was evenly inlaid with egg-sized night pearls, which sprinkled a cool and soft light. As the basilisk walked, dry wind poured in from the outside. It seemed that somewhere here was connected to the outside. Hiss little master, we're here. Not long after, the basilisk stopped in front of a smooth stone wall. No, there is no hole here. Cain looked left and right, up and down, and only saw a whole stone wall in front of him. Hiss how to open it. Cain felt that since the basilisk brought him here, he must know. Hiss I don't know. The old master ordered me to bring you here. The basilisk looked innocent. Cain didn't know what to say. Let silence spread in this quiet night. Cain carefully recalled the daily life between Salazar and him during the Big Four era. By the way, Salazar emphasized before he left that he must restore the Slytherin family name and honor. His Slytherin, honor comes first. As soon as the voice fell, a small snake appeared on the wall. Why does this little snake look familiar? Hiss. This time it was Cain's wound that had recovered, and it seemed to hurt again. The little snake lying on the stone wall and spitting out its tongue at Cain was the snake that bit him just now. Ruby eyes, Cain will not make a mistake. Slytherin's secret room is full of green elements, and suddenly a touch of red appears, no one will make a mistake. Hiss open. The little snake in front of him heard Cain's order and quickly rolled itself into a circle. It was embedded in the stone wall and turned into a keyhole. Cain took out the key that Salazar left for him and inserted it. Click. Turning the key, the stone wall cracked from the middle and slowly slid to both sides. Slytherin brand smart lock, leading the Muggle world for 1,000 years. Salazar is worthy of his casual move, and he led the trend of the future. Cain nodded and walked in. Hiss wait, don't go in. Seeing that the basilisk also wanted to follow Cain in, Cain quickly hugged the snake head and pushed him out. He didn't know what size he was. The basilisk looked at Cain reluctantly, and stayed at the original position of the stone wall with grievance. You are here. As soon as Cain walked in, Salazar's figure appeared in front of him. Ancestor, what are you doing? What you can see now is just a clone with my memory. Salazar knew what Cain wanted to ask. Cain looked at Salazar's pearly white body, which was a bit like a ghost, but more active than a ghost. The 4 giants are worthy of being the 4 giants. He is still far from reaching this level. Last time you came to our time and talked about your father who went astray. I realized that he also found the secret room I left behind. So I opened up a second secret room in the secret room and waited for your arrival. Salazar slowly explained the origin of the second secret room. Cain was moved when he heard it. This is the feeling of being favored. There are some relatively advanced ancient magics in it. You can judge when to learn it. Salazar looked like he had given you something. If you can't learn it, don't say you are his descendant. Don't worry, I will study it well. Cain said very wisely. Salazar nodded reservedly and pointed with his slender right hand. Take out the things inside. Cain walked to where Salazar pointed and found a small sealed box in the shape of a coiled snake. So cold. Cain's first feeling was as if he was holding a piece of ice. Open it. Salazar said to Cain. Cain did so. The moment it was opened, a layer of ice mist was applied in front of Cain's eyes, and it took a while to see the contents of the box clearly. A blood-red potion was clustered in the middle of a box full of white transparent stones. Drink it. Ancestor, what is this? Cain felt a violent energy hidden in the blood-red potion. Bloodline Awakening Potion. What Salazar didn't tell Cain was that the ingredients used in the Bloodline Awakening Potion were rare and the process was complicated, which was unimaginable. It took him nearly 50 years to make the potion Cain has seen so far. Blood awakening? Do we still have non-human blood? Cain was a little surprised, and in an instant, Spider-Man, Thor, Wonder Woman and other superheroes from his previous life flashed through his mind. Breaking the cosmic wall, hey, do you think you are Deadpool and can travel between Marvel and DC? This is a side comment. And I sincerely invite the audience to join me in complaining about Cain's imagination. Chapter 50 Blood Awakening. Of course. Salazar rarely showed some emotion. We are the blood of Kukulkan. Kukulkan? Is this a magical animal? This is the first time Cain has heard of it. Magical animals, what are they compared to Kukulkan? Salazar was very disdainful. Kukulkan and magical animals are simply worlds apart. Perhaps you have heard of another honorific name for Xi, Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl? So we have the blood of Quetzalcoatl in our bodies. Cain didn't expect that his family was so powerful. According to the records of Quetzalcoatl, Xi is a snake covered with feathers. In the legend, Xi is in charge of life, harvest, wind and rain, etc. So, this potion contains the blood of Quetzalcoatl. Cain looked at the bright red potion with some uncertainty. You think it's a good idea? If there is really the blood of Quetzalcoatl, will it be your turn? Salazar said unhappily. If Salazar was here, he would definitely give Cain a fried chestnut on his head. There is only a very shallow trace of Xi's blood left in my body, and you are even worse. It really proves the old saying that each generation is worse than the previous one. Salazar was quite upset. Fortunately, the descendants of those old guys of the same period are even more rubbish, and some even have no descendants. Isn't that right, a certain lion? Even though Salazar is just a memory, he never forgets to say a few words about Godric. Cain touched his nose with a rare sense of embarrassment. I'm really sorry that I didn't inherit your talent. This potion can only stimulate the dormant blood in your body. Cain took out the potion and pulled out the cork. A strange fragrance immediately filled the secret room. Cain heard the basilisk guarding the outside slapping the ground with its tail quickly, making a hissing sound. Drink it quickly, but you'd better stay awake throughout the process. Salazar reminded. Cain no longer hesitated and opened his mouth to drink the potion. As soon as the medicine entered his throat, it began to burn. Cain felt that his blood was boiling, and his limbs seemed to be broken and reassembled. Falling heavily to the ground, Cain couldn't help but hold his head tightly with both hands and rolled on the ground. Pain, too much pain. But Cain still struggled to maintain a trace of clarity in extreme pain. After an unknown amount of time, Cain finally completed the transformation, but also fainted due to exhaustion. When Cain regained consciousness again, the basilisk was gone. Salazar was sitting quietly, floating, in a chair thinking about the philosophy of life. You're awake, take a look. Salazar waved his hand, and a water mirror appeared in front of Cain. Cain got closer and looked. Handsome guy, who are you? The boy in the mirror had long black hair freely draped over his shoulders, his eyes were like two rubies, his long eyelashes were like two white butterflies, and silver scales spread out at the end of his eyes. It's confirmed that Cain's ancestors were not serious people. As he raised his hand, Cain felt that the magic factor in the air seemed to be particularly active. Snap! Cain snapped his fingers, and a ball of light emitting dazzling white light appeared at his fingertips. It was not an illusion, Cain's magic power was more powerful and more flexible than before. At least Cain before could not use silent and wandless magic. Salazar, who was watching, nodded secretly. This descendant finally had a bit of his youthful style. Ancestor, I won't always be like this in the future, right? Cain didn't dare to imagine what kind of onlookers he would be if he went out with this skin. No. This is the first time you have stimulated your bloodline. Some of the characteristics of Quetzalcoatl will appear in you. It will be fine in a while. As Salazar spoke, his body became transparent. Ancestor, what are you doing? What's so surprising? I stayed until now just to wait for you to show up. Now that things are over, I will naturally go to where I should go. Salazar looked calm, as if he was about to disappear. It's like it's not him. Ancestor. Cain was very reluctant. After 2 lives, he only felt the love of his ancestors in Salazar. For some reason, Cain had a weak family affection in both lives and had never enjoyed the love of his parents. So although Cain always behaves like a gentleman, he is actually very cold in his heart, and it is difficult for others to get into his heart. Don't act like a little girl. You are Slytherin. Salazar turned his head away awkwardly. Ancestor, do you know why magical animals hate me? Cain didn't want to be too sensational and forced to change the subject. In fact, he already had a rough guess about why magical animals hate him. Hate? Ha, they are afraid. Sarah was full of disdain. As Cain expected, the reason was that the blood of Quetzalcoatl was too suppressed. Although Cain only had a tiny bloodline, it was enough to make those magical animals feel afraid. So the reason why the basilisks surrender to us is also because of the blood of Quetzalcoatl. Cain said affirmatively, after all, they are all snakes. Not only basilisks, but even flying dragons will crawl at our feet. Salazar said in a light tone, as if it was natural, because dragons and snakes are of the same lineage. This is a pretentious one, Cain gives full marks. Then for example, the Dumbledore family, do they also have the blood of the phoenix? Cain couldn't help but think divergently. Dumbledore, I have an impression of this family. Their family has reached a contract with the phoenix, and will appear when Dumbledore and others need it. Salazar has an impression of this family. After all, the phoenix is also considered a 99% rare thing. By the way, keep the key. Salazar paused and said. Cain took out the key again and looked at it carefully. Does it have other uses? Of course. Sarah checked the key. It is also the key to open Dragon Island. Dragon Island. Cain didn't expect that the surprises would come one after another. It turned out to be a big gift package. I remember that place is called the Hesidian Islands. Salazar dug out the information of Dragon Island from the corner of his mind. The Black Dragon of the Hesidian Islands. That is a mysterious place. It has been managed by the Will family for generations. Foreign wizards are strictly prohibited from entering. Cain didn't expect that this key could actually open Dragon Island. Oh, I saved the patriarch of the Will family at the beginning. Later, he signed a contract with me and surrendered to me and my recognized descendants. But this contract has a time limit, 1,200 years. Now there are only 3 years left before the agreed time limit. Salazar explained the reason lightly. Cain did not comment. The world has changed, and people's minds have changed. Who knows what the Will family is thinking now? Salazar saw through Cain's little thoughts at a glance. Don't worry, as long as you admit that you are a descendant of Slytherin, they will come to you. Salazar raised a mysterious smile, but did not directly tell Cain why. Cain understood that this was to make him take the initiative to announce his identity as a Slytherin. Otherwise, Dragon Island would have nothing to do with him.